Before we dive into this forgotten world of blood, honor, and pride, make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit like. Your support helps us bring more powerful stories from history to life. They called it a matter of honor, but in truth, it was a dance with death disguised as tradition. Imagine standing in the middle of a field, the grass wet with morning dew, your heartbeat louder than the church bells in the distance. Across from you is not just an enemy, but a mirror reflecting your own fear. He wants the same thing you do, to survive, to prove something to the crowd watching, to carry home the illusion that pride is worth more than breath itself. And this is where medieval duels truly begin. Not in books, not in chivalric romances, but in the raw silence of two men deciding which of them will leave the ground soaked with blood. The origins of these duels were less noble than storytellers like to claim. They were often excuses, elaborate justifications to settle petty disputes or swollen egos. A knight insulted at a feast, a lord mocked in front of his vassals, a man called a liar over a barrel of ale. Suddenly, the only honorable solution was to risk everything under the eyes of God and men. And the audience loved it. People crowded around to see friends become enemies, to watch men slice at each other as though their lives were coins to be spent for entertainment. It was brutal reality television before television existed, except there were no commercial breaks, only the occasional pause when someone's arm was hanging by a thread. You might think, why risk it? Why not just walk away and let insults fade into the air? But in the Middle Ages, your reputation was as valuable as your land. Lose your honor and you lost your standing, your alliances, sometimes even your livelihood. A whispered rumor of cowardice could do more damage than a spear to the chest. And so men chose to fight, not necessarily because they wanted to, but because society cornered them into a stage where refusing meant death of another kind, slower but equally devastating. The cruel irony is that most duels did not arise from noble causes like protecting the weak or defending faith. They were born out of gossip, suspicion, and the fragile male ego, something that, let's be honest, has barely changed in 1,000 years. The so-called rules of these duels were astonishingly arbitrary. One region allowed combatants to bring shields, another demanded they fight bare-chested as if nudity somehow pleased God more. Some duels ended the moment blood was drawn, others dragged on until one man lay lifeless on the ground. Imagine explaining that inconsistency today. In one town, a paper cut means you've technically won. In the next, you need to sever a leg. The absurdity is almost comical, except for the fact that these decisions left men crippled for life. Think about it. No antibiotics, no modern surgery, just salt, prayers, and maybe a lucky chance the wound didn't rot. It's hard not to laugh at the medieval idea of fairness. If your opponent fell into a mud puddle, too bad, fight on. If your sword broke, that was God's will. Apparently, God cared a lot about blacksmith quality control. And yet, for all their cruelty, these duels were treated with the seriousness of law itself. A noble could accuse his rival of treason, and instead of witnesses or evidence, the trial became a fight to the death. They called it trial by combat, the belief that God would grant victory to the one who spoke truth. Conveniently, God seemed to favor the stronger, taller, better-fed men who could afford superior armor. A starving peasant had little chance against a knight who dined on venison every night. Divine justice, it seems, had a suspicious preference for those with wealth and steel, but the theater of it all was irresistible. Villagers gathered with the same curiosity that drives us today to rubberneck at car accidents or binge violent shows. Picture a mother covering her child's eyes while peeking through her own fingers, half horrified, half thrilled. A duel wasn't just combat, it was a community event, a medieval blockbuster where the ticket price was standing for hours in the sun and the prize was trauma. People didn't just watch, they shouted, bet on outcomes, even cheered when blood spurted across the dirt. Honor may have been the excuse, but entertainment was the secret fuel. The fighters themselves knew it. They strutted onto the field, displaying bravado, swinging their weapons dramatically, as though the crowd's admiration could shield them from sharp steel. And perhaps, in some way, it did. The thought of being remembered as brave gave men courage to swing harder, to push past the fear rising like bile in their throats. Yet the reality was crueler. Many duelists were not killed outright, but maimed in ways that ended their usefulness. A lost hand meant no sword, no work, no life of dignity. A shattered jaw meant starvation. Surviving a duel often felt like losing, a slow death written across the years instead of in one brutal instant. What strikes us today is the madness of it all. Entire generations were raised to believe that your worth as a man was proven not in kindness, not in wisdom, but in your ability to split another human being open in front of spectators. The contradiction is almost laughable. Monks preached peace inside stone churches, while outside, their parishioners cheered for blood. It's like confessing your sins in the morning, then betting on who gets stabbed in the afternoon. Humanity has always been a master of double standards, but few periods show it as starkly as the medieval duel. Perhaps that's why the opening of any duel was so terrifying. The air carried not just fear, but expectation. The crowd wanted a show, the rival wanted your blood, and the weight of your ancestors demanded you not falter. The silence before the first clash of steel must have been unbearable, each heartbeat screaming louder than the cheers waiting to erupt. And when the swords finally collided, it wasn't just a fight. It was history being written in sweat, screams, and the sharp scent of iron. The truth is, medieval duels were never simply about victory. They were about survival, identity, and the desperate attempt to prove that one's life carried meaning in a world where meaning was defined by violence. That's what made these brutal encounters unforgettable, and why even today we remain fascinated by them. Because behind every duel lies the same uncomfortable question. If placed in that field, with your honor hanging in the balance and your opponent glaring at you from 10 steps away, would you raise your sword or lower your eyes? Honor in the Middle Ages was not a word lightly spoken, nor was it an abstract concept. It was a living, breathing currency, heavier than gold and sharper than steel. To lose it was to lose your place in the world, your alliances, your very right to exist as a respected man. Imagine walking into a tavern where silence falls, not because of your reputation for bravery, but because whispers of cowardice trail behind you like a foul stench. In such a society, the idea that life itself could be traded for a shred of pride begins to make grim sense. And so, men risked everything to defend honor, even when honor was often nothing more than a fragile illusion maintained by fear and violence. The code of honor was brutal in its simplicity. Respond to insult with action, never retreat from a challenge, and die if necessary to avoid disgrace. What is almost comic is how easily these insults could arise. A misplaced glance at another man's wife, a joke about lineage at a feast, or even a disagreement about whose rooster crowed louder at dawn. Suddenly, swords were drawn and reputations dangled on the edge of a blade. The medieval ego was a delicate thing, capable of igniting a spectacle of death over trivialities that today wouldn't even earn a second glance. Yet for them, such moments were tests of identity, proof that one's name carried weight in a world where anonymity was a kind of death in itself. It wasn't just about individual pride. Entire families and clans bore the burden of a man's honor. If a knight was publicly humiliated and did nothing, his children inherited the stain, his descendants whispered about in markets and churches for generations. That kind of pressure created a system where men were less afraid of the sword than of the shame. In fact, some preferred death in combat, believing it secured a cleaner legacy than living with disgrace. There's a tragic humor in this, men so obsessed with being remembered as fearless that they willingly erased themselves from the earth to achieve it. It is as if survival was less important than branding, long before branding became a corporate obsession. To enforce this code, society developed rituals and expectations that left little room for choice. Refuse a duel, and you were branded a coward. Show hesitation, and your peers would doubt your bloodline. Accept, and even if you survived, you bore scars that reminded everyone of your ordeal. The system was rigged in such a way that the only true escape was victory, and even that came at a cost. Survive, and you might still limp for the rest of your days, disfigured in a way that others pitied or mocked. And so, honor became a paradox, something to die for, but rarely something that left you unbroken when preserved. Examples of this madness fill medieval chronicles. One famous story tells of two nobles who quarreled over whose horse had the finer breeding. What began as banter over wine escalated into a public duel in which one man was skewered through the chest, while the other lived only a few years longer, crippled from wounds. The surviving family proudly displayed his battered armor as a symbol of their honor, never mind that the honor was won over livestock. Another tale describes a knight who killed his closest friend in a formal combat after being accused of cheating in a tournament. He wept over the body afterward, proclaiming loyalty even in death, yet society praised him for preserving his honor. If this sounds contradictory, it's because it was. Medieval logic could twist grief into glory with astonishing ease. The church tried at times to temper these codes, preaching forgiveness and humility. But honor was too deeply rooted in the bones of society. Even kings indulged in duels or sanctioned them when accusations of treason arose. It was easier to let two men hack each other apart than to unravel the web of lies and politics. And when the victor stood, bloodied but alive, the crowd proclaimed justice had been served. In a way, the duel was less about fairness and more about theater, a stage where men played their parts in the endless drama of reputation. It was Shakespeare before Shakespeare, except the scripts were written in real blood. Perhaps the most dangerous aspect of this code was how it blurred the line between bravery and recklessness. A knight who threw himself into hopeless combat could still be celebrated if he died with honor. The fact that he left behind a widow and starving children mattered less than the fact that he had not flinched in the face of steel. To modern ears, this sounds insane, yet how different is it from today's obsession with leaving a legacy? We build monuments, chase fame, and post curated lives online, terrified of being forgotten. The medieval knight simply had fewer filters and a sharper tool for proving himself. In a grim way, the duel was their version of going viral. But this obsession with honor had darker consequences. It created an atmosphere where violence was not just accepted, but expected, where peace could be mistaken for weakness. Villages lost farmers, lords lost advisors, and families lost fathers, all because one man couldn't stomach an insult. And yet, these sacrifices were rarely questioned, for the myth of honor was so deeply ingrained that bloodshed seemed almost holy. The contradiction is painful. A culture that preached salvation in churches on Sunday and celebrated vengeance in fields on Monday. If you're fascinated by how these brutal rituals shape society, tell us in the comments where you're watching from. We love seeing how far these stories travel. The weight of honor meant that every duel was more than a fight. It was a performance for ancestors, a transaction with society, and an attempt to silence the whispers of cowardice that haunted every medieval hall. Men sharpened their blades not just for battle, but for the constant fear of humiliation. It is easy to mock their priorities now, but the truth is sobering. We too live under codes, unspoken rules of reputation and pride that push us into reckless choices. The medieval duel is simply a mirror, cracked and bloodstained, reflecting how far people will go to protect the stories others tell about them. And in those moments before a duel began, when both men stared at each other across a stretch of dirt, what really hung in the air was not just the threat of death, but the crushing realization that one of them would walk away with honor intact, and the other would be forgotten, disgraced, erased from the story. That thought alone could make the sword feel heavier in the hand and the silence unbearable. It was not simply life or death. It was legacy or oblivion, carved into the flesh of whoever stood long enough to raise his weapon. The strangest thing about medieval duels is not that men were willing to fight to the death, but that the rules governing these fights were often made up on the spot, cruel, contradictory, and shockingly arbitrary. Imagine stepping onto a field with your life at stake, only to discover that the local lord has decided today you can use a sword, but tomorrow it must be a mace, and if you're unlucky, maybe even your bare fists. It was less a fair contest of skill and more a twisted game where the referee invented the rules while sipping wine from the sidelines. And the terrifying part is that everyone accepted this, because defying the rules meant dishonor or immediate punishment. In many places, the local noble or king decided not just the time and place of the duel, but also the weapons, the armor, and even the terms of victory. Some declared that a duel ended when the first drop of blood hit the ground. Others insisted that the fight must continue until one man lay lifeless. The difference between a scratch on the cheek and a decapitation was simply a matter of jurisdiction. If this sounds absurd, it's because it was. Picture two peasants who insult each other in a market. In one county, a nick on the arm might suffice to settle the score. In another, one of them would not go home at all. Geography could be the difference between surviving humiliation and being buried under it. The cruelty extended beyond the weapons. In some regions, the weaker party was deliberately handicapped. If a commoner accused a noble of lying, the noble might fight on horseback while the peasant was forced to battle on foot. Sometimes one man received armor while the other wore only cloth, as if God enjoyed evening the odds by stacking them hopelessly against the underdog. And yet, people justified this as divine justice. After all, if the weaker man was telling the truth, surely heaven would grant him strength. Unfortunately, heaven seemed curiously absent when men bled out in the mud, which raises the question, did God simply dislike peasants? Or was it all a cruel farce dressed in holy language? Even the physical arena was subject to bizarre variations. Some duels took place in carefully prepared lists, fenced-off areas where spectators could gather safely. Others unfolded in open fields, muddy roads, or even inside churchyards. There are accounts of men being forced to duel in waist-deep pits, one combatant sunk into the ground to level the fight against a stronger opponent. Can you imagine? One man stands free, the other stuck in a hole like a turnip, swinging wildly upward while the crowd jeers. It is both comic and horrifying, proof that fairness was never truly the point. These were not contests designed to reveal truth, but spectacles meant to reinforce power. The rules also extended to timing. Some lords declared duels must occur at dawn, believing the rising sun made the fight more sacred. Others preferred dusk, arguing that blood mixed beautifully with the fading light. There were even cases where duels were delayed because the stars were said to be in the wrong position, as though the cosmos itself were the true arbiter of justice. The participants, meanwhile, had no choice but to obey, trembling as each hour ticked by, knowing their fate depended not only on their opponent's blade, but on the whims of nobles who saw human lives as chess pieces. What makes all this more unsettling is how ordinary people accepted it. Villagers came to watch, priests offered prayers, scribes recorded the outcomes, as though these absurd contests genuinely revealed divine judgment. A noble could condemn his rival to death simply by shaping the rules in his favor, and the crowd would cheer as though justice had been served. The duel became less about two men's conflict and more about the Lord's theater, a stage where cruelty disguised itself as law. If this reminds you of how modern bureaucracies create rules no one understands but everyone must follow, the parallel is not accidental. Humanity has always had a knack for turning nonsense into binding law. There are tales so grotesque they almost sound invented. In one region, if a man was accused of theft, he might be required to duel with one hand tied behind his back, symbolizing his supposed guilt. In another, if the combatants came from different social ranks, the lower man was forced to fight with a wooden club while the higher-born wielded a sharpened sword. The message was clear. Rules weren't meant to balance the scales. They were meant to remind everyone of their place. Honor was just another excuse to preserve hierarchy. Yet, for all their cruelty, these duels fascinated medieval society. People treated them with the same mix of fear and excitement we reserve for courtroom dramas or combat sports today. Each variation in rules added a layer of unpredictability. Would this be a duel of quick bloodletting, over in seconds? Or would it drag on for hours, with both men collapsing from exhaustion, hacking at each other long after the crowd had grown restless? The tension lay not only in the fight, but in the uncertainty of what justice meant that day. Perhaps the most ironic part is that these arbitrary systems were praised for their fairness. Chroniclers wrote solemnly of how God guided the sword, how the rules reflected wisdom. And yet, anyone watching closely could see that the outcome had little to do with truth and everything to do with power. It is a grim comedy, people cheering divine justice while one man drowns in mud because his opponent's horse happened to step more quickly. But this is how power maintained itself, through rituals so strange that no one dared question them, lest they be the next to step into the pit. And so, the rules of medieval duels reveal less about honor and more about the machinery of control. They were cruel, they were contradictory, and they were designed to remind every man that his life belonged not to him, but to the whims of those above him. What mattered was not whether justice was served, but whether authority was obeyed. That is why the blood spilled in these contests carried not only the weight of personal conflict, but the heavy shadow of the entire feudal order pressing down on every strike. And as these cruel rules shaped the fight, so too did they shape the weapons chosen for it, tools of death sharpened for spectacle, each more terrifying than the last. When you picture a medieval duel, it is almost impossible not to imagine the gleam of steel catching the sun, the cold weight of a weapon clutched in a trembling hand, and the dreadful knowledge that one wrong move could split bone, tear muscle, and end everything in an instant. The weapons of these encounters were not merely tools, they were extensions of fear, symbols of status, and instruments of both justice and cruelty. A duel without sharp steel was no duel at all, and the choice of weapon often dictated not just how a fight unfolded, but how a man would be remembered. The sword, of course, reigned supreme. To the medieval mind, it was more than a blade. It was a badge of nobility, a sacred relic, and a direct line to God's will. Knights slept with their swords by their sides as if they were spouses. But swords in duels were not the elegant rapiers of later centuries. They were heavy, brutal instruments meant to hack through mail and crush flesh beneath iron. A single swing could shear off fingers or split a skull, and yet they demanded incredible strength and endurance. To wield one for more than a few minutes left arms numb, hands blistered, shoulders trembling. Anyone who imagines knights fencing gracefully for hours has clearly never tried swinging a 5-pound length of sharpened steel while a crowd screams for blood. But duels were not confined to swords. Maces, clubs, and war hammers were terrifying alternatives, especially in places where armor was common. The beauty of a mace, if you can call it beauty, was that it didn't need to slice. A solid strike caved in helmets, shattered ribs, or snapped spines. The crunch of bone beneath metal was a sound that even seasoned fighters struggled to forget. Some duelists preferred these weapons because they bypassed the spectacle of slow bloodletting and delivered swift, decisive carnage. Others avoided them precisely because they were too gruesome. There are accounts of nobles vomiting as they watched a mace turn a man's jaw into pulp, the kind of sight that lingers far longer than any sermon about divine judgment. Daggers, meanwhile, played their own sinister role. When swords clashed and fighters grew weary, combat often collapsed into grappling, rolling in the dirt, fists grabbing at helmets, knees pressed into chests. In those moments, the dagger was the weapon of last resort, a hidden friend in the chaos. Small enough to be concealed, deadly enough to puncture a throat or slip between armor plates, the dagger was both despised and revered. To stab with one often felt less honorable, but when honor and life collided, survival usually won. After all, what use was honor if you lay cold in the mud, your blood feeding the worms? And then there were polearms, halberds, spears, and glaives, often chosen when duels were staged in open fields. Their reach gave fighters a terrifying advantage, keeping opponents at bay while still delivering lethal force. A spear thrust could pierce deep into a chest cavity, while a halberd's hook could drag a man to the ground, leaving him exposed. The brutality was matched only by the crowd's fascination. Longer weapons meant longer duels, and longer duels meant more spectacle. Nothing thrilled an audience quite like the tension of two men circling each other, waiting for the first lunge to connect. The truth, though, is that the weapons were not neutral. They told stories about the duelists themselves. Nobles displayed finely crafted blades, etched with prayers or symbols, while peasants often entered fights with whatever crude weapon they could borrow or fashion. This imbalance turned the duel into both a contest of strength and a silent declaration of class. The rich carved their way to victory with elegant steel, while the poor bled with splintered wood in their hands. And yet, sometimes, fate played cruel tricks. There are stories of peasants using clubs or stones to bring down armored knights, humiliating victories that spread like wildfire through villages, proof that perhaps God did smile on the underdog after all. Curiously, many duels had an almost ritualistic obsession with the killing blow. Chroniclers described not just who won, but how they struck the final hit. A clean slice to the neck was admired for its swiftness, a deep stab to the heart admired for its precision, while messy, drawn-out deaths were whispered about as warnings or jokes. He died like a butchered pig, one scribe recorded of a noble's end, turning tragedy into mockery. Violence became not only a solution but a form of storytelling, where the method of death colored the memory of the fight. In this sense, weapons were not just instruments, they were authors of legends written in blood. It is tempting to imagine that duelists respected these tools, but the reality was less noble. Fighters broke swords, hurled maces, or improvised mid-battle with rocks, shields, even teeth. In the frenzy of survival, anything became a weapon. There are recorded cases of men using helmets as bludgeons, or biting through ears and noses when their hands could no longer grip steel. It is both grotesque and strangely human, the desperation to live turning even the most dignified knight into a savage animal. Honor demanded decorum, but survival demanded savagery, and in the end, survival usually won. What made it worse was the expectation from the crowd. People did not gather just to see men exchange cautious blows. They wanted gore, spectacle, the promise of a strike that would leave jaws slack and stomachs churning. Duelists were aware of this, and many tailored their fighting to the audience, exaggerating swings, drawing out the pain, delivering wounds that horrified and entertained in equal measure. Blood became currency. The sharper the weapon, the higher its value. One can almost hear the echoes of those medieval arenas in our modern appetite for violent films and sports, proof that humanity's hunger for spectacle has never really disappeared. And yet, beneath all this brutality, there was always the lurking question: was the weapon an extension of divine justice, or just a more efficient way of ending a human life? The medieval world leaned heavily on the former, convincing itself that God guided the sword's edge. But anyone who has ever swung a blade knows it is less about divine guidance and more about human error, trembling arms, and desperate strikes. Fate often favored not the righteous, but the well-fed, the better trained, or simply the lucky. Still, society clung to the myth because without it, all that remained was meaningless slaughter. In the end, the weapons of medieval duels reveal a grim truth. Violence was not only tolerated, but ritualized, sharpened, and placed in men's hands as both a duty and a performance. Each duel was a theater of steel where survival, reputation, and cruelty collided. And every weapon carried its own story of fear and fascination. But weapons alone did not make duels into spectacles. It was the people who gathered, the onlookers who craved the sight of blood and cheered as though death were a festival, who turned these fights into something far larger than personal conflict. It is impossible to understand medieval duels without looking beyond the fighters themselves and focusing on the crowd that gathered to watch. A duel was never truly private, even when it was dressed up as justice or cloaked in the language of divine judgment. It was a show, and the audience made it one. People came from miles away to witness the clash of steel, dragging their children, carrying food, and setting up as if attending a festival. There was nothing subtle about it. A duel was entertainment, and the suffering of two men became the heartbeat of the crowd. Picture the scene. Banners flapping in the wind, vendors selling roasted meat and cheap ale, women gossiping about the fighters' families, children running between legs, their laughter clashing with the tension of impending violence. Then silence, heavy and sudden when the combatants stepped into the ring. Thousands of eyes locked on them, waiting, hungry. That silence was as much a weapon as any sword, suffocating the fighters under the weight of expectation. They were not just men anymore. They were actors on a stage, and their pain was the audience's joy. The reactions of the crowd were far from passive. They cheered, jeered, and sometimes shouted instructions as if yelling, "Hit him harder," could change the course of battle. Bets were placed, fortunes exchanged hands, and rumors spread faster than blood spilled on the dirt. A duel was never just between two men. It was also a gamble for those watching. The loser's humiliation meant a winner's payday for someone in the audience, and few things stirred passion like the promise of money stained with the echo of violence. The psychology of the crowd was curious. On one hand, they revered duels as sacred trials. Priests blessed the field, chroniclers scribbled notes, nobles watched from elevated seats like judges at a cosmic theater. On the other hand, those same people delighted in the gore, gasped at severed limbs, and clapped when blood sprayed. It was hypocrisy wrapped in pageantry, where piety and cruelty held hands. The medieval world excelled at this double standard. Pray for mercy in the morning, cheer for slaughter in the afternoon. And perhaps it is not so different from us today. After all, how many people pray for peace while watching war movies for fun? The Duel's audience played an insidious role in shaping the fight itself. Fighters knew they were being watched, and so they exaggerated their movements, drew out their clashes, and sometimes performed almost theatrically. A knight might raise his sword high before striking, not because it was tactically wise, but because it looked more dramatic. A blow to the face carried more shock value than a stab to the thigh, so guess which strike was favored? The crowd wanted spectacle, not efficiency, and fighters obliged because the gaze of society weighed heavier than armor. In that sense, a duel was as much a performance as it was combat, with the audience dictating the tempo from the sidelines. Children were not shielded from this brutality. In fact, parents sometimes pushed them forward, encouraging them to learn what it meant to be a man. Imagine a boy of 7 watching a head roll into the dirt, then being told this was honor. The lessons taught by these spectacles shaped generations, planting the seeds of violence as virtue. It is little wonder that cycles of bloodshed persisted. When children grow up seeing slaughter as justice, they inherit the same twisted values. And yet, the irony is that many of those children, when grown, trembled with fear when it was their turn to step into the circle. Sometimes, duels became enormous events, bordering on carnivals. Chronicles describe entire towns emptying to attend a famous fight. Merchants thrived, musicians played, and food stalls lined the roads. The line between battle and festival blurred. It is almost comical to imagine someone buying a sweet pastry while, just meters away, a man bleeds out. But this is the paradox of medieval life. Joy and horror intermingled, laughter echoing over screams. One scribe even wrote of spectators complaining when duels ended too quickly, grumbling that they had traveled so far for such a disappointing show. To them, death was not enough. It needed to be dramatic, drawn out, worth the price of attention. The most unsettling truth is that the crowd held power over memory. It was the witnesses who decided how the duel would be remembered. If a man fought bravely but lost, the crowd could still honor him, turning his death into a tale of nobility. If he fought cowardly but survived, whispers of shame spread faster than wildfire, sometimes worse than dying. The judgment of the people mattered more than the outcome of the fight itself. In this sense, duelists were not just battling each other, but also the collective gaze of their society. They fought for survival, yes, but also for narrative, for how their names would be spoken around fires long after the blood dried. Some spectators came for justice, others for thrills, but many came for the simple reason that human beings are endlessly drawn to violence. Watching someone else bleed is, in a grim way, a reminder that it is not you. The duel was catharsis, fear displaced onto another body. The peasants who cheered perhaps knew that tomorrow they could be in the same position, accused of theft, insult, or treason. Watching the duel was both terrifying and reassuring, a way of confronting death while postponing it. If this clash of honor and tragedy has gripped you, don't forget to tap the like button. It may seem small, but it makes a huge difference for us to keep exploring history's darkest corners. Of course, not everyone approved. There are scattered records of monks denouncing the spectacle, calling it sinful, warning that cheering for blood was no different from committing the violence yourself. Yet even they often found themselves in attendance, their protests drowned by the roar of the crowd. The duel's magnetism was too powerful to resist. Even critics could not look away. It's a lesson in human nature. We condemn violence publicly while consuming it privately, pretending that distance absolves us. And so, medieval duels were shaped not just by the fighters, but by the audience who demanded them, relished them, and remembered them. Without the crowd, they would have been simple acts of violence. With the crowd, they became theater, ritual, and legend. The people transformed combat into spectacle, turning blood into entertainment and agony into applause. Yet this spectacle carried consequences, for when violence becomes performance, it must constantly escalate to hold attention. And in that escalation lay the seeds of duels that left men broken in body and spirit, proving that victory often came with costs far beyond the battlefield. In the medieval world, honor was not simply a matter of pride. It was the invisible thread that tied a man to his community, his lineage, his very sense of self. Without it, he was nothing. And so, honor became a burden so heavy that men often chose death over disgrace, a strange equation where life was expendable but reputation was sacred. It is easy to laugh at this from a distance. After all, what good is a glowing reputation if you are 6 feet under? But in a society where memory outlived flesh, to be remembered as honorable was to live forever, and to be remembered as a coward was a fate worse than rotting in the ground. Consider the lengths to which men went to defend this fragile commodity. A knight insulted in passing might risk his fortune, his family, and his future to duel rather than allow a single word to stain his name. Entire estates were gambled on the outcome of a fight, because to lose one's land was still less shameful than to lose one's honor. There are chronicles of men stepping into the lists already wounded from previous battles, coughing blood, limping on shattered legs, yet still fighting because refusal would mean eternal disgrace. The absurdity is staggering. Men too weak to hold their own children found the strength to hold a sword, not for survival, but for an abstract idea. Women, too, were bound to this code. though in different ways. A lady's honor was tied to her chastity and reputation, and a man's honor was often defended in her name. Insults about a wife's fidelity or a daughter's purity could ignite duels that consumed entire families. Ironically, the women themselves had little say in these matters. Their worth was measured by male pride, and their lives sometimes shattered by the choices men made to protect reputations rather than flesh and blood. One cannot help but notice the dark comedy of it all. Women prayed for peace while their husbands and sons spilled blood in their name, convinced that dying for a rumor was somehow noble. The obsession with honor created contradictions everywhere. On one hand, duels were supposed to resolve disputes and restore dignity. On the other, they often ruined families, bankrupted estates, and left survivors mutilated beyond recognition. What is honorable about returning home with half a face or an arm missing? And yet, these men were celebrated as heroes, their wounds transformed into badges of courage. It is human nature to romanticize suffering when it suits us. Scarred warriors became legends, while men who avoided combat were forgotten or ridiculed. Society turned tragedy into theater and suffering into virtue. Examples of honor's tyranny litter the historical record. In 1386, two French knights fought a duel sanctioned by King Charles VI after one accused the other of assaulting his wife. The battle was brutal, lasting hours, with one man disemboweled before the eyes of the court. The accuser won, and his wife's testimony was proven true by her husband's survival. She was hailed as virtuous, but if her husband had lost, she would have been executed for false witness. Imagine that, a woman's life hanging entirely on her husband's sword arm. Honor did not only demand blood from men, it demanded silence and obedience from everyone else around them. The cultural pressure to uphold honor also fueled endless cycles of violence. One duel often led to another. If a man lost, his relatives might seek vengeance. If he won, the family of the dead might challenge him in return. The need to prove oneself became a never-ending spiral, a destructive fire disguised as dignity. And still, people cheered, because society itself was addicted to the spectacle of men destroying each other for reputation. Perhaps it was easier to glorify these sacrifices than to admit the truth, that the system was rotten and everyone was trapped within it. What fascinates us today is how willingly people accepted this burden. To die in bed of old age was often seen as less honorable than to die violently in defense of reputation. Old age meant decay, frailty, fading into obscurity, while a duel meant immortality through story. A man cut down at 25 might live forever in chronicles and songs, while a man who lived to 80 might be forgotten entirely. There is something haunting in that trade-off, as if society itself conspired to convince men that only through violence could they achieve meaning. It makes you wonder, do we not do the same in different ways today, chasing legacies, careers, and achievements even at the cost of our health? The weight of honor made cowards of many who were otherwise brave. Fear of humiliation, of whispers in taverns, of children growing up ashamed, drove men to actions they might otherwise have avoided. Honor was not just about courage. It was about terror, the terror of becoming invisible in a world that valued reputation above breath. And in that terror, men found themselves willing to swing swords against friends, neighbors, even brothers. There are stories of siblings fighting duels to the death over inheritance disputes, their parents forced to watch as honor consumed their family tree. Yet, for all its cruelty, honor was not entirely hollow. It gave structure to chaos, rules to violence, and a strange sense of stability in a brutal age. To live honorably was to live with purpose, to die honorably was to die with dignity. But at what cost? The line between honor and madness was razor thin, and many men crossed it without hesitation. Perhaps that is why medieval society seemed to accept the constant bloodshed. It was less frightening to believe men died for honor than to admit they died for nothing at all. And so, in the dim light of medieval mornings, men strapped on armor not just to protect their bodies, but to shield their names. They stepped into duels carrying not only weapons, but the crushing weight of legacy. To live was preferable, of course, but to die honorably was still victory in the eyes of society. The duel became less about survival and more about storytelling, about how one's end would be remembered, whispered, and celebrated long after the screams faded. Yet behind every tale of honor stood the grim reminder that victory itself was no guarantee of peace, for even the winners often left the field broken beyond repair, forced to live with wounds that no amount of glory could heal. Few things reveal the cruelty of medieval duels more clearly than the injuries that did not kill but instead lingered, carving themselves into the rest of a man's life. Death, in some twisted way, was merciful. A clean strike to the neck or chest ended everything in an instant. But wounds that maimed, that left men alive but broken, were far more common and far more haunting. Imagine walking away from the battlefield not triumphant but half a man, dragging yourself through the rest of your days with missing fingers, blinded eyes, shattered legs, or a jaw that never closed properly again. These were the true legacies of duels, the quiet torments no bard sang about, but every tavern whispered. The most frequent injuries were to the hands and arms because that was where fighters instinctively struck, hoping to disarm their opponent. Fingers flew as often as sparks from clashing blades, and chroniclers note how common it was to see veterans of duels with stumps where knuckles once were. A knight missing 2 fingers might still fight, but he would never hold a quill properly, never touch his wife's cheek without awkwardness, never grip a cup without spilling. Survival, in this sense, was its own form of punishment, a reminder every day that pride had cost something irreplaceable. Leg wounds were equally devastating. A cut to the thigh could sever arteries, but if it didn't kill outright, it left men limping for life. Crushed knees from maces or spears meant permanent lameness. And in a society where physical strength was everything, to limp was to carry a scarlet letter. A man who could not ride, work the fields, or swing a sword was seen as half a man. His honor might remain intact, but his usefulness was gone, and often so was his livelihood. One has to wonder which was worse, dying with dignity or living to hear the whispers of pity and mockery follow you down every road. Head wounds were another horror. Helmets offered protection, but not perfection. A poorly aimed strike could dent the skull, rattle the brain, and leave the survivor alive but forever changed. Medieval texts describe men who lost their memory, their speech, even their personalities after duels. Some wandered villages like ghosts, confused, babbling, treated as holy fools or cursed madmen. Today, we would call it traumatic brain injury. Back then, it was seen as divine punishment or simply the cost of battle. Families bore the burden, watching husbands and sons fade into shadows of themselves, not dead, but no longer truly alive. Blindness was a particularly cruel fate. Eyes were vulnerable, and a single thrust could extinguish the world forever. Imagine a fighter surviving the duel but losing sight, condemned to a life of dependence in a time when blindness meant near total helplessness. Some monasteries took in such men, teaching them to chant prayers in darkness, but for most, blindness was a slow descent into obscurity and poverty. What good was honor if you could not see your children grow, or even recognize your own home? Yet society still praised these broken men as heroes, as if applause could guide them through the shadows. Even those who survived with less dramatic wounds were not free. Infection was the silent killer of the Middle Ages. A small cut could fester, blacken, and spread through the body until fever consumed the victim. The smell of rotting flesh was so common that surgeons carried spices to mask it. Imagine surviving the duel, earning the cheers of the crowd, only to die weeks later in your bed as your wound turned septic. Friends might still call it an honorable death, but surely the victim, writhing in pain, saw it differently. And then there were the grotesque deformities that became lifelong reminders. Jaws shattered so men could eat only gruel. Scars so deep they twisted faces into permanent masks of pain. Voices forever changed by crushed throats, leaving once proud warriors croaking like broken instruments. These were not just physical wounds, they were social scars. Medieval society valued beauty and strength, and deformity was often equated with sin or weakness. A man who survived disfigured carried not only pain but stigma, an exile in plain sight. One cannot ignore the psychological toll. Survivors of duels often lived with nightmares, haunted by the faces of the men they killed or the screams of the crowds. They carried guilt, shame, and fear, emotions rarely recorded in chronicles but hinted at in letters and confessions. Some never fought again, retreating into monasteries or wandering as hermits. Others drowned their memories in drink, their scars hidden under ale but never truly forgotten. In this way, the duel's wounds extended beyond flesh. They carved themselves into the soul. The cruel irony was that these injuries were sometimes celebrated. A scar was called a mark of honor, proof of courage. Men showed off their missing fingers as if they were medals, while wives wept in private over the hardships it brought. Society preferred to romanticize suffering rather than confront its cruelty. It is not unlike how we speak today of soldiers returning from war, decorated for sacrifice, but left to live with nightmares no metal can erase. The stage changes, but the story repeats. And so, the true tragedy of medieval duels is not simply that men died. It is that so many lived on, broken in body and spirit, forced to carry the weight of choices that society demanded of them. Honor was preserved, perhaps, but at the cost of everything else: mobility, vision, dignity, peace. And in this reality lies a haunting truth. Victory in a duel often meant surviving long enough to realize you had lost far more than your opponent. The crowd might forget once the blood dried, but the survivor never could. Which leads us to the bitter paradox of these encounters. A man could emerge as the victor, hailed by all as triumphant, yet walk away diminished, scarred, and haunted. To win did not always mean to escape. Sometimes the cost of victory was simply another form of loss, a burden carried until the grave. Victory in a medieval duel was never as simple as walking away with your head held high and your honor intact. In fact, many who won soon discovered that triumph carried its own hidden curses. To outsiders, the survivor was the victor, the one chosen by God, the man whose reputation was cleansed in blood. But behind the applause, behind the cheers of the crowd and the nods of nobles, lay a darker truth. Winning often meant losing more than one could ever imagine. The wounds, the guilt, the consequences, these were the invisible prices of success. Start with the physical cost. To win, a man had to fight with every ounce of strength, every desperate move until his opponent fell. But the very act of surviving usually left him battered, sometimes permanently. A victorious knight might limp off the field with bones cracked, tendons torn, or joints ruined. Yes, he lived, but he lived diminished. Many victors found themselves unable to fight again. Their careers ended by the very victory that should have secured their legacy. In that sense, the duel punished everyone equally. The dead lost their lives, and the survivors lost their future. It is a cruel irony that triumph could cripple just as thoroughly as defeat. Then came the psychological burden. Killing another man face to face is not something easily forgotten. Chroniclers like to dress it up in noble language, justice delivered by God's hand. But the human heart has a way of remembering the screams, the blood, the pleading eyes. Victors often carried these memories like chains, haunted by the ghosts of those they slew. Some turned to drink, others to prayer, but many simply broke under the weight. Imagine being praised in the marketplace while knowing you had carved the life out of someone's body. The applause rang hollow, and the silence of the night pressed heavier than any armor. Honor, too, was a double-edged sword. Yes, the winner's name might be cleared, but honor was fickle. Today's hero could become tomorrow's villain with a single rumor. A man might survive one duel only to face another, and then another, until victory became its own trap. The stronger you proved yourself, the more challenges you attracted. It was like painting a target on your back. Success invited envy, resentment, and accusations. A man who had once been celebrated could quickly find himself isolated, surrounded by rivals eager to bring him down. In this way, winning chained men to a cycle of violence, each triumph sowing the seeds of the next confrontation. There was also the social cost. Imagine killing a neighbor, a cousin, or even a former friend in a duel. Families did not simply forget. Blood called for blood, and vengeance became its own currency. A winner might leave the field alive, but spend the rest of his days looking over his shoulder, fearing retaliation from brothers, uncles, or sons of the man he had slain. Villages split into factions, alliances crumbled, and what began as a duel of honor could blossom into feuds that lasted generations. Victory may have brought glory for one day, but it often planted the roots of endless conflict. The economic consequences were equally devastating. Duels were expensive, armor was damaged, weapons broken, horses lost. Medical care for wounds drained families of resources, and many survivors returned to homes that could barely afford to support them. Some even mortgaged their lands, or borrowed heavily to prepare for a duel, hoping that victory would restore their fortunes. But what if that victory left them unable to work, or too scarred to command respect in the marketplace? Triumph became a hollow word when your children starved while you sat broken by the fire, clutching the sword that had once won your honor, but now only reminded you of everything lost. Even the applause of the crowd, intoxicating in the moment, faded quickly. A man hailed as brave during the fight could become the subject of mockery weeks later, his scars exaggerated, his victory questioned. Gossip was a weapon sharper than steel. Some survivors found their reputations twisted, their victories reinterpreted as flukes or even evidence of cheating. Society had a cruel talent for rewriting stories, and no man, no matter how victorious, was safe from the whispers that could strip away the very honor he had bled to preserve. And yet, perhaps the greatest loss hidden inside victory was the simple fact of humanity. To survive meant to harden, to carry the knowledge that you had destroyed another life. Some men reveled in it, but many became less than themselves. Their joy dulled, their laughter faded. Wives spoke of husbands who returned from duels as strangers, silent, distant, consumed by shadows. Children feared fathers who once smiled, but now stared through them, lost in memories of the duel. Triumph, it turned out, was often the birth of lifelong exile, not from society, but from one's own peace of mind. There are countless stories in the Chronicles that capture this paradox. A nobleman might win a duel and earn land, only to die of infection weeks later, leaving his family with neither husband nor property. Another might survive, but with such disfigurement that his peers shunned him, whispering jokes about his appearance. One tale tells of a knight who defeated his rival spectacularly, only to be assassinated by the rival's family at a feast meant to celebrate his victory. The lesson repeated itself across centuries. Victory was never final, and it was rarely sweet. So when we think of medieval duels, it is tempting to imagine the winner striding off proudly, cheered by the masses. But the truth is darker. Victory was rarely an ending. It was the beginning of new struggles, new burdens, new wounds. It was survival, yes, but survival laced with poison. To win a duel was to step into a cage built of scars, guilt, and endless expectations. And if the crowd cheered loud enough, perhaps the victor could almost believe it had been worth it, at least until the next challenge came. This is why medieval duels remain so haunting. They remind us that triumph and loss are not opposites but companions, bound together by the same blade. In a world where honor demanded violence, even victory carried a price too high to pay. And as the victor limped home, bloodied but alive, he carried not just his honor, but also the terrible knowledge that winning had cost him more than losing ever could. There was one rule in a medieval duel that towered over all others: never stop until someone gave in. Surrender was rarely just an option. It was a breaking point, a moment when pain, exhaustion, and despair outweighed pride. But the truth was that most duels didn't end in a clean kill. More often, they dragged on until both men were heaving for breath, bleeding from half a dozen wounds, their bodies too battered to continue. And in those final moments, the line between surrender and survival became almost invisible. To admit defeat was to embrace shame, but to keep fighting was to gamble everything against death. It was a choice that tested not just strength, but the very core of a man's soul. Picture the scene. Two fighters circling in the dirt, swords heavy in their hands, arms trembling from hours of combat. The crowd that had once cheered wildly now grows restless, waiting for a decisive blow. Sweat stings the eyes, cuts ooze steadily, legs threaten to collapse under their own weight. At some point, the duel stops being about skill and becomes a contest of endurance, of sheer willpower. And that was the cruel brilliance of these encounters. They weren't just about who was stronger or faster, but about who was willing to suffer longer, who could bear humiliation or agony just a few seconds more. Sometimes, surrender came in the form of a weapon clattering to the ground, a hand raised weakly, or a fighter falling to his knees and begging for mercy. But mercy was not guaranteed. In fact, many victors ignored such pleas, claiming later that they hadn't heard them, or that God had urged them to strike the final blow. After all, what better way to silence accusations of cruelty than to say heaven itself demanded the kill? There are chilling records of duelists who surrendered only to be slaughtered anyway, their trust in chivalry repaid with cold steel. The lesson spread quickly: surrender was as dangerous as defiance. This created a strange paradox. Everyone knew the duel was meant to prove honor or truth, but once it began, survival often meant bending or breaking the rules. Some fighters feigned surrender only to lunge forward with a hidden dagger. Others deliberately collapsed, pretending exhaustion, then struck from the ground when their opponent relaxed. These tricks were condemned in theory, but secretly admired in practice. After all, victory was what mattered, and clever deceit could be painted as divine cunning. In a way, the duel was less about following rules than about manipulating them, about knowing how to stretch the thin line between survival and shame. The cruelty of fighting until surrender was compounded by the brutality of weapons. A single blow might not kill but could cripple. Imagine being beaten to the ground, ribs cracked, teeth scattered in the dirt, and still being expected to rise to keep swinging. There are stories of men fighting with broken arms, of others dragging themselves across the field with one leg, spitting blood as they clung to life. One chronicler describes a duel in which both men lost so much blood that they collapsed side by side, neither able to rise, leaving the judges to declare victory based on which body twitched longer. In that moment, surrender was less about choice and more about biology, the body itself betraying the will. What made this endurance even more harrowing was the presence of the crowd. Imagine thousands of eyes boring into you, demanding you keep fighting, demanding a show worth their time. To surrender under such a gaze wasn't just defeat, it was humiliation. A man might accept death more readily than the shame of kneeling before his enemy while his neighbors, his children, and his lord watched. That weight of expectation turned duels into prolonged torture, where men clung to consciousness long past the point of reason simply to avoid being remembered as cowards. Yet surrender had other consequences too. Sometimes it spared a life, but it rarely spared dignity. A man who yielded might be stripped of his armor, forced to crawl, spat on by the crowd. His family's name carried the stain for generations. In some regions, surrender meant not only disgrace, but also legal consequences: forfeiture of property, exile, or imprisonment. To give in was not just to lose the fight, but to lose everything else that made survival worth having. No wonder so many chose to keep swinging until death, for at least in death they could claim honor. And yet, there were moments of humanity hidden within this cruelty. Some victors spared opponents who begged, granting them mercy despite the crowd's thirst for blood. These stories, though rare, were celebrated as examples of true nobility, proof that honor could coexist with compassion. But even then, the survivor's reputation was fragile. Show too much mercy, and whispers might accuse you of weakness. In a world so obsessed with strength, even kindness was suspect, and men had to balance mercy with menace. It was a grim balancing act, where every choice had a cost. This constant tension between survival, surrender, and shame turned duels into living nightmares. No matter how they ended, someone always lost more than they gained. A man could die with honor, but leave his family destitute. Another could live in disgrace, his children mocked in the streets. Victory was fragile, defeat devastating, and surrender often worse than both. The duel promised resolution, but it rarely delivered peace. It left scars, debts, and ghosts that haunted long after the field had emptied. And that is perhaps the cruelest truth of all. Medieval duels were less about deciding truth than about testing endurance, dragging men to the very edge of their humanity, and sometimes beyond. To surrender was to risk annihilation of the self. To fight on was to gamble with death. And to win was to inherit a burden that few could carry. No matter the outcome, the duel was a reminder that honor demanded more than blood. It demanded everything. And when the dust settled, what remained was not justice, but the hollow shell of men who had given more than they could ever reclaim. The choice of weapons in a medieval duel was never just a practical decision. It was a statement, a manipulation, sometimes even a death sentence decided before the first strike. To imagine two men meeting fairly, each armed with equal tools, is to imagine a fantasy that rarely existed. In reality, the weapon selected often dictated the outcome, and those who controlled the rules, lords, kings, or judges, used this power to shape not only the fight, but also the message it sent. Behind every blade, every club, every sharpened spear was politics, cruelty, and theater. Sometimes the fighters themselves chose their weapons. This might seem like fairness, but it was a trap wrapped in courtesy. A seasoned knight, trained since boyhood in the art of swordplay, would naturally select a longsword, ensuring the duel leaned toward his expertise. A peasant with little more experience than swinging tools in a field might opt for a cudgel or farming implement, but how could that compare to forged steel tempered in royal armories? The very choice revealed the inequality of the duel. What seemed like freedom was often a cruel reminder of class. To fight with the weapon you knew best was not equality. It was survival against impossible odds. In other cases, weapons were assigned by law or decree, and here the cruelty became theatrical. One famous account describes a nobleman and a commoner locked in combat. The noble, astride a horse, wielded a lance, while the commoner, barefoot and standing in a muddy pit, was given only a wooden club. Supposedly, this leveled the playing field, at least according to the judges. But the truth is that it turned the duel into farce, with one man armed for war and the other reduced to an animal scrabbling for survival. When the club snapped, as it inevitably did, the crowd cheered louder as though the spectacle of futility was the real entertainment. Weapon choice was also symbolic. The sword, for instance, carried not only sharpness, but sanctity. It was blessed by priests, decorated with prayers, and viewed as an extension of justice. To die by the sword was almost to die by God's hand. But other weapons told different stories. The axe carried the stench of execution, a reminder of public beheadings. The mace spoke of raw brutality, crushing rather than slicing, reducing a man's body to ruin without the dignity of a clean cut. And then there were polearms, towering weapons that looked magnificent but were chosen precisely because they prolonged suffering. A spear could keep an opponent at bay for minutes, teasing the crowd with near misses before finally plunging into flesh. Even stranger were the regional traditions. In some Germanic courts, a man accused of lying might be forced to fight with stones sewn into cloth sacks, bludgeoning each other until one collapsed. In Italian city-states, combatants might be tied together by one arm, forced to grapple with daggers in a grotesque parody of brotherhood. In France, judicial duels sometimes allowed mounted knights to charge each other with lances until one was unseated, reducing disputes of law to the chaos of a jousting field. Each region turned weapon selection into its own ritual, but the underlying theme was the same: cruelty disguised as justice. The audience, of course, played no small part in this. People wanted spectacle, and weapon choice provided it. A duel fought with swords might end quickly, but one fought with blunt weapons, where men battered each other into pulp, promised a longer show. The crowd cheered for shields splintering, for helmets denting, for blood drawn slowly rather than all at once. This appetite influenced the judges, who sometimes suggested weapons designed to entertain rather than to resolve disputes. The duel was never just about truth. It was also about keeping the crowd satisfied, and steel became the script of a bloody play. And yet, weapon choice could backfire. There are stories of peasants turning farming tools into deadly surprises. A scythe, awkward and unwieldy, could hook an opponent's leg and topple him in an instant. A hammer, meant for nails, could crush a helmet more effectively than a sword's edge. One legend tells of a blacksmith who entered the lists with nothing but his smithing hammer and, through sheer fury and strength, smashed the nobleman's ornate sword in two. The crowd erupted in disbelief, and for a brief moment the illusion of divine order cracked, revealing the possibility that cruelty could be undone by improvisation. Still, these exceptions only highlight the rule. Weapon choice was often a stacked deck designed to favor one side and humiliate the other. It turned duels into contests not of honor, but of manipulation, where the outcome was written before the first blow landed. And for the fighters, this reality was crushing. Imagine walking into a duel already knowing that your weapon would betray you, that your opponent's blade was sharper, longer, swifter. You fought anyway, because refusal meant disgrace, but deep down you carried the certainty that the dice were loaded. That quiet despair was as much a wound as any blade could deliver. The cruel brilliance of weapon choice was that it preserved the myth of fairness. Outwardly, both men carried something in their hands, and the crowd could pretend that meant equality. But the reality was brutal. One weapon promised swift death, the other prolonged humiliation. And, in the middle of it all, the fighter was reduced to an actor in a script written not by God, but by lords and judges who saw his suffering as entertainment. This is why the choice of weapons mattered so much. It was never about the duel itself, but about the message it carried. Weapons declared who was powerful and who was expendable, who was noble and who was base. They shaped not just the fight, but the memory of it, ensuring that victory and defeat echoed long after the blood was cleaned from the field. And once the weapons were chosen, there was no turning back. Steel was drawn, the crowd fell silent, and the brutal dance began, a dance where even the strongest arms could fail if fate or cruelty dictated the terms. There was always a great divide in medieval duels, one that could decide everything before the first strike, whether the combatants fought on horseback or on foot. It might seem like a simple detail of setting, but in truth, it was the line between spectacle and slaughter, between noble pageantry and raw brutality. Mounted duels and duels fought on the ground told entirely different stories, yet both revealed the same truth, that the conditions of combat often mattered more than the combatants themselves. Mounted duels carried a certain grandeur. Picture it. 2 knights, astride massive war horses, banners fluttering in the wind, lances lowered like bolts of thunder. The sheer weight of horse and rider was enough to shatter bones with a single impact. To see them charge across a field was to witness not just combat, but theater, a carefully choreographed storm of steel and muscle. For the crowd, it was dazzling, almost poetic. For the fighters, it was terrifying. Horses panicked, lances splintered, and more often than not, the first clash sent men tumbling into the dirt, dazed and gasping, with armor dented and bones cracked before swords were even drawn. The horse itself was as much a weapon as any blade. A trained destrier could trample an opponent, bite, or kick with devastating force. Knights spent years building bonds with these animals, trusting them with their lives. But this bond was also a vulnerability. If the horse faltered, if it stumbled in mud or was struck down by a lucky blow, the knight was suddenly exposed, his grand entrance reduced to a humiliating crash. Chronicles are filled with stories of nobles unseated early, crawling on hands and knees while the crowd laughed and jeered. The mighty knight became, in an instant, just another man in the dirt. On foot, the duel looked entirely different. Without the horse's height and momentum, combat became slower, grittier, and far more personal. Fighters stared directly into each other's eyes, circling, feinting, lunging, their breaths ragged and visible in the cold air. There was no thundering charge, no instant of cinematic clash, only the grinding rhythm of men locked in a battle of attrition. Steel scraped against steel, mud clung to boots, and blows landed with sickening finality. If mounted combat was the stuff of legend, dueling on foot was the raw reality of human endurance. Class determined much of this divide. Nobles preferred mounted duels because they emphasized status and training. Only a wealthy knight could afford the war horse, the armor, and the years of preparation needed to control them. To fight on horseback was to announce one's superiority before a blow was even struck. Commoners, by contrast, fought almost exclusively on foot, armed with whatever tools or crude weapons they could muster. This separation ensured that duels reflected not only personal honor, but also social hierarchy. The horse was not just an animal, it was a throne, a declaration that one fighter's life mattered more than the others. Yet the advantage of horseback was not absolute. Horses were unpredictable. A loud noise, a flash of steel, or even the scent of blood could send them rearing or bolting. There are accounts of knights thrown violently from their saddles, bones snapping on impact before the duel had truly begun. In those cases, the contest quickly shifted from mounted elegance to the desperate scrabble of men in the mud, armor dented, pride shattered. And here lies the irony. Many duels decided in the saddle ended in the dirt, proving that no matter how grand the entrance, every fight eventually came down to the human body, fragile and exposed. The choice between mounted and foot combat also shaped the audience's expectations. Spectators thrilled at the thunder of hooves, the spectacle of charging knights, but they leaned forward even more eagerly when the fight collapsed into a hand-to-hand struggle. A knight unhorsed was a moment of drama, a fall from grace that electrified the crowd. It was almost comic in its cruelty. One moment, a man looked like a god on horseback. The next, he was rolling in the mud like a drunkard, his opponent looming over him. The audience loved the contrast, for it reminded them that even the mighty could be humbled in an instant. In terms of outcomes, mounted duels often ended quickly. The momentum of a charge could pierce armor, shatter ribs, or snap spines in seconds. By contrast, duels fought on foot dragged on, sometimes for hours, until exhaustion or blood loss forced a conclusion. Each style carried its own dangers. To fight mounted was to risk a catastrophic fall. To fight on foot was to risk a slow, agonizing death by inches. Neither path offered safety, only different flavors of peril. Consider the psychological dimension. On horseback, a fighter had distance, at least for a few moments, before the first clash. There was time to gather courage, to pray, to breathe. On foot, there was no such luxury. Your opponent's eyes were always there, unblinking, watching. The intimacy of it was unbearable. Many chroniclers note that fighters on foot often hurled insults, curses, even jokes at each other during combat, perhaps as a way to mask fear. In mounted duels, the charge left little room for words, only the deafening roar of hooves and the splintering of lances. Weapon choice also shifted depending on the ground. Mounted fighters favored lances and swords, weapons that exploited speed and reach. On foot, heavier weapons, axes, maces, polearms, became more common, their crushing power better suited for close-quarters struggle. The ground itself could betray a man, a slip in the mud, a stumble over uneven earth, and victory turned to defeat in an instant. Chronicles even describe duels where rain transformed the field into a swamp, combatants slipping and flailing so comically that the crowd laughed as much as they gasped. It was proof that even in life and death contests, the absurd had its place. And in both cases, horse or foot, the duel carried the same inescapable truth. The fighter was not only battling his opponent, but also the conditions, the expectations, the whims of fate. Mounted combat promised glory, but one wrong move meant humiliation. Fighting on foot promised control, but at the cost of endless fatigue and pain. Either way, the duel tested not only skill but adaptability, forcing men to confront their own vulnerability in front of the eyes of all. The contrast between mounted duels and those fought on foot is a reminder that honor was never absolute. It was shaped by circumstance, by wealth, by the whims of animals and weather. Victory on horseback might look like divine favor, but it often came down to a horse that didn't stumble. Triumph on foot might look like strength of spirit, but it was often nothing more than endurance beyond reason. In the end, both forms of combat exposed the same fragile truth. Beneath the armor, every man was breakable. And as these battles raged on, another question loomed. How much protection did that armor really offer? And at what point did it become more burden than blessing? Armor, in the medieval imagination, was supposed to be the ultimate safeguard, the shining shell that transformed fragile human flesh into something invincible. To don a suit of plate was to step into legend, to become one of those glittering figures from song and tapestry, immune to fear and impervious to death. At least, that was the fantasy. The reality was far messier, far heavier, and far more suffocating. The truth is that armor often protected a man less from his opponent than from his own terror, and in many duels, it became a prison of steel that drained as much life as it preserved. Consider first the sheer weight. A full suit of plate armor could weigh upwards of 25 to 30 kilograms, spread across shoulders, chest, and limbs. It was designed to distribute that load, yes, but no matter how carefully crafted, it pressed down with relentless force. Standing still was one thing. Fighting, swinging weapons, running, and grappling while encased in metal was quite another. Imagine carrying a small child strapped across your body while trying to sprint in the mud. That was the sensation. The stronger you were, the longer you lasted, but even the fittest knights felt exhaustion seeping in within minutes. Victory often went not to the sharper blade, but to the fighter who could outlast the slow suffocation inside his own shell. The heat was its own torment. Armor trapped body warmth with merciless efficiency. In the sun, it became an oven. In the cold, a damp freezer. Sweat poured from fighters in rivers, soaking gambesons, dripping into eyes, blurring vision at the worst possible moment. Many duelists fainted, not from blood loss, but from dehydration and heat exhaustion. Chroniclers record knights collapsing mid-fight, their opponents standing stunned, unsure whether to strike or simply let nature finish the job. It was a cruel irony. Men clad in the finest protection money could buy sometimes fell victim to their own body heat before a single blade touched them. Breathing was another nightmare. Helmets offered protection, but at the cost of oxygen. The visors, so iconic in paintings, funneled air in narrow streams, turning each breath into a shallow rasp. In the chaos of combat, when adrenaline spiked and lungs begged for air, many fighters felt as though they were drowning behind their visors. Some lifted them for relief, only to expose their faces to fatal strikes. Others fought on half-suffocated, vision narrowed, the world ringing with the echo of their own breath. To fight inside a helmet was to exist in a private chamber of panic, cut off from the world except for slits of light and the roar of steel. And armor was far from invincible. Yes, it could deflect a sword's edge or absorb the shock of a mace, but every defense had its counter. Gaps at the armpits, groin, or neck became deadly targets. Pole arms could hook a knight's joints and drag him down. Warhammers were designed specifically to crush plate, focusing all their force into tiny points. To the audience, knights looked indestructible. To the fighters, they knew better. The armor did not erase fear, it magnified it, reminding them that the stronger their shell, the more brutal the weapons arrayed against it. Protection was always partial, and the gap seemed to grow wider the longer a fight dragged on. Then there was the humiliation. If a knight fell in full armor, rising again was not guaranteed. The weight pinned him to the ground, and if mud sucked at his greaves or a rival pressed him down, he could be rendered helpless. Stories abound of knights flailing like beetles, legs kicking uselessly while the crowd roared with laughter. There is something almost comical about these images, yet the humor masks terror. Many such fighters suffocated face down in the dirt, alive and conscious until the very last gasp. In duels, armor could be both shield and tomb. Maintaining armor was its own ordeal. A well-made suit required endless polishing to prevent rust, endless adjustments to prevent chafing, endless money to keep in working order. For poorer fighters, this was impossible. Their armor was often secondhand, ill-fitting and prone to failure. Straps snapped, joints jammed, helmets wobbled on their heads. Imagine entering combat already aware that your armor might betray you at the first strike. The wealthier combatants had better odds not because they were braver, but because their steel held firm. Once again, armor revealed not equality but class, a reminder that protection was a privilege, not a right. Yet despite all its flaws, armor carried symbolic weight. To walk onto the field encased in gleaming plate was to project invulnerability, even if it was largely an illusion. The crowd gasped at the spectacle, the sun bouncing off polished surfaces, the night gleaming like a walking idol. That moment of awe could unnerve an opponent before the fight even began. But when the duel dragged on, when sweat and blood streaked the once bright steel, when dents and cracks marred the shine, the illusion faded. What had seemed divine became pitiful, a shell crumbling under pressure, reminding everyone that no armor could disguise the frailty within. There were also strange psychological effects. Some knights confessed in letters or chronicles that they felt safer in armor, as though the steel separated them from reality. Encased in a shell, they could pretend the blows didn't matter, that fear could not reach them. But that detachment came at a cost. Numbness, isolation, even carelessness. Others felt the opposite, trapped and suffocated as though every clang on their armor was an echo inside their skull. To live inside steel was to live in distortion, the outside world reduced to noise and flashes of light. And so, while armor promised protection, it often delivered suffocation, exhaustion, humiliation, or betrayal. It was both savior and executioner, friend and foe. It magnified cruelty by prolonging duels, forcing fighters to endure longer, bleed slower, and collapse more painfully. The very thing designed to shield life often became the mechanism of suffering. This paradox haunted medieval combat. The shinier the shell, the heavier the burden. In the end, armor was not the final word in survival. It could buy time, it could sway appearances, it could delay death, but it could never erase the inevitability of blood. The duel always found a way to pierce steel, whether through gaps, fatigue, or sheer force. And once the armor failed, what remained was the raw flesh it had tried to protect, exposed and trembling beneath the gaze of enemies and audiences alike. Which raises a darker question. If armor could not save a man, what then did fighters turn to in search of justice, and why was combat itself treated as the judgment of God? Few beliefs reveal the mindset of the Middle Ages more starkly than the conviction that God himself judged men through combat. To us, it sounds almost absurd that truth and guilt could be decided not by evidence or testimony, but by which man managed to bludgeon the other into the dirt. Yet for centuries, judicial duels were framed as sacred rituals, where swords and lances were nothing less than conduits of divine justice. Victory was not just survival, it was proof that heaven had taken your side. And so, men walked into the lists, not only armed with steel, but with the crushing belief that the eyes of God watched every swing. The origins of this practice were rooted in superstition as much as faith. Trials by fire, by water, by ordeal, all of them followed the same principle. God would protect the innocent and expose the guilty. Combat was simply the most dramatic version of this idea. If two men disagreed about land, betrayal, theft, or even treason, they could settle it in the ring. The winner's word became truth, not because he argued better or brought witnesses, but because he had lived. In this system, theology and violence were braided together until killing a man became a form of testimony and spilling blood was treated as a sermon. The Church, curiously, had an uneasy relationship with this ritual. On paper, priests condemned trial by combat as barbaric, a perversion of justice. But in practice, they often stood at the edge of the lists, blessing the combatants, sprinkling holy water on weapons, and declaring that God would choose rightly. It was a contradiction the medieval mind embraced easily. On Sunday, a priest might preach mercy from the pulpit, and on Monday he would preside over two men trying to cave each other's skulls in, nodding solemnly as though heaven itself swung the mace. The hypocrisy is almost comical, like condemning gambling while running the casino. One of the most infamous examples of this belief comes from France in 1386, the duel between Jean de Carouge and Jacques Legris. Carouge accused Legris of raping his wife, and the case escalated to the king's court. With no clear evidence, Charles VI authorized a judicial duel, declaring that God would reveal the truth. The fight was brutal, lasting for hours. In the end, Carouges killed Legris, and his wife's claim was proven. Had Carouges lost, she would have been burned alive as a false accuser. The fate of an entire family hinged not on reason or investigation, but on which knight's sword found its mark first. That is the kind of justice medieval society accepted. Harsh, theatrical, and terrifyingly arbitrary. For commoners, the stakes were no less grim. A farmer accused of theft might be forced to duel his accuser. Armed poorly, often weakened by hunger, he still had to stand before his village and trust that God would make his arm strong enough to survive. If he won, he was not only acquitted, but sometimes rewarded. If he lost, his death was proof of guilt. Imagine the pressure of knowing that losing a step in the mud or slipping on your own sweat would condemn your soul as much as your body. And yet, people accepted this as fairness because, to them, God's will explained outcomes that otherwise felt meaningless. The theater of divine judgment also gave rulers a convenient excuse to avoid responsibility. Kings and nobles could wash their hands of disputes, claiming they had merely allowed God to decide. If one man lived, justice had been served. If both men died, well, then God had clearly judged them both unworthy. It was a perfect system for those in power. No need for lengthy trials, no messy investigations, just blood on the ground and the illusion of order. In a way, trial by combat was less about discovering truth and more about maintaining control. With God invoked as the ultimate referee, no one could question. The crowd, of course, played into this belief with eagerness. They did not just watch duels as entertainment, they whispered prayers, crossed themselves, and genuinely believed they were witnessing divine intervention. A well-aimed strike was not simply skill, it was the hand of heaven guiding the blade. A sudden stumble was not clumsiness, it was the mark of guilt exposed. It must have been comforting, in a world full of uncertainty, to believe that fate was so clearly visible in the outcome of a duel. Yet comfort is not the same as truth, and countless innocents surely bled under this cruel illusion. But cracks in the belief appeared over time. Too many wealthy men survived, too many poor men fell, and whispers grew that perhaps God's will looked suspiciously like class privilege. Some priests began to speak out more boldly, insisting that divine justice could not be so easily reduced to broken bones. Slowly, trial by combat lost its sacred sheen, but not before centuries of men had been sacrificed to the fiction that heaven swung the sword. What lingers most, though, is the psychology of those who fought under this system. To enter a duel believing that God would decide was to step onto the field with both hope and terror. Hope, because if you lived, you were not only vindicated but sanctified. Terror, because if you died, you carried the eternal label of guilt. There was no middle ground. You were either righteous or condemned, hero or villain, and the deciding factor was not truth but survival. That pressure twisted men's minds, driving them to desperation, to ferocity, to acts of courage or cruelty they might never have committed otherwise. And here lies the heart of the paradox. Trial by combat promised clarity but delivered chaos. It claimed to reveal truth but concealed injustice beneath a veil of piety. It turned violence into law, suffering into theater, and God into a weapon wielded by men. And though the system eventually faded, its legacy remains in the fascination we still feel for duels, in the stories we tell of men proving themselves in combat, in the persistent myth that strength and righteousness are the same thing. But once the idea of God as judge began to crumble, something else rushed in to fill the void, the raw hunger of the crowd, eager not for justice, but for spectacle. There's no denying it. Medieval crowds did not gather to see a polite exchange of blows. They came for blood, and they made no effort to hide it. The spectacle of violence was the true heartbeat of duels, and nothing thrilled an audience more than the decisive, dramatic moment when steel sliced through flesh. Heads rolling into the dirt, blood spraying against sunlight, bodies collapsing in grotesque angles. These were the sights that brought people to their feet, screaming with a mixture of awe, horror, and joy. It was theater at its rawest, where human suffering became entertainment. Imagine the sound of it. Thousands gathered around a field, silence gripping them as the fight reached its climax. Then the final blow lands. A head is severed cleanly, tumbling like a grotesque ball across the ground. The crowd erupts, not with sorrow or disgust, but with cheers as loud as those we reserve today for goals in a stadium. To them it was not just death, but justice, victory, and catharsis all at once. Some even rushed forward afterward, eager to glimpse the fallen body, to dip cloths in the blood as souvenirs, treating gore as relics. If modern sports fans wave flags or wear jerseys, medieval fans wore their delight in more macabre ways. The fascination with decapitation was particularly strong. Beheadings were swift, clear, and visually dramatic, the perfect ending to a duel. A sword raised high, a flash of steel, and in a single moment, truth and honor seemed resolved. Chroniclers lingered on these details, writing breathlessly about the clean cut of a blade, the shocked expressions frozen on severed faces. One account even describes a knight holding up his opponent's head to the cheering crowd, parading it as proof that not only had he won, but that God had smiled on him. It was a gruesome trophy, but in that moment, it was also applause made flesh. Blood itself became part of the ritual. The sight of crimson soaking the earth reassured spectators that something important had taken place. No blood meant disappointment. People grumbled when duels ended too quickly. when wounds were minor or fatal strikes landed without spectacle. One chronicler records an audience booing when a man yielded before serious injury, demanding that the fight continue until the ground was painted red. Justice was not enough. They wanted theater, and theater required gore. To put it bluntly, truth was invisible, but blood could be seen, and seeing was believing. The appetite for violence went beyond fascination. It was communal. Crowds bonded over the shock of seeing flesh split open, much as we today bond over watching shocking scenes in films or sporting upsets in arenas. People laughed, gasped, covered their mouths, then immediately retold the story to neighbors, exaggerating details until the duel became legend. A man who lost his head in the morning would be spoken of by sunset as though his death had been witnessed by saints and spirits. In this way, violence not only entertained but also glued communities together, creating stories they carried long after the blood had dried. Children, disturbingly, were not spared from this education. They stood at the front, lifted onto shoulders, wide-eyed as they watched men cut down. Parents justified it as teaching them what honor meant, what courage required. But one wonders what impressions lingered in those young minds. Perhaps they learned that life was cheap, that reputation was worth more than survival. Perhaps they learned to cheer before they learned to cry. It is a chilling thought, and yet it explains how cycles of violence reproduced themselves generation after generation. Of course, not every crowd was unified in delight. Some spectators fainted at the sight, others turned away, sickened. Yet even their horror added to the drama. Those who gagged or wept became part of the spectacle, reminders of the duel's power to overwhelm. And, in truth, even those who claimed disgust often returned for the next fight, unable to resist the magnetism of bloodshed. Violence has always carried that paradoxical allure. We recoil from it, yet we cannot look away. Medieval society simply embraced this paradox openly, without apology. There were even moments when the crowd demanded more violence than the fighters themselves wanted to give. If combatants hesitated, circling cautiously, the audience jeered, mocking them as cowards. They shouted for blood, urged on strikes, demanded the kill. In this way, the duel became not just a contest between two men, but a performance for the masses, a dialogue between blade and cheer. Fighters who ignored the audience risked disgrace, no matter how skillful their victory. To satisfy the crowd was as important as to survive, and this turned many duels into drawn-out exhibitions designed to elicit gasps, rather than end quickly. The macabre obsession sometimes bordered on absurdity. Chroniclers record people rushing to touch the blood-soaked earth, believing it carried luck or divine power. Some even collected teeth, bone fragments, or scraps of clothing from the slain as charms. In one infamous account, women dipped handkerchiefs into pools of blood to keep as tokens, as if the suffering of strangers could become intimate souvenirs. It sounds grotesque to us, but it was entirely natural to them, a way of carrying the spectacle home, of making the violence personal. And yet, beneath all this fascination lay a darker truth. The crowd's hunger for gore shaped the duels themselves. Judges, lords, even kings knew that to disappoint an audience was dangerous. Public order relied on satisfying the people's craving for spectacle. And so, fights were encouraged to continue past reason, blows were allowed to land long after surrender was clear, and the most dramatic endings were celebrated as the most righteous. In short, justice bent to entertainment, and blood was the currency that kept the system alive. It is tempting to shake our heads at such barbarism, to imagine ourselves above it. But are we really so different? Today we flock to movies, games, and arenas where simulated violence thrills us in safety. The only difference is that our spectacles end in applause while theirs ended in death. Medieval duels simply stripped away the illusion, showing us plainly what human beings have always been, creatures enthralled by blood. And once the crowd's thirst was satisfied, another, even harsher reckoning awaited. The price losers paid beyond their lives the punishments that lingered even after death. Defeat in a medieval duel did not end with a man lying in the dirt. Death was only one of the possible outcomes, and in many ways it was the least complicated. Losing meant more than losing breath. It meant losing dignity, property, legacy, and often even the bodies of the defeated were turned into grotesque messages for others. If victory carried hidden curses, then defeat carried very public punishments, and society relished in watching a loser stripped not only of life but of everything that had once defined him. The first and most immediate price was mutilation. Even if a loser surrendered before death, mercy was often conditional. Fingers might be hacked off to prevent him from ever holding a weapon again. Ears or noses could be sliced away as visible brands of shame, ensuring he carried disgrace with him for the rest of his days. Chroniclers record men who were forced to crawl back to their villages, maimed and disfigured, their very appearance announcing failure to everyone they passed. These mutilations were not random cruelty. They were calculated punishments, designed to make dishonor permanent, carved into the body itself. Humiliation was equally brutal. Some losers were paraded through towns, stripped of armor, tied in chains, mocked by the same crowds who had cheered their courage an hour before. Imagine walking barefoot on cobblestones, your face swollen from blows while children pelted you with rotten food and women shouted curses. Survival became worse than death when every glance reminded you of your defeat. In a culture where honor defined identity, public humiliation was not just punishment, it was social erasure. The loser ceased to be a man in the eyes of others. He became a living cautionary tale. For nobles, the consequences reached deeper. Lands and titles were often wagered in duels, and defeat meant losing not just personal honor but entire estates. Families who had lived for generations on a piece of land could be evicted overnight because their lord lost a fight. Wives and children who had no part in the combat bore the punishment, reduced to beggars while their victor claimed everything. The duel, framed as a matter of personal honor, thus destroyed entire lineages. One misstep in the mud, one unlucky blow, and centuries of inheritance could vanish. It was a cruel lottery where fortune was decided by muscle and steel, yet entire communities paid the price. There are chilling records of losers being executed even after surrender, not because they resisted, but because the crowd demanded blood. A man who yielded too soon might be accused of cowardice and killed anyway, his body hung on display as proof that disgrace was worse than death. Heads of defeated fighters were sometimes placed on spikes outside city gates, not to celebrate the victor, but to shame the vanquished. The message was clear: defeat meant annihilation in every sense, physical, social, and symbolic. The psychological toll was no less severe. Men who survived their losses often lived in exile, unable to face their families or communities. They carried the weight of disgrace like a second wound, invisible but no less crippling. Letters and chronicles speak of duelists who entered monasteries, retreating into silence, or who wandered as mercenaries, trying to rebuild honor in foreign lands. But the stain rarely faded. In the medieval mind, defeat was not simply a result of bad luck. It was divine judgment, proof that God himself had declared you unworthy. And how could any man escape a verdict from heaven? Some losers tried to resist the consequences, appealing to kings or bishops for clemency. Occasionally such mercy was granted, but more often the pleas were ignored. To question the outcome of a duel was to question the will of God, and few dared to challenge such a narrative. Even if the victor showed mercy, society rarely did. The whispers, the rumors, the smirks followed the defeated wherever he went. The duel was not just a fight in the moment, it was a brand that marked reputations for life. The communal aspect of defeat was perhaps the cruelest. Families bore shame alongside the fighter. Wives were mocked, children bullied, relatives shunned. A man's personal loss infected his entire bloodline, ensuring that dishonor stretched across generations. Stories of infamous defeats became folklore, told and retold until the names of the losers became synonymous with cowardice or treachery. It was a kind of immortality, but one twisted into ridicule rather than glory. And yet, defeat was not always absolute. There were rare cases where a loser, though maimed or stripped of land, found new ways to live. Some became poets, chroniclers, or monks, reshaping their legacy not through combat, but through words. Their defeats became cautionary tales that still resonate centuries later. But these were exceptions. For most, the price of losing was so severe that death itself seemed merciful in comparison. What makes the medieval duel so haunting is precisely this imbalance. Victory was never clean, but defeat was catastrophic. It was not just about who struck the final blow, but about how society devoured the loser afterward. Blood was only the beginning. The true punishment lay in the slow erosion of identity, the dismantling of everything a man held dear. In this sense, the duel was never just two men fighting. It was a machine of destruction that consumed families, lands, and legacies. And if losing brought such ruin, one might ask, what then did victory truly offer? Because as we have seen, even winners often paid prices of their own, which leads us to the deeper tragedy of medieval combat, the paradox that triumph and disaster were often indistinguishable, both leaving scars that no amount of honor could ever erase. Winning a duel should have been the end of the story. The crowd cheered, the opponent lay dead or broken, and the victor stood as the living embodiment of honor. Yet, in the strange theater of the Middle Ages, triumph was never safe from a more insidious enemy, rumor. A blade could wound flesh, but whispers could strip a man's dignity far more effectively, lingering long after the bruises healed. Victory on the field could be undone in taverns, marketplaces, and courtly halls where tongues wagged freely. And once suspicion spread, it could ruin reputations faster than any sword. Consider the mechanics of gossip in that world. Town criers, minstrels, servants, even passing merchants, all of them carried stories from one village to the next. A duel that ended in dramatic triumph in one place could, within a week, be recast elsewhere as suspicious, dishonorable, or even cowardly. Did you hear he only won because the sun blinded his opponent? They say his blade was sharpened with poison. Someone swore he bribed the judges. The details hardly mattered. Once spoken aloud, rumors took on lives of their own. And unlike wounds, no amount of armor could shield a man from this invisible assault. The cruelty was that the bigger the victory, the more fertile the soil for whispers. If a fighter dispatched his opponent too quickly, people murmured that the duel had been fixed. If it lasted too long, some claimed he lacked true skill. If he fought dirty, the crowd cheered in the moment but criticized afterward. It was a no-win situation. Triumph on the field could easily be reframed as weakness, manipulation, or sheer luck. And in a society where honor was everything, such whispers could erase the very gains the duel was supposed to secure. History offers bitter examples. In 1409, a knight named Jörg Tannstetter reportedly defeated his rival in a judicial duel with a single devastating blow. The victory should have cemented his reputation, but within weeks, rumors swirled that he had hidden blades sewn into his gauntlets, giving him an unfair advantage. No evidence ever surfaced, yet the accusation clung to him like a shadow. He had won the fight, but he lost the respect of his peers, who whispered that God had not favored him after all. His family's honor withered not from defeat, but from suspicion. Even kings were not immune. In some duels authorized by monarchs, the outcome was so politically convenient that rumors of corruption spread immediately. Was the duel truly God's judgment, or had the outcome been decided before the first blow? The answer mattered less than the question itself. For once, doubt was raised. No victory was secure. A knight who triumphed under such suspicion might find himself winning the field, but losing influence in court, his name stained by talk of trickery. The psychological toll of this was immense. Imagine surviving the terror of combat, carrying the weight of guilt for having killed, and then hearing your neighbors whisper that your victory was not deserved. The cheers of the crowd faded quickly, but the muttered doubts lingered in doorways and marketplaces. For many, this became worse than wounds. A scar on the face could be worn as proof of bravery. A rumor in the air could not be controlled. It floated freely, shifting shape, impossible to confront head-on. How do you duel an invisible enemy? Worse still, rumors could spread across generations. A man might die believing himself vindicated, yet his children or grandchildren could inherit stories of dishonor. Wasn't your grandfather the one accused of cheating? Such whispers eroded legacies, poisoning bloodlines. Honor, once tarnished, rarely recovered. The duel had been meant to clarify truth, but gossip blurred it again, leaving families trapped in a haze of suspicion they could never fully escape. Crowds contributed to this cruelty because they loved drama even more than justice. A clean victory was less entertaining than a scandal. People wanted to believe in hidden poisons, bribed judges, secret betrayals. It made for better stories around the fire. In that sense, rumor was an extension of spectacle, the duel continuing long after the swords were sheathed, and while blood dried quickly, whispers never did. They circulated endlessly, reshaping the past to suit the audience's thirst for narrative. This paradox, that a man could win and still lose, haunted duelists. It revealed the fragility of honor, how it could be elevated in one moment and destroyed in the next without a single blow struck. Fighters who entered the lists knew they risked death, but many also feared the longer shadow of rumor, the possibility that even victory might betray them. They swung their blades not just against flesh, but against the invisible army of gossip waiting beyond the field. The bitter truth is that duels never truly ended when one man fell. They continued in the mouths of those who watched, in the retellings that twisted details, in the suspicions that attached themselves like leeches to reputations. And this meant that every duel carried two battles. One fought with steel in the dirt, and another fought with words in the streets. The first could be survived. The second could rarely be won, which leads us to the darkest realization of all. Honor was never truly decided in combat. It was decided in the stories told afterward, in the way society chose to remember or distort the fight. And when memory itself became a weapon, the duel was not a solution to conflict, but the beginning of endless struggles. That truth explains why, even as men tried to preserve dignity through violence, they often found themselves ensnared in legacies of doubt and betrayal that outlasted them. And if even victory could not guarantee peace, what hope did any fighter truly have when stepping into the lists? Dueling between knights and dueling between peasants were, in theory, the same ritual. Two men facing each other, armed with weapons, fighting until one yielded, fell, or died. In practice, however, they were worlds apart. The gap between noble and commoner defined not only the tools and the stage, but also the meaning of the duel itself. Knights fought with the weight of lineage, chivalry, and spectacle on their shoulders, while peasants fought with desperation, humiliation, and the knowledge that their lives were far more disposable. To compare the two is to see medieval society laid bare, a system where even violence reflected hierarchy. For knights, the duel was drenched in ceremony. Trumpets blared, banners waved, priests blessed their blades, and chroniclers scribbled eagerly, ready to record the details for posterity. Knights wore gleaming armor, fought on horseback or on foot with finely forged weapons, and did so in front of large audiences. Their duels were theatrical, sometimes even staged to impress kings or to settle noble disputes in ways that entertained the crowd. A knight's honor was a public commodity, and duels were the stage on which he performed his courage. Win or lose, his fight became a story, one that could elevate or diminish his family's reputation for generations. Peasants, by contrast, had none of this grandeur. Their duels often took place in muddy fields with few witnesses beyond their village, and their weapons were crude. Sticks, farming tools, clubs, or knives passed from hand to hand. There were no priests blessing them, no heralds announcing them, no chroniclers immortalizing them in ink. For peasants, duels were rarely about honor in the noble sense. They were about survival, about proving innocence when accused of theft, adultery, or betrayal. A peasant fought not to preserve his name in a chronicle, but to avoid the rope, the stake, or exile. The stakes were just as high as for knights, but the spectacle was stripped of glamour, leaving only raw desperation. The disparity extended to how outcomes were remembered. A knight's defeat might mean humiliation, but it rarely erased him entirely. His lands, allies, or wealth could soften the blow. A peasant's defeat, on the other hand, could annihilate him completely. If he lost, he not only died, but his family lost their livelihood. His children bore his shame, and his body might even be desecrated as a warning. In this sense, a peasant's duel was not just his personal struggle, it was the survival of his entire household condensed into a single fight. That reality made their combats even more tragic, for they carried no banners, no legacy, only the crushing weight of necessity. Consider the weapons again. Knights wielded swords so finely crafted they were considered extensions of their souls. A peasant might enter the lists holding a club fashioned from a broken cart axle, or a hammer still caked with soot from his forge. And yet, there are stories of peasants who turned these tools into instruments of shocking victory. Chronicles tell of blacksmiths smashing through knightly armor with sledgehammers, of shepherds wielding staffs with deadly skill honed from guarding flocks. These moments thrilled common audiences, for they disrupted the natural order, proving that, at least sometimes, brute will could overcome noble steel. But such stories were remembered as curiosities, not celebrated as shifts in justice. Society quickly brushed them aside, as though embarrassed that the lowborn might occasionally defeat the highborn. The treatment of bodies after duels highlighted the divide further. A knight who died in combat was often buried with ceremony, his sacrifice praised as noble, his grave marked with respect. A peasant who died in the same way might be left in a ditch, his corpse a silent reminder of his insignificance. Even in death, the hierarchy endured, ensuring that the duel never truly functioned as an equalizer. Instead, it reinforced class distinctions at every step. And yet, in the rawness of peasant duels, there was sometimes a brutal honesty absent from knightly combats. Without pageantry, without gilded armor, the violence was stripped to its core. Two men, barefoot in the mud, swinging wildly, breathless, clawing for survival. There was no illusion of chivalry here, only the naked reality of human struggle. In a strange way, these fights may have revealed more truth than all the knightly contests dressed up as divine justice. They showed the duel not as spectacle, but as raw desperation, where survival was the only honor that mattered. For knights, duels often ended with songs, poems, and chronicles. For peasants, they ended with silence. The noble duel became legend, woven into the tapestry of medieval memory. The peasant duel disappeared into the earth, forgotten except by the grieving families who carried the scars. This imbalance is perhaps the most haunting part of all. That men of equal flesh and blood could fight with the same courage, spill the same measure of blood, but only one would be remembered. And yet, whether knight or peasant, both shared the same agony when steel cut deep, when bones broke, when lungs gasped for air. Pain recognized no class. Honor might have been distributed unequally, but death and injury were democratic, striking down rich and poor alike. In those moments, when knights rolled in the dirt beside peasants, both stripped of dignity, perhaps the illusion of hierarchy cracked, if only briefly. But the crowd, the judges, and the chroniclers were quick to restore it, ensuring that the duel remained less about truth and more about preserving the fragile theater of social order. This divide between knightly duels and peasant duels tells us something profound about medieval society. Violence was not simply about resolving disputes, it was about reinforcing structures of power. Combat was theater for the nobles, survival for the poor. One carried banners, the other carried scars. Both shed blood, but only one was celebrated for it. And as cruel as this was, even greater cruelty awaited those who lost, for defeat in either world rarely ended on the field. It carried consequences that stretched into mutilation, exile, and humiliation long after the swords were sheathed. Defeat in a medieval duel was rarely the end of suffering. If a man fell in combat, his opponent might grant him a swift death or leave him broken in the dirt. But what followed, the humiliation, was often more terrifying than the duel itself. In many cases, survival after losing meant being stripped, chained, displayed, and executed in ways designed not merely to punish, but to shame. The spectacle of violence did not conclude with the clash of steel. It extended into rituals of degradation that transformed the loser into a living warning. Nudity was among the most common forms of humiliation. A defeated fighter, particularly one of noble birth, might be stripped of his armor and clothing before the eyes of the crowd. To us, it may seem strange to think of nudity as punishment, but in the medieval mindset, clothing was identity. Armor signaled status, wealth, and bravery. Nakedness signaled vulnerability, dishonor, and disgrace. To strip a knight bare before peasants was to erase the very symbols that set him apart. Chroniclers describe the crowd jeering, laughing, pointing, while the defeated man stood exposed, not just physically, but socially. In that moment, his defeat became more than personal. It became communal theater, a stripping away of pride. Chains added another layer to the spectacle. The vanquished were bound in iron and dragged through streets, forced to endure the taunts of children and the spittle of neighbors. Shackles clanked with each step, amplifying the sound of dishonor. For nobles, this was worse than death, for chains were symbols of servitude, and servitude was incompatible with chivalric honor. One might lose a fight, but to be chained was to be transformed from warrior into prisoner, from man of arms into beast on display. The humiliation was deliberate. Society wanted to see the mighty brought low, paraded not as martyrs, but as cautionary tales. Public execution was often the final act of this degradation. The duel might decide guilt, but it did not always deliver death on the field. Sometimes the loser was kept alive just long enough to be marched to a scaffold or gallows. There, before the same crowds who had watched the duel, he was dispatched in ritual fashion, hanged, beheaded, or burned. The transition from battlefield to execution ground blurred the line between combat and punishment. What began as a fight for honor ended as a theater of law, where the condemned man's death served as a performance for the state. The cruelty was not accidental, it was carefully staged. Authorities understood that punishment was most effective when it humiliated, when it seared itself into the collective memory of a community. The sight of a knight stripped naked, chained, and executed did more than punish him. It reminded everyone else of their place. It reinforced hierarchy, obedience, and the terrifying truth that no one, however noble, was safe from disgrace. In this way, humiliation was weaponized, ensuring that fear lingered long after the duel itself was forgotten. Some punishments carried symbolic weight. In Germany, a defeated fighter might be forced to ride backward on a donkey through town, a grotesque parody of knighthood. In France, losers were sometimes tied to stakes and pelted with refuse before their execution. In England, there are accounts of duelists forced to beg for mercy publicly before being put to death, their pleas mocked by spectators. These rituals of humiliation stripped the loser not only of dignity, but of humanity itself. He was no longer a man, but a prop in a morality play, acting out the consequences of defeat for the entertainment and instruction of others. The psychology of this cruelty is revealing. People did not merely want justice, they wanted drama. Watching a man die on the field was thrilling, but watching him dragged through mud, mocked and broken before the final blow provided a narrative arc. It was the difference between a sudden ending and a slow unraveling, and medieval audiences preferred the latter. The duel was not just combat, it was the opening act of a broader performance, one that ended only when the loser had been fully dismantled in body, spirit, and reputation. The treatment of noble losers was especially complex. Sometimes, if the victor was merciful or politically cautious, a defeated knight might be spared execution but still subjected to symbolic humiliation. His sword could be broken before him, his spurs hacked off, his coat of arms defaced. These gestures struck at the heart of knightly identity, reducing him from a figure of chivalry to one of ridicule, and while his life might be spared, his honor was not. In some ways, this was worse, for he had to live with the daily humiliation of being remembered not as a warrior, but as a disgraced relic. Commoners, on the other hand, rarely had such chances. Their humiliation was immediate and terminal. They were stripped, chained, beaten, and often executed on the spot, their bodies displayed as warnings. While nobles might be shamed ceremonially, peasants were shamed brutally, their deaths marked not by symbolism, but by raw cruelty. The double standard reinforced the harsh truth of medieval justice. Class determined not only how you lived, but also how you were humiliated in defeat. Yet, even as society reveled in these humiliations, cracks in the facade appeared. Some chroniclers wrote uneasily of the spectacle, noting that crowds laughed too loudly, jeered too cruelly, as though they enjoyed the humiliation more than the justice. In these accounts, one can sense the faint recognition that punishment had become entertainment, and that honor had been lost not just by the defeated, but by those who mocked him. But such reflections were rare. For most, humiliation was as natural a conclusion to a duel as blood on the field. And so, defeat in a medieval duel was never simple. It was not just a matter of dying or yielding, but of being reshaped into a living or dying symbol of disgrace. Stripped, chained, paraded, and executed, the loser became a spectacle as powerful as the fight itself. His fall reassured the crowd that justice was served, even as it revealed the cruelty lurking beneath their thirst for order. Yet humiliation was not always the end, for sometimes losers fought back in ways more insidious than steel, by using deception, hidden weapons, or surprise strikes, refusing to play their role as passive victims. The sword was supposed to be the great equalizer of duels. Long, gleaming, and sanctified by tradition, It was the weapon most closely tied to notions of honor and chivalry. Knights swore by their swords, priests blessed them, chroniclers immortalized them. But the reality of the duel was rarely so noble. When the sword failed, or when victory seemed out of reach, fighters turned to hidden weapons, tricks, and outright treachery. Beneath the ritual of steel lay a world of daggers tucked into boots, knives strapped under armor, and sudden betrayals that turned duels into grim lessons in pragmatism. To understand this, one must first recognize the desperation of combat. Duels were not tournaments. There was no applause for a graceful loss. Defeat often meant death, mutilation, or lifelong disgrace. With stakes so high, the temptation to cheat was overwhelming. A man who realized his sword arm was failing might reach for a concealed blade, plunging it into his opponent's side when least expected. Chroniclers recorded such moments with horror, but also with fascination, noting that even in a supposedly sacred fight, survival trumped ritual. In that sense, the hidden dagger was not just a weapon, it was a revelation of human fear. The dagger, small and easily concealed, was the most common instrument of betrayal. It could be strapped to the thigh, hidden in a gauntlet, or even sewn into the lining of a tunic. Some duelists kept them sheathed in their boots, ready to be drawn when grappling at close quarters. And grappling happened often. Once swords locked or shattered, combatants fell into each other's arms, rolling in mud, armor scraping, helmets colliding. At such distances, the long sword was clumsy, but the dagger was perfect. A quick thrust under the armpit or visor could end the fight instantly. Many honorable victories were won, not with the sword, but with a blade that had waited silently, concealed until the moment of desperation. There were even darker tricks. Fighters sometimes filed notches into their swords so they could trap or snap their opponent's blade, a maneuver that shocked crowds and left victims defenseless. Others carried powder, lime, or sand hidden in pouches, which they would fling into their opponent's eyes to blind them temporarily. Such tactics were denounced as dishonorable, but when they succeeded, crowds often roared with delight. After all, nothing thrilled an audience more than the unexpected, and a sudden betrayal mid-duel turned a predictable fight into a story that would be retold for years. One infamous case from Italy in the 14th century tells of a duel where a knight, seemingly exhausted, fell to his knees and begged for mercy. As his opponent approached to grant it, the knight drew a concealed stiletto from beneath his armor and drove it through the man's throat. The crowd erupted in chaos, some in outrage, others in exhilaration. The judges debated whether the victory should stand, but in the end, the knight's survival was proof enough. He had lived, his opponent had not, and in the brutal logic of the duel, that was all that mattered. Of course, the presence of hidden weapons revealed the hypocrisy of the entire system. Duels were framed as moments of divine judgment, where God would guide the just man's hand. But what did it mean if victory came from a secret dagger? Did God approve of deception, or did he simply reward survival? Priests and nobles struggled with this question, but the crowds cared little. For them, the duel was less about truth and spectacle, and treachery was simply another kind of drama. These betrayals also exposed the vulnerability of armor. While swords often glanced off plate or chain, daggers could find their way into the tiny openings at joints or visors. Manuals from the period even taught fighters where to aim: the armpit, the groin, the gaps at the knees. The so-called dagger plays became essential parts of martial training, acknowledging openly that when swords failed, daggers would decide the outcome. It was almost comical. Knights trained for years to master the elegant art of the longsword, only for many duels to end with a clumsy wrestling match and a dagger thrust. The irony is that these treacherous tactics, though condemned, were often tolerated. Judges might turn a blind eye if a nobleman employed them, claiming afterward that they had not seen the hidden blade. But when peasants resorted to such tricks, they were condemned as cheats and cowards. Once again, class shaped morality. What was cunning in a knight was dishonor in a commoner. And yet, in the mud and blood of the lists, such distinctions blurred. A dead man could not protest the method of his defeat, and the survivor, no matter how he won, carried the title of victor. For the loser, the sting of betrayal lingered even beyond death. Families of the slain often claimed foul play, sparking feuds that outlasted the duel itself. Rumors of cheating spread quickly, sometimes destroying reputations faster than any wound. A man who relied on hidden daggers might survive the day, but spend the rest of his life haunted by whispers that his honor had been false. In this way, the dagger was a double-edged weapon. It saved lives in the moment, but risked reputations for years to come. And yet, one cannot help but wonder, in a world where defeat meant mutilation, humiliation, and ruin, who would not reach for a hidden blade if it meant survival? The duel's very cruelty encouraged betrayal, forcing men into choices that shattered the illusion of honor. Perhaps that is why so many duels ended not with noble sword strokes, but with sudden, dirty tricks that audiences half condemned and half celebrated. The line between justice and treachery was as thin as the blade of a dagger, and it shifted with every desperate fight. Which leads us to another uncomfortable truth. If men could turn to hidden daggers and deceit within the lists, what stopped others from intervening outside of them? Because in some cases, duels were not just one-on-one struggles, but chaotic contests where allies, spectators, or even family members decided the outcome. And once treachery became acceptable, the door was open for betrayal on an even larger scale. Not all medieval duels dragged on for hours, with fighters collapsing in exhaustion before the final blow. Some ended in the blink of an eye, with one strike so precise, so devastating, that the crowd barely had time to gasp before the loser lay motionless on the ground. These lightning-fast duels carried a strange mix of awe and disappointment, astonishment at the lethal skill of the victor, and frustration from spectators who had expected long, bloody entertainment. But for the fighters themselves, these swift kills were both blessing and curse, merciful in their brevity, yet often haunting in their brutality. The power of a single decisive strike lay not only in strength, but in precision. Medieval weapons were heavy and unwieldy, yes, but in the right hands they became scalpels of destruction. A sword thrust into the narrow gap at the armpit could pierce the lungs in an instant. A mace swung with perfect timing could crush a helmet and the skull beneath in one bone-splintering blow. Even a spear, when aimed with accuracy, could drop a man from horseback before the duel had properly begun. It was skill, training, and perhaps a touch of luck that turned these weapons into instruments of sudden finality. Some of the most shocking accounts come from chronicles, where knights barely managed to raise their swords before being felled. In one German duel, a seasoned warrior raised his blade for the opening strike, only to have his opponent drive a poleaxe through his visor before the crowd even settled into silence. Witnesses described the moment as surreal, one man collapsing lifeless while the other stood frozen, almost surprised by his own success. The judges declared the fight over, but the crowd booed, furious that their spectacle had ended before it began. Justice may have been served, but entertainment had been robbed. Quick victories carried symbolic weight as well. A duel that ended in seconds was interpreted as a sign of divine judgment, proof that God himself had intervened to punish the guilty without delay. Chroniclers praised such outcomes as miracles, noting that heaven had no patience for long trials, yet the same swiftness sometimes bred suspicion. Was the victor truly favored by God, or had the duel been fixed? Whispers spread easily when a fight ended too cleanly, and the survivor often found himself shadowed by rumors of bribery, poison, or hidden treachery. In this way, even a perfect strike could become a source of dishonor. Spectators, ever hungry for gore, often felt cheated by quick endings. They had come to see blood drawn, armor shattered, men staggering in agony. Instead, they were given a sudden collapse, a silence that left them unsatisfied. Some chroniclers note that crowds demanded fights be restarted, or that victors be forced to duel again to earn their triumph. One can almost laugh at the absurdity. Imagine surviving a life-or-death fight only to be told by the audience that it wasn't entertaining enough. Yet this reveals how much the duel had become theater, with fighters serving less as seekers of justice and more as actors in a violent drama staged for public delight. For the fighters, swift duels were often unsettling in their own right. To kill a man with one blow was efficient, yes, but it robbed the combatant of the process of struggle. Many victors reported feeling strangely empty after such encounters, as though they had not truly fought, but simply ended a life by accident. In the adrenaline of combat, hours of tension could dissolve into seconds of silence, leaving the survivor haunted by the swiftness of it all. Sometimes the killer himself seemed more shaken than the audience, staring down at the body and wondering if fate or skill had guided his hand. The unpredictability of these encounters made them legendary. A single misstep, a poorly timed swing, a stumble in the mud. These were enough to decide everything. Training could reduce mistakes, but no man was immune to chance. This is why duelists often spoke of the battlefield as a gambler's table. No matter how prepared, how armored, how skilled, the possibility always loomed that the fight could end before it even began. And when it did, the lesson was seared into every witness. Life was fragile, honor fleeting, and fate cruelly efficient. Interestingly, manuals of combat from the late Middle Ages reveal that masters of arms actually taught students how to end fights as quickly as possible. They emphasized thrusts to weak points, leverage in grappling, and the use of daggers in close quarters. To them, prolonging combat was a mistake. Efficiency was the true art. Yet this practical wisdom clashed with the expectations of crowds and chroniclers who wanted their heroes to endure long struggles. Thus, fighters faced a strange dilemma. Train for speed and efficiency, but risk being accused of trickery if victory came too soon. There are even accounts of quick kills sparking riots. In one French duel, a peasant felled his noble opponent with a single hammer blow to the temple. The crowd erupted, not in cheers, but in outrage, accusing him of witchcraft. The victory was so swift that people refused to believe it could have been legitimate. The peasant, though technically the victor, was executed anyway. His speed mistaken for sorcery, his triumph erased by superstition. Here we see the paradox of the swift duel. The very efficiency that should have been praised became grounds for suspicion or punishment. And yet, these sudden deaths carried an undeniable fascination. They reminded everyone that duels were not simply contests of endurance, but gambles with fate. No matter how heavily armed, no matter how well trained, a single blow could reduce even the proudest knight to silence. The swiftness of such deaths stripped away illusions, exposing the terrifying fragility of life. And in that shock, spectators felt both cheated and humbled, as though they had glimpsed the raw hand of destiny itself. But if some duels ended in an instant, others dragged on endlessly, turning into wars of attrition where blood and sweat flowed until the field became a swamp of suffering. These fights, measured not in seconds but in hours, revealed an entirely different cruelty. The slow grind of exhaustion, where men were not struck down swiftly but worn down to breaking. And in many ways, those endless duels were even more punishing than the ones that ended in a flash. Some duels were over in a heartbeat, a flash of steel and a lifeless body on the ground. Others, however, became trials of endurance so brutal that they resembled punishments rather than contests. These were the duels that dragged on for hours, where men staggered under the weight of their armor, drenched in sweat, bleeding from half a dozen wounds, but still too stubborn or too terrified of disgrace to stop. They fought until their muscles gave out, until their weapons slipped from trembling fingers, until the crowd itself grew restless, wondering which fighter would finally collapse. Exhaustion in these duels was its own form of cruelty. Armor that already weighed as much as 30 kilograms became heavier with every passing minute, turning each step into agony. The gambeson worn beneath soaked up sweat and blood until it clung like a wet shroud. Helmets grew hotter, vision blurred, and breathing turned into shallow, rasping gasps. The sound of such fights must have been haunting. The clang of swords grew slower, the grunts of effort more desperate, until both men resembled beasts dragging themselves toward each other, striking not out of skill, but sheer animal will. Chroniclers often marveled at these endless struggles. One German account from the 15th century describes two combatants who fought from morning until dusk, pausing only when they physically could no longer lift their weapons. By the end, both collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The judges declared the man who twitched last to be the victor. Victory by spasms hardly matched the noble image of chivalry, yet such outcomes were not rare. In truth, many long duels ended less with a killing blow than with one fighter's body betraying him before his opponent's did. The audience's role in these marathons was crucial. At first, they cheered every strike, eager for blood. But as hours passed, impatience grew. Spectators jeered when fighters circled too long, mocked them when they stumbled, even threw food or stones into the lists to encourage action. Imagine the pressure of not only battling exhaustion, but also facing the ridicule of thousands demanding more spectacle. Fighters could not simply stop. They had to endure for as long as the crowd required, even when their bodies screamed for relief. The duel was not only a battle of arms, it was a public performance, and exhaustion itself became part of the show. The brutality of these endless duels left its mark on the human body. Fighters often emerged with permanent injuries, dislocated shoulders, torn muscles, crushed bones. Infection was almost inevitable. In one recorded case, a man who survived a day-long duel died weeks later from fever caused by untreated wounds. His victory meant nothing in the end. The duel had simply extended his suffering. Such stories reveal the hollow nature of triumph in battles of endurance. Surviving the field did not guarantee surviving the aftermath. What makes these duels fascinating is how they blurred the line between combat and torture. Locked in combat for hours, men endured heat, dehydration, and pain that slowly dismantled their humanity. By the end, they often fought like automatons, driven less by strategy than by instinct, barely aware of where they were or why they still stood. Chroniclers sometimes described them as living corpses, stumbling specters who fought beyond reason. It was not uncommon for opponents to lean on each other out of exhaustion, striking weakly while barely able to keep balance. That image, two men propping each other up as they tried to kill one another, sums up the grim absurdity of these marathons. Curiously, combat manuals from the period taught techniques specifically for wearing down an opponent. Feints, grappling, and forcing an enemy to block heavy blows all drained energy, even if they did not draw blood. Masters of arms knew that fatigue was as deadly as steel, and many fighters trained less for swift kills than for outlasting the enemy. In that sense, endurance duels were as much about stamina and patience as they were about strength. A fighter with the lungs of a plowman or the conditioning of a blacksmith could outlast even the most skilled knight. And yet, for all their cruelty, these drawn-out duels fascinated audiences. They became legends, retold as examples of courage and perseverance. In taverns and halls, people spoke of men who fought until they could no longer see, until their hands froze to their weapons, until they fell face first in the mud, still clutching their blades. These stories were less about honor than about human stubbornness, the refusal to yield even when every part of the body demanded surrender. In them, medieval society found a reflection of its own endurance in the face of hardship, its belief that suffering proved virtue. But there was also comedy in the misery. Chroniclers sometimes note spectators laughing as fighters slipped repeatedly in rain-soaked mud, too weak to rise with dignity. Imagine two armored men rolling in muck, slapping at each other with the energy of exhausted children while the crowd jeered. It was both tragic and ridiculous, a reminder that even in life or death struggles, humiliation lingered close at hand. And for the loser, that humiliation was often worse than death itself, as we have already seen. These endless duels reveal something profound. Victory was not always about killing swiftly or striking cleverly. Sometimes it was about dragging oneself further into suffering than the other man could bear. It was about enduring heat, thirst, wounds, and ridicule until someone else broke first. And that makes one wonder, in a system where survival came at the cost of such agony, who truly won? Did either man leave the field with dignity, or were both reduced to husks by the time it ended? What we do know is that whether a duel ended in seconds or dragged on for hours, both kinds left their mark on those who fought and those who watched. One shocked with suddenness, the other wore everyone down with slow cruelty. But both taught the same lesson, that the duel was not about fairness or even justice. It was about pushing human bodies and spirits to their breaking point for the sake of spectacle. And once exhaustion had ground men into shells of themselves, there remained another dimension just as terrifying. The mental strain of knowing the duel was not only about skill and endurance, but also about the performance of identity, of who you were and what you stood for, even as your strength gave way. The figure of the challenger was always the most striking presence in a medieval duel. He was the man who stepped forward first, who demanded combat, who dared to call another out in a world where words could carry the weight of steel. But what did it mean to be that man? Was it courage, the noble spirit of one who risked everything to defend his honor? Or was it desperation, the frantic act of someone cornered with no other path left but to gamble his life in the lists? To understand the challenger is to peel back the layers of pride, fear, and theater that shaped every duel. For knights, challenging someone was supposed to embody courage. The challenger declared to the world that his honor had been insulted, his rights violated, or his lineage questioned, and he would not tolerate it. The act itself was a performance of masculinity and pride. A knight who refused to challenge risked being labeled a coward, his name whispered with contempt in courtly halls. In this sense, courage was less about inner strength and more about meeting social expectations. You were brave not because you wanted to fight, but because society demanded you prove you could. Yet there is a darker side. Many challenges were not acts of bravery, but of sheer desperation. A noble who had lost land might challenge his rival in hopes of reclaiming it. A man accused of a crime, with evidence stacked against him, might demand a duel as a last resort. For peasants especially, challenging an accuser was often the only way to avoid execution, since they lacked money for lawyers or influence at court. Imagine a farmer accused of theft. He could either hang at once or demand combat, praying that somehow God or luck would deliver him. His challenge was not courage in the noble sense, but a gamble born of despair. The challenge itself carried ritual weight. In courts, a glove or gauntlet might be thrown at the opponent's feet. To pick it up was to accept the duel. To refuse was to embrace dishonor. Chroniclers delighted in describing these moments. The silence in the hall, the echo of the glove hitting stone, the sharp intake of breath as the accused stooped to lift it. It was drama, pure and simple, and everyone present knew they were witnessing more than a gesture. They were watching reputations being forged or destroyed in a single act, but courage and desperation often blurred together. Some men cloaked desperation in the language of honor, pretending their challenge was noble when it was nothing more than survival instinct. Others dressed genuine courage in the theater of ritual, making bravery look like arrogance. The crowd, the judges, even the combatants themselves often could not distinguish between the two. Was the challenger brave or foolish, noble or reckless? It hardly mattered. What mattered was that he had demanded the fight, and once the glove was thrown, the machinery of the duel set itself in motion. Curiously, challengers sometimes used the ritual as a weapon of intimidation. To challenge a rival publicly was to force him into a corner whether he wanted the fight or not. Refusing meant dishonor, accepting meant risk of death. It was a cruel power play, a way to control narratives without drawing a blade. In this sense, the challenger was not always the underdog, but sometimes the aggressor, using the system to trap his opponent in a lose-lose situation. Many noble families learned to fear not only insults, but also the gauntlet, for once it was thrown, the chain of fate had begun. There were also challengers who became legends for their audacity. Chronicles tell of men who challenged opponents far above their station, knights who dared accuse lords, squires who demanded combat against seasoned warriors. To the crowd, these figures became almost mythical, the embodiment of defiance, the underdog standing against impossible odds. Some triumphed, shocking the world and proving that courage could topple privilege. Others were crushed brutally, their blood serving as a reminder that audacity was often punished. Both outcomes fascinated spectators, who delighted in the drama of seeing pride clash with power. The psychology of the challenger is fascinating too. To stand before an audience and accuse another was to gamble not only your life, but your identity. If you won, you were vindicated, your bravery celebrated. If you lost, you were condemned as both liar and coward. That tension gnawed at challengers, pushing them into extremes of confidence or madness. Some strutted proudly, performing bravery to mask their fear. Others shook visibly, their voices cracking, their desperation plain. Both kinds were remembered, because in the ritual of the duel, the challenge itself was as important as the fight that followed. It is tempting to romanticize challengers as fearless defenders of justice, but the reality was murkier. Some were genuinely courageous, standing up against injustice at risk of everything. Others were reckless, driven by arrogance or stupidity. Still others were simply desperate, cornered animals lashing out because they had no other escape. The brilliance and cruelty of the duel was that it forced all these motives into the same ritual, disguising them beneath a thin veneer of honor. Once the glove hit the ground, courage and despair looked identical. And this is perhaps why challengers held such a magnetic place in medieval culture. They embodied the contradictions of the duel itself: honor and cruelty, pride and fear, courage and folly. Their act of defiance set the stage, drawing the crowd into the spectacle long before swords clashed. Without challengers, there would be no duels. Without duels, there would be no theater of honor. They were both heroes and fools, admired and mocked, celebrated and pitied. But as much as challengers fascinated the crowd, there was another figure whose role was equally dramatic: the man who accepted. Because in a world where refusing meant cowardice, acceptance was not always voluntary, and those forced into combat often carried burdens just as heavy as those who demanded it. And in their reluctant steps toward the lists, we see a different kind of courage, one not born of choice, but of necessity. In the medieval world, refusing a duel was often more dangerous than accepting one. To walk away from the challenge was not seen as prudence, caution, or wisdom. It was branded as cowardice, a stain that could cling to a man and his family for generations. In societies built on honor, reputation was a currency more valuable than silver, and the refusal to fight was like burning your wealth in front of everyone. People whispered, mocked, and remembered. The wound of an insult could heal, but the scar of cowardice never faded. Honor in that era was not just an abstract ideal, it was a public performance. Every village, court, and kingdom operated on a fragile web of appearances. A man's worth was measured by how others perceived him, and duels were the stage on which this worth was tested. When someone threw down a gauntlet, it wasn't just an invitation to combat, it was a demand to prove yourself in front of your peers. To refuse meant letting that glove sit on the ground while every eye in the room turned toward you, waiting to see if you would bend, stoop, and hide. No armor could protect you from that kind of humiliation. Even kings and nobles were not spared from this pressure. Chronicles tell of monarchs who grudgingly allowed duels, not because they believed in the justice of the fight, but because refusing would make them appear weak. The crowd wanted blood, and to deny them was to risk rebellion, scorn, or political unrest. For knights, the stakes were even higher. To be called a coward meant being unworthy of knighthood itself. Many knights accepted duels they had no chance of winning because death in the lists was seen as cleaner than living with shame. Better to be buried with honor than to live with whispers that gnawed at your name. This pressure was reinforced by ritual. When a gauntlet was thrown and the challenge issued, picking it up was not optional. It was compulsory if you valued your reputation. Refusal was not silence. It was an announcement of weakness, shouted louder than any trumpet. Chroniclers delighted in describing those moments, noting how crowds hissed, spat, or even laughed when a man refused combat. Laughter in that setting was fatal to dignity. A single chuckle could undo decades of service, victories, or loyalty. And in a society where memory was oral and stories spread faster than writers, the shame traveled far beyond the dueling ground. For peasants, the situation was equally cruel. A farmer accused of theft who refused to fight was almost certainly guilty in the eyes of the community. People believed God revealed truth through combat, so declining the fight was proof of dishonesty. Even if the man was innocent, his refusal condemned him socially, often legally. Many chose to risk death rather than face that perception. Because once branded as a coward or liar, survival meant little. The irony was brutal. Refusing a duel to preserve life often destroyed that life anyway, through exile, scorn, or legal punishment. The psychological impact of this pressure was immense. Imagine lying awake at night, weighing the certainty of humiliation against the possibility of death. Men often convinced themselves that God would guide their hand if their cause was just, because believing otherwise was unbearable. Courage, in this context, was less about strength than about the inability to endure shame. Many duelists did not fight because they wanted to, but because they could not bear the looks of their neighbors, the whispers of their comrades, or the judgment of their families. They fought not out of bravery, but out of fear of disgrace. This fear shaped entire cultures. Children grew up hearing stories of men who refused duels, their names spat out like curses, their descendants mocked in marketplaces. The lesson was drilled in early. Better to die with a weapon in hand than to live branded as a coward. Songs, poems, and tales reinforced the idea, celebrating those who fought hopeless duels while condemning those who walked away. Society became complicit in creating a cycle where blood was preferable to shame, where the battlefield was not a place of choice, but of compulsion. And of course, the crowd played its part with relentless cruelty. They didn't just watch, they judged. A man who refused a duel might be jeered, chased from the field, even pelted with stones. In their eyes, refusing meant betraying the very purpose of the event. They had gathered for spectacle, and to deny them was to rob them of justice and entertainment alike. In that way, the audience was as much a weapon as the sword itself, forcing men into the lists even when reason told them not to step forward. The tragedy of this system is that it punished prudence. In a world already full of disease, famine, and war, survival should have been celebrated. Yet those who sought to live by avoiding unnecessary bloodshed were branded as weak, their names erased from honor's roll. The duel became not just a test of arms, but a trap. Damned if you fought, damned if you didn't. The irony, of course, is that many who rushed to prove their courage died quickly, while those who were mocked for cowardice often lived long enough to watch their enemies vanish into the grave. But in the medieval imagination, living with shame was worse than dying with pride. This social pressure reveals something universal. That violence in the Middle Ages was never just physical. It was psychological, communal, and cultural. To refuse combat was not a private choice. It was a public performance of disgrace, and once that disgrace took root, it was almost impossible to erase. Men fought not because they always wanted to, but because the world around them forced their hand. In this way, society itself became the true opponent, pushing men into bloodshed they might otherwise have avoided. And if refusing to fight meant cowardice, then accepting meant carrying another kind of burden, not just the fear of death, but the knowledge that sometimes duels were fought not for love or honor, but for reasons as volatile as desire and jealousy. Which is why so many battles were fought under the banner of passion, duels for love where women became prizes, witnesses, or even instigators of bloodshed. Few things ignited the fire of medieval duels more than love, or perhaps more accurately, the performance of love. Honor, land, and vengeance were all legitimate reasons to fight, but when a woman's name was invoked, the duel gained a sense of heightened drama that drew crowds like moths to flame. The idea of men risking their lives for the favor of a lady fit perfectly into the chivalric ideals of the time. It wrapped blood and brutality in the silk of romance. But if we peel back the layers, these duels for love reveal far more about power, possession, and performance than about genuine affection. In courtly culture, women were often treated as symbols rather than participants. Knights swore they would fight in their lady's honor, carry her token into battle, or defend her reputation against slander. To outsiders, this looked like gallantry. In reality, women frequently had little say in whether their names were used as banners. A lady could wake up one morning to discover that two men had agreed to kill each other because of her beauty, her virtue, or whispered rumor about her conduct. Her role was less that of an agent and more that of a prize, one whose value was defined by the violence men were willing to endure. This theatricality was not lost on the audience. Spectators relished the idea that romance, that most delicate of emotions, could spill blood on the field. To them, these duels were not only fights, but stories, the kind of tales that could be sung by troubadours or whispered in noble halls. They transformed private affections into public entertainment, turning the complexities of desire into something simple. Two men, one woman, one grave. And yet, beneath the spectacle, desperation often lurked. For many men, invoking love was a convenient justification for violence. If one knight envied another's lands, wealth, or status, framing the quarrel as a matter of romance gave it legitimacy. Claiming that a rival had insulted his lady's honor was far more noble than admitting to greed. In this sense, women became shields behind which men hid ambition, lust, or jealousy. They were pawns in games of power, their reputations leveraged as weapons in battles that had little to do with actual affection. There were, however, cases where love and passion truly did drive men into combat. Chroniclers tell of knights who fought bitter duels over women they adored, sometimes against rivals equally smitten. One French account from the 14th century describes two squires who clashed for hours over the right to marry a merchant's daughter, both reduced to bleeding wrecks before one finally fell. The woman, notably, ended up marrying neither victor nor loser, but instead a wealthy neighbor whose pockets outweighed their valor. The irony of such stories was not lost on audiences, who laughed at the futility of bleeding for a love that was never returned. The presence of women at these duels added another layer of tension. Ladies sometimes attended, sitting in galleries or standing with noble families, watching as men fought in their names. Imagine the pressure of striking blows while your supposed beloved watched in silence, her expression unreadable. Was she flattered? Terrified? Embarrassed? Did she pray for your safety or secretly hope you would lose? Chroniclers rarely tell us what the women thought. Their voices were largely absent. But one can sense the awkwardness of their position. placed on pedestals, while having no control over the violence carried out in their honor. Sometimes, women themselves were forced into the role of instigators. A lady whose reputation had been questioned might demand that her husband or brother fight to defend her honor. Failure to do so branded not just the man, but the entire family as weak. In this way, women bore the crushing burden of being both symbols and scapegoats. Their virtue was currency, and any perceived stain had to be washed away with blood. A whispered accusation could cost not only her peace of mind, but also the lives of those closest to her. And what's striking is how often love duels ended in tragedy that satisfied no one. The victor might stand triumphant, yet the lady's reputation remained tarnished by the scandal. The loser's death did not erase the gossip. If anything, it intensified it. Worse still, the woman herself might be blamed for causing the violence, her name forever linked to bloodshed she never sought. Romance, instead of elevating her, often shackled her to consequences beyond her control. And yet, despite these tragedies, the idea of love as a justification for combat persisted because it made for compelling stories. Troubadours composed songs about knights who fought for ladies' favors, weaving tales where love ennobled violence. Audiences wanted to believe that duels for love proved devotion rather than exposed insecurity. It was easier to romanticize blood than to confront the messy truth, that many of these duels were fueled by pride, lust, and the need for public validation. If anything, these love-fueled fights show how the duel was never just about two men. It was about society watching, gossip spreading, and reputations balancing on the edge of a blade. It turned private emotions into public spectacle, forcing individuals to act out the fantasies and fears of an entire community. And while some men fought for honor and others for possession, all were caught in the same trap. The idea that violence could prove love. But if love could inspire men to kill, so too could the most toxic of its cousins, jealousy. And jealousy was far less romantic, far less noble, and far more explosive, often dragging duels into darker, bloodier territory where the performance of passion gave way to raw fury. Jealousy has always been a dangerous fuel, but in the Middle Ages, it was more than an emotion. It was a spark that could ignite bloodshed. If love inspired duels with the illusion of nobility, jealousy stripped away the poetry and left only raw, corrosive rage. Envy of another man's wealth, suspicion over a woman's loyalty, or resentment of a rival's success could transform into accusations, challenges, and violent clashes where words were no longer enough. The duel became the stage where envy was acted out, and once jealousy entered the lists, it rarely ended without tragedy. Unlike honor, which could be cloaked in ritual, jealousy was impossible to disguise. When a man fought out of envy, it showed in the savagery of his blows. Chroniclers often note how duels rooted in jealousy were bloodier, less disciplined, and far more personal than those framed as noble disputes. The fighters attacked not only to win, but to humiliate, to maim, to erase the rival, who had dared to stand in the way of their pride. These were not contests of divine judgment, but eruptions of human insecurity, given legitimacy by the ritual of combat. One notorious example comes from Burgundy in the 15th century, where two men fought over suspicion of adultery. A husband, convinced that his neighbor had seduced his wife, challenged him in front of the entire village. Both fought with ferocity, but witnesses recalled the husband's attacks as wild, reckless, and fueled by rage rather than skill. In the end, both men collapsed from their wounds, one dead and the other too injured to ever work again. The wife, whose supposed infidelity had triggered the violence, denied the affair until her dying day. The tragedy illustrates how jealousy, whether justified or imagined, destroyed more than reputations. It destroyed lives and futures. What makes jealousy so destructive in this context is how it infected not just individuals, but entire communities. Rumors spread like wildfire in medieval towns, and a whispered suggestion of betrayal could snowball into public scandal. Neighbors, eager for entertainment, would fan the flames of gossip until men felt compelled to clear their names with steel. Sometimes the duel was less about truth than about silencing the whispers. Yet, ironically, the very act of dueling confirmed suspicion in the eyes of the crowd. After all, if a man was willing to kill over jealousy, surely there must have been something to the rumor. Envy also played out in competitions beyond love. Men jealous of another's wealth, status, or influence sometimes resorted to duels as a way to settle grudges masked as questions of honor. A knight who felt overlooked at court could accuse his rival of an insult, framing the quarrel in noble terms, while everyone understood the real cause was envy of position. Victory in such duels was not merely personal, it was symbolic, a way to seize attention, prestige, and power. Defeat, on the other hand, was doubly humiliating because it confirmed not only one's weakness, but also one's inferiority. Jealousy-driven duels were often remembered for their cruelty. Chroniclers describe combatants gouging, biting, and attacking with weapons long after their opponent had fallen. In one case, in Italy, a fighter ripped the helmet off his rival and pummeled his face into the mud with his bare fists, ignoring the shouts of judges to stop. The violence was so shocking that the duel was annulled, but the victor still carried the reputation of a man too consumed by envy to restrain himself. The spectacle blurred the line between trial and vendetta, reminding everyone that jealousy did not seek justice. It sought annihilation. Ironically, these duels often hurt the jealous more than their rivals. A man consumed by envy rarely fought with clarity. Rage made his attacks sloppy, his defenses weak. Combat manuals of the time warned against fighting in anger, noting that those blinded by passion left themselves vulnerable to skilled opponents. In this sense, jealousy was a double-edged sword. It gave men the fury to fight savagely, but robbed them of the discipline needed to survive. Many died, not because their opponent was better, but because their own envy had betrayed them. And yet, jealousy remained one of the most common sparks for combat. Why? Because envy is universal. Everyone, from peasants to kings, knew the sting of being overshadowed, of feeling betrayed, of fearing they were not enough. Dueling gave that feeling a script, a ritualized outlet where men could channel private insecurity into public violence. Crowds, in turn, recognized themselves in these dramas. They watched not only to see justice served, but to indulge in a guilty fascination. What happens when envy, that emotion everyone feels but denies, is unleashed without restraint? The answer, more often than not, was ruin. Jealousy left scars not only on bodies, but on communities, tearing families apart, breeding feuds that lasted generations. And at the center of it all, women frequently bore the greatest burden. Whether guilty of infidelity or entirely innocent, they were cast as the cause of violence, their names dragged through gossip, and their lives altered by men who fought in their shadow. Just as duels for love turned women into prizes, duels for jealousy turned them into scapegoats. This poisonous emotion reveals the raw underbelly of medieval duels. If honor could be romanticized, jealousy could not. It showed the duel for what it truly was, a socially sanctioned way of turning personal insecurity into bloodshed. And yet, jealousy was only one piece of the puzzle. For in many duels, the crowd cared less about the motives and more about the spectacle. What mattered was not why men fought, but how they bled, how they died. And that hunger for spectacle turned every duel, whether born of love, envy, or honor, into a form of theater where violence itself was the main attraction. In the theater of medieval duels, the fighters may have been the actors, but the audience was often the true judge, jury, and executioner. When two men entered the lists, they were not only fighting each other, they were performing for a crowd whose reactions could sway outcomes more decisively than any blade. The law might say that combat decided guilt and innocence, but in practice, the roar of voices, the gasps of shock, and the laughter of ridicule carried as much weight as the stroke of a sword. It was the people, gathered in their thousands, who gave duels their energy, their meaning, and their cruelty. The crowd was rarely neutral. From the moment the fighters appeared, spectators took sides, cheering one and mocking the other. Nobles might have been swayed by political alliances, while peasants cheered the underdog who reminded them of themselves. A duelist who stumbled early could lose not only ground, but also the sympathy of the audience, whose jeers added humiliation to pain. Imagine the psychological toll of hearing thousands shout for your blood, while you struggled to hold your weapon steady. The fight was no longer just against an opponent. It was against the crushing weight of public expectation. Judges officially presided over duels, but they often bent to the will of the crowd. If spectators demanded a fight continue, even when one man seemed beaten, judges hesitated to stop it. If the audience cried out that a fighter had cheated even without proof, suspicion could spread and taint the verdict. In this way, the mob acted as an invisible hand on the scales of justice. And unlike written laws, which could be debated or appealed, the judgment of the crowd was immediate and merciless. One chilling example comes from France in the 14th century, where a knight, having bested his rival, prepared to spare him. The crowd erupted in anger, shouting that mercy was cowardice. Bowing to the pressure, the knight killed his opponent on the spot, later confessing that he had done so not out of conviction, but out of fear of losing his honor in the eyes of the people. Here, the duel shows its darkest truth. Victory was not about justice or morality, but about satisfying the appetite of those who watched. Crowds loved drama, and they demanded it at every turn. They booed fights that ended too quickly, calling for rematches, and they mocked duels that dragged on too long, shouting insults until one man finally collapsed. They were not passive witnesses, but active participants, feeding the fighter's fury with cries of encouragement or contempt. A warrior too proud to yield might have endured hours longer, simply because he could not face the scorn of spectators calling him weak. In that sense, the duel was less a contest of arms than a spectacle of shame, with the crowd as master of ceremonies. The mob could also be cruelly inventive. Some accounts describe audiences throwing dirt, stones, or even rotten food at combatants to spur them on. It was as though the duel belonged to the people, not to the fighters, and they reserved the right to interfere if the show did not meet expectations. The fighters were not men proving honor. They were entertainers, gladiators, props in a ritual where the crowd's pleasure outweighed their survival. And in that pleasure, justice was often twisted into parody. Perhaps most terrifying was the crowd's power to decide a man's fate after the duel. If a victor spared his opponent, but the audience demanded blood, the loser could still be dragged away and executed, his survival revoked by mob will. Conversely, if the crowd pitied a defeated fighter, they might pressure judges to show mercy, even if the law demanded death. In this way, duels became less about divine judgment and more about popular theater, where destiny bent not to God, but to the whims of the masses. There was, of course, an irony in all of this. The duel was supposed to reveal truth, to let God decide innocence or guilt through combat. But what kind of divine justice could exist when a man's survival depended on whether the crowd found the show entertaining enough? The audience transformed trials into carnivals, verdicts into performances. And though chroniclers sometimes criticized this, they also admitted that without the crowd's energy, duels would have lacked their force. The mob gave the ritual its spectacle, even as it stripped it of its supposed sanctity. We might laugh at the absurdity of it. Two armored men sweating, bleeding, stumbling in circles, while thousands scream as if at a sporting match, waving food and coins, demanding more blood. It was brutal and ridiculous at once, a reminder that humans have always been drawn to violence, not just for justice, but for amusement. The duel was not unlike the theater or the fairground, with performers risking everything to satisfy an audience that paid nothing but gave judgment freely. The power of the crowd reveals the duel's true nature. It was never just about two men settling a dispute. It was about a society craving drama, spectacle, and catharsis, channeling its fears and frustrations into a ritual of sanctioned violence. The fighters might have entered the field believing they faced each other, but in reality they faced the gaze of thousands, a judgment more enduring than any sword stroke. And once the duel became a performance for the masses, it was only a small step to turn combat into organized sport, where tournaments and jousts replaced trials but retained the same hunger for spectacle. Violence in the medieval duel was never just violence, it was spectacle. The clash of steel, the spatter of blood, the gasps and cheers of the crowd all merged into something larger than combat, theater. People did not come merely to witness justice. They came to be entertained, to feel the thrill of life and death playing out before their eyes. The duel was a stage where men risked everything, not only to prove innocence or honor, but also to satisfy a society hungry for drama. And like any performance, the more outrageous, the more shocking, the more memorable it became, the greater its power over the collective imagination. Audiences craved intensity. A simple fight, two men trading measured blows, was never enough. The people wanted broken armor, splintered lances, helmets caved in with a single strike. They wanted the moment when a fighter stumbled and fell, when victory seemed certain, only to be ripped away by a sudden reversal. In many ways, the duel anticipated the same rhythms of storytelling we find in modern cinema. Suspense, climax, tragedy. Except here, the actors bled for real, and the ending could not be rewritten. The entertainment came at the cost of flesh. Chroniclers often remark on how duels were staged to heighten drama. Combatants were paraded before crowds with fanfare, their weapons displayed, their names shouted as if they were heroes in an epic. Judges delivered solemn speeches about honor and justice, lending the affair a veneer of sacred ritual. But once the fighting began, all pretense of solemnity gave way to chaos. The crowd screamed, coins exchanged hands in bets, vendors sold food and drink as if it were a fair. The supposed trial of truth became indistinguishable from a carnival. Justice blurred into entertainment, and entertainment became the true law of the lists. The demand for spectacle often pushed fighters to extremes. Men sought to impress not only their opponents, but also the audience. Some fought with exaggerated flourishes, dramatic swings, or daring stunts designed less to kill than to dazzle. A knight might pause to raise his sword high after landing a blow, eliciting cheers, even if it gave his enemy time to recover. The duel became a performance in which death was real, but style mattered just as much as survival. This duality, half trial, half theater, was what made duels irresistible to crowds. There were even instances where violence was prolonged for entertainment's sake. Victors sometimes refused to deliver the final blow immediately, circling their fallen opponents, taunting them, dragging out the suspense while the crowd howled. The cruelty was deliberate, a way of milking the moment, giving spectators the drama they demanded. Judges might eventually intervene, but often they too succumbed to the atmosphere, allowing the suffering to continue until the people were satisfied. Justice was postponed until entertainment had had its fill. The parallels to gladiatorial combat in ancient Rome did not go unnoticed. Medieval chroniclers occasionally compared duels to the arenas of the Caesars, where the line between justice and spectacle had also blurred. The difference, of course, was that medieval duels were framed as divine judgment rather than secular sport. But in practice, both served the same purpose: to channel society's appetite for violence into controlled rituals. People wanted to see blood, and rulers gave it to them, wrapped in the respectable cloak of law and religion. One particularly striking account from Germany describes a duel where the crowd became so frenzied that they broke through barriers to surround the fighters. demanding more blood even after one man was clearly defeated. The judges hesitated, unable to control the mob, until the victor finally killed his opponent just to appease them. In this moment, justice had nothing to do with the outcome. The duel was no longer about truth or honor. It was about the performance satisfying its audience. The loser was not condemned by God, but consumed by the crowd's desire. This hunger for spectacle had lasting consequences. Over time, duels evolved into tournaments and jousts, where the entertainment aspect became the primary focus. The blood was still real, the danger ever present, but the emphasis shifted toward pageantry, symbolism, and drama. Knights wore colors representing ladies, heralds announced their deeds, and victories became stories to be retold in song. What began as trials of judgment became the foundation for a new kind of theater, the theater of chivalry. In many ways, duels prepared the ground for the romanticized image of knights we still carry today. And yet, there was always unease lurking beneath the cheers. Some voices in the church condemned duels as spectacles of sin, distractions that delighted in cruelty rather than seeking truth. Moralists warned that God's will could not be measured by cheers of a crowd or the fall of a sword, but their warnings often fell on deaf ears. For the people, the spectacle was irresistible, a chance to feel the pulse of life and death up close, to forget their own struggles by watching others gamble with everything. The duel, however brutal, gave them meaning through spectacle. But if duels could become theater, they also risked becoming parody. As the hunger for entertainment grew, so did exaggeration, corruption, and manipulation. Fighters began to bend the rules not to prove justice, but to put on a better show. And from there, it was only a short step to the greatest corruption of all. Duels staged not for truth or even for spectacle, but for money, politics, and the manipulation of power itself. If duels were supposed to be the purest expression of honor, two men settling their differences before God, then money was the worm that rotted the apple from the inside. The ideal of divine justice was fragile enough, but when gold entered the equation, the entire system bent until it broke. Behind the spectacle of blades and the language of honor, bribes changed hands, outcomes were influenced, and survival often depended less on skill or faith than on who could afford to tip the scales. The corruption of dueling was not a side effect. It was a natural consequence of a system where life and death were performed in public, with power and profit waiting in the wings. Bribery often began long before the first swords clashed. Wealthy duelists could afford better armor, stronger horses, and weapons forged by the finest smiths. Their opponents, less fortunate, walked into the lists already at a disadvantage. Chroniclers note cases where lopsided equipment practically decided the fight before it began, one man glittering in steel plate, the other in patched mail. It was as though a peasant showed up for a boxing match wearing rags against a man in a tank. But the corruption went deeper than mere equipment. Judges, heralds, even priests could be swayed by gifts or favors, ensuring that rules bent ever so slightly in one man's favor. There were also duels where the outcome itself was quietly negotiated. In some cases, the weaker party offered money to their rival for a staged defeat, agreeing to fall dramatically after a few symbolic blows. The crowd left satisfied, the judges declared victory, and the loser walked away alive, albeit poor. Everyone pretended divine judgment had been served, but behind closed doors, it was commerce disguised as combat. These staged fights blurred the line between trial and theater, reminding us uncomfortably of modern professional wrestling, except here, mistakes meant real blood. One famous scandal in 14th century Italy involved a duel between two wealthy merchants. Witnesses claimed the loser had paid the victor in advance, arranging not only his defeat, but also a merciful ending that spared his life. When rumors of the deal spread, outrage followed, yet the practice did not stop. In fact, it became common enough that many began to suspect every unusually quick or bloodless duel of being fixed. What was supposed to be a sacred revelation of truth became instead a marketplace transaction, with men's reputations and fates sold to the highest bidder. Money also crept in through gambling. Duels were magnets for wagers, and entire fortunes could change hands based on the outcome. Spectators bet on who would land the first blow, how long the fight would last, or who would fall first. With so much wealth tied to the results, it was inevitable that corruption seeped in. Fighters could be bribed to throw matches, judges persuaded to call victories prematurely, even heralds bribed to announce false details that favored one side's reputation. The duel ceased to be trial by combat and became trial by economics, where divine will was replaced by coin. The church and monarchs sometimes tried to curb this corruption. Priests thundered from pulpits that bribery in duels was heresy, a mockery of God's justice. Kings issued edicts punishing anyone caught fixing combat. Yet these efforts rarely succeeded. Why? Because the duel was too profitable to regulate. Merchants thrived on the crowds, nobles manipulated outcomes for political advantage, and gamblers lined their pockets regardless of who lived or died. Even those who condemned the corruption often turned a blind eye when their own interests were served. The psychological impact of this corruption was devastating. For those who truly believed in the duel as divine judgment, discovering the shadow of money cast doubt on the entire system. If God's will could be bought, then justice was meaningless, and honor became a costume worn for profit. Some chroniclers lamented this openly, noting how the duel had decayed from sacred ordeal to spectacle for hire. Yet, even as they criticized it, they continued to record the fights, unable to resist the pull of the drama. The corruption may have hollowed out the ritual, but it did not kill its appeal. Ironically, some duelists themselves leaned into the corruption, turning it into strategy. Wealthy nobles might shower gifts on judges before combat, making clear where their loyalties should lie. Others bribed heralds to exaggerate their feats, ensuring that even in defeat, their reputation grew in song and rumor. Money became not just a way to survive, but a way to shape the narrative, to win in the court of public opinion, even if the lists themselves offered only loss. In this sense, corruption transformed the duel into an early form of propaganda. And yet, one cannot help but laugh bitterly at the contradiction. Here were men insisting they fought for honor, justice, and truth, while secretly slipping coins under tables to tilt the scales. It was as if the entire ritual wore a mask of nobility while winking at its own hypocrisy. The duel had begun as an ordeal of faith, a test of courage, but by the late Middle Ages, it had often become little more than theater fueled by money. The blade might still gleam, but behind it was the invisible hand of gold guiding where it fell. This corruption eroded faith in the duel's legitimacy, paving the way for its eventual decline. As people realized that outcomes could be purchased, the supposed justice of the duel became laughable. Skepticism spread, and rulers began to prefer trials in courts of law rather than courts of blood. Yet, while corruption weakened the duel's sacred image, it also ensured its survival for longer than it might otherwise have lasted. Money made it profitable, and profit kept it alive. Justice, ironically, was the least important part of the equation. But while bribery and money shaped outcomes behind the scenes, there was another corruption just as powerful. One harder to measure but equally destructive, the corruption of stories themselves. Chroniclers, poets, and troubadours retold duels not as they happened, but as they wanted them remembered, rewriting defeats into victories, dishonor into heroism. If money corrupted the duel in practice, narrative corrupted it in memory. And in many ways, that kind of corruption was even more lasting, because it reshaped how entire generations saw the past. If money corrupted duels in the moment, chronicles and stories corrupted them for eternity. What happened in the lists rarely stayed in the lists. It was rewritten, exaggerated, polished, and reshaped by those who recorded it, until the duel became less about what actually occurred and more about the tale people wanted to hear. Chroniclers, poets, and troubadours turned messy, chaotic fights into neat morality plays. Victories were glorified, defeats were softened, and dishonor was often swept under the rug. In this way, duels were not only public performances for the crowd, they were raw material for propaganda, ensuring that reputations lived on long after the fighters themselves were gone. Consider the role of the medieval chronicler. These men were rarely impartial observers. They often wrote under the patronage of noble houses, which meant their pens were guided as much by loyalty as by truth. If a noble patron had lost a duel, the chronicler might conveniently describe the defeat as dishonorable treachery, or claim that God's judgment was obscured by trickery. Conversely, if the patron won, the account could transform a sloppy, bloody mess into a shining example of knightly virtue. In the pages of chronicles, swords gleamed brighter, strikes landed truer, and deaths were rendered almost poetic. The exaggeration did not stop at chroniclers. Troubadours carried stories of duels across kingdoms, shaping public memory with rhyme and song. To make the tale travel, they added drama, blows that split helmets in two, leaps that defied physics, speeches shouted mid-battle like lines in a play. Audiences wanted heroes, not fumbling men in mud, so the songs gave them what they craved. Knights who, in reality, had won by sheer luck became paragons of courage in verse, while rivals who fell early were transformed into villains, their names blackened for generations. The duel itself faded. The story became the truth. This transformation reveals a deeper irony. The duel had been justified as a way to let God decide guilt or innocence. Yet, in the end, it was not divine will that mattered most, but narrative. The story of the duel carried more weight than the duel itself. A man who lost in the lists but whose family controlled the scribes might still be remembered as noble. Another, who fought valiantly but died poor, could be erased, his courage swallowed by silence. Justice was not written in steel but in ink, and ink, as ever, obeyed power. Sometimes the propaganda was so blatant it bordered on comedy. One chronicle tells of a nobleman who was knocked unconscious in the middle of a duel and carried off the field. Later records described him as having strategically withdrawn to preserve his honor, while his opponent, who had stood victorious, was accused of cowardice for pressing the attack. The truth had been inverted entirely, not by weapons, but by words. And yet, future generations accepted the tale because what was written down became what was remembered. This manipulation of memory gave rise to legends. Some duels grew in the retelling until they resembled epics. Fighters were said to battle for hours without tiring, to deliver blows that shattered shields like glass, to withstand wounds no human could possibly survive. These embellishments were not mistakes, but deliberate choices, designed to inspire awe and uphold ideals of chivalry. In reality, most duels were ugly, awkward, and short. In stories, they became works of art, crafted to preserve the myth of honor even when the practice itself had been brutal and corrupt. It is worth pausing here to reflect on how similar this is to modern times. Even now, we remember not events themselves, but the stories told about them. Movies, novels, and documentaries shape our understanding of the past, often simplifying, exaggerating, or romanticizing the truth. Medieval duels were no different. By the time a fight passed through the mouths of troubadours and the pens of chroniclers, it was no longer a messy human struggle. It was a symbol, a lesson, a piece of propaganda serving political, cultural, or moral ends. And this rewriting had consequences. Exaggerated victories bolstered reputations, granting noble houses prestige that translated into political power. Smeared defeats justified vendettas, sparking feuds that lasted generations. Even the church sometimes manipulated dual narratives, presenting certain outcomes as proof of divine favor to reinforce its authority. In short, the duel's legacy was not built on what happened in the dirt, but on how it was remembered, retold, and repurposed. One can almost pity the fighters themselves. They bled, sweated, and died in the mud, only to have their stories polished into something unrecognizable. Their struggles became pawns in larger games of politics and myth-making. The victor might not recognize himself in the glowing accounts. The loser might not even be remembered at all. Truth was disposable, as long as the story served a purpose. And perhaps that was the greatest cruelty of all, not that men died in duels, but that their deaths were rewritten until they meant whatever the powerful wanted them to mean. But if stories could inflate and distort duels, they could also immortalize them. Legends outlived men, and exaggerated accounts traveled farther than truth ever could. And it was in these legends that the duel began its slow transformation, shifting from legal ordeal into cultural memory, from bloody reality into romantic myth, which leads us to the next step. How the duel, once a terrifying ordeal of justice, became woven into the fabric of literature, shaping the very idea of chivalry itself. The duel may have begun as a brutal ordeal of justice, but in literature it became something entirely different, a stage for drama, poetry, and ideals that far outshone the messy reality. By the time the pen began reshaping the sword, the duel was no longer just two men in mud and steel. It was a symbol of pride, passion, betrayal, and destiny. In literature, combat turned into art. The duel became a metaphor for everything from love to politics, from vengeance to the human struggle against fate itself. Writers like Shakespeare knew this better than anyone. His plays are filled with duels that are less about who dies and more about what the fight represents. Think of Tybalt and Mercutio in Romeo and Juliet. Their clash is not just a street fight between hot-headed men. It's the spark that turns simmering family tension into tragedy. The duel is written as performance. Witty lines exchanged before blades cross, dramatic pauses that no real combatant could afford. Shakespeare transformed combat into dialogue, into storytelling with swords. The blood spilled is important, yes, but the words leading up to it shape the meaning. The same happens in Hamlet, where the duel with Laertes is not simply about skill with a blade, but about treachery, fate, and the unraveling of a kingdom. The fight is poisoned literally, its outcome predetermined by schemes and plots. Yet the stage directions present it as a contest of honor, watched by a court that believes it to be fair. Shakespeare exploited the tension between appearance and reality, between the duel as ritual and the duel as corruption. What mattered was not who was the better fencer, but how the audience interpreted the outcome. In that sense, Shakespeare was simply dramatizing what medieval society had always done, using the duel as a mirror for deeper truths. But long before Shakespeare, medieval literature itself was already turning duels into legend. The chansons de geste, epic poems of knights and heroes, were filled with single combats that were meant to embody divine justice. Charlemagne's warriors, for instance, often fought duels where the victor's triumph proved not just his innocence, but his sanctity. These accounts were rarely realistic. Knights fought tirelessly for hours without exhaustion. Weapons gleamed in the sun, and the hand of God was always visible in the outcome. It was propaganda disguised as poetry, reinforcing the idea that the duel was holy, noble, and just. Chivalric romances carried this even further. In the Arthurian legends, knights like Lancelot and Gawain were constantly thrown into duels where the stakes were not property or guilt, but ideals like loyalty, love, and faith. A knight fighting for his lady's honor might encounter a rival who fought for his own. These clashes were presented as trials of the soul, not just of the body. The duel became a vessel for morality, a test of character wrapped in the spectacle of combat. The reality of mud, blood, and broken bones was washed away in favor of shining armor, divine light, and lessons for the reader. Curiously, this literary transformation shows how society wanted to remember duels, not as crude, corrupt ordeals, but as grand expressions of meaning. Literature gave the duel a dignity that reality could not. In real life, many duels ended in farce, men tripping in armor, exhaustion replacing valor, or bribes determining the outcome. In stories, however, the duel became timeless, perfect, and profound. The pen erased the mud but preserved the drama. And in doing so, it gave us the archetype of the duel we still recognize today. Even in later centuries, when duels of pistols replaced duels of swords, literature carried forward the same ideals. In the novels of the 18th and 19th centuries, the duel became a symbol of honor among gentlemen. Pushkin, Dumas, even Tolstoy wrote scenes where men stood opposite one another, not because law demanded it, but because reputation did. The duel in these works is always more than a fight. It is a crucible, a moment where character is revealed, where pride collides with fear, and where fate decides in a single heartbeat. The duel became shorthand for existential truth, but there is also comedy lurking in this transformation. Writers exaggerated duels to the point of parody. Cervantes, in Don Quixote, mocked the idea of knights rushing into combat for honor, showing instead a deluded man tilting at windmills, fighting battles that existed only in his imagination. Here, the duel is not noble but ridiculous, a mirror held up to centuries of exaggerated tales. The fact that readers laughed shows just how far the duel had drifted from its bloody origins. It had become more symbol than reality, ripe for satire. What's striking is how enduring these literary images became. Ask someone today to picture a medieval duel, and they are more likely to imagine Shakespeare's stage or Arthurian romance than the reality of chainmail-clad men flailing in the mud. Literature rewrote memory, replacing messy truth with elegant fiction. In many ways, this is how the duel survived its decline. It was too useful as a narrative device to ever disappear completely. Even as real duels faded, their literary counterparts thrived. And yet, literature's treatment of the duel reveals something darker, that societies have always needed to dress violence in meaning. It is easier to accept bloodshed if it is framed as honorable, romantic, or divine. Stories gave duels the dignity reality denied them, and we have been living with those illusions ever since. The duel, in literature, became eternal, not as justice, not as law, but as myth. But while literature immortalized the duel in words, art and iconography did the same in images. Paintings, tapestries, and illuminated manuscripts turned fighters into icons, capturing moments of combat not as they were, but as society wanted them remembered. And in those images, as much as in the texts, the duel was transformed into legend. If literature turned the duel into a myth through words, art transformed it into a spectacle that could be seen, remembered, and passed down across generations. Paintings, tapestries, and illuminated manuscripts gave the duel a visual permanence that reality never could. These images froze moments of chaos and blood into static symbols of honor, power, and destiny. And just like the chronicles, they rarely aimed for accuracy. Instead, they exaggerated, dramatized, and idealized, creating pictures that told people not what duels were, but what they were supposed to mean. In illuminated manuscripts, duels often appeared as miniature dramas between knights in impossibly pristine armor, their faces sometimes visible beneath carefully drawn visors. The artists were not concerned with mud, exhaustion, or sweat. They painted duels as staged rituals, with bright colors and sharp lines making the fighters look almost divine. Margins were filled with decorative flourishes, saints, and heraldic banners, as if the duel were less a matter of survival and more a sacred act of cosmic importance. To a reader turning the page, the scene was not about two men risking death, but about the eternal struggle between truth and falsehood, light and darkness. Tapestries amplified this spectacle on a grand scale. Hung in castles and noble halls, they depicted duels as sprawling, cinematic scenes complete with spectators, banners waving in the wind, and gleaming knights clashing in heroic postures. A tapestry might capture a single moment, the crossing of swords, the fall of a wounded man, but it invited endless retelling. Visitors would stand before these woven images as lords or hosts recounted the story, embellishing details just as troubadours did in song. The duel, already distorted by narrative, was further mythologized by the permanence of thread and fabric. Paintings carried the same weight, though they often emphasized moral lessons. In late medieval and Renaissance art, duels were sometimes presented not as chaotic melees, but as symmetrical compositions, almost like religious icons. Two fighters stood opposed, their bodies mirroring one another, locked in a balance that suggested fate more than chance. Blood might appear, but it was often neat, stylized, more symbolic than visceral. Artists did not want to show the grotesque details of a real fight. They wanted to elevate combat into allegory. The duel was no longer just a fight, it was an emblem of justice, pride, or divine judgment. Yet, some visual depictions did hint at the darker realities. Marginal illustrations occasionally showed fighters grappling in mud, or spectators jeering, or judges leaning in with suspicion. These glimpses remind us that not all artists were blind to the corruption and cruelty. But even here, exaggeration ruled. A grotesque drawing of a combatant slipping on his own blood might be meant to provoke laughter or moral reflection, rather than document actual events. The Duel was not drawn for truth. It was drawn to teach, to entertain, or to glorify. The power of visual art was its accessibility. While not everyone could read chronicles or poems, everyone could see a tapestry or a manuscript illustration. These images shaped collective memory more directly than words, embedding the idea of the duel in the minds of peasants and nobles alike. A peasant entering a cathedral might see a mural of a combat between good and evil, represented as a duel, and carry that image for life. A noble dining in a hall lined with tapestries would be constantly reminded that combat was not only expected, but celebrated as the highest expression of honor. There is even a curious irony in how many of these artworks were commissioned by men who had lost duels or whose reputations were stained by them. By sponsoring tapestries or manuscripts, they could rewrite history in thread and ink. A man defeated in combat could still commission a glorious image of himself striking down an enemy, ensuring that future generations would remember not the truth, but the tale he wanted told. In this way, art became not only propaganda but redemption, a second battlefield where reputation could be reforged. The visual representation of duels also reveals how societies wanted to see themselves. Knights were painted taller, nobler, and more majestic than they were in reality. The losers were often depicted as craven or monstrous, their faces twisted in defeat. The duel became a morality play in images, teaching viewers who to admire and who to despise. It was less about documenting combat and more about preserving ideals, courage, faith, loyalty, even if the men who fought often embodied none of them. But the most fascinating part of these visual depictions is how they laid the groundwork for our own imagination of the past. When we picture medieval combat today, we are often seeing not the reality, but the art. Clean lines of armor, banners flapping heroically, combatants locked in noble struggle. The images have shaped us more than the facts, convincing us that duels were elegant battles of justice rather than messy, corrupt trials in mud and blood. In a sense, the duel survives in our minds not because it was lived, but because it was drawn, painted, and woven. And yet, as powerful as these artistic visions were, they did not exist in isolation. They interacted with performance, with law, with ritual. Just as duels appeared in chronicles, songs, and images, they also appeared in ceremonies, festivals, and staged reenactments. For in a society that craved spectacle, even ritualized combat could become entertainment beyond the lists. Mock duels staged for laughter, festivals where the violence was safely contained, and theater where men pretended to fight so others could enjoy the show. By the late Middle Ages, the duel was no longer confined to grim fields of justice where men bled in the mud for survival. It had also slipped into ritual, ceremony, and public theater, reshaped into performances that were as much about spectacle as about truth. These ritualized and staged combats stripped away some of the danger, while preserving the drama, giving communities the thrill of conflict without the finality of death. In many ways, they were the natural evolution of a society addicted to the sight of steel, but weary of the endless bloodshed it produced. Festivals became one of the main stages for these ritualized duels. Town squares were transformed into arenas, with makeshift lists erected, and the population gathering to watch knights or actors reenact famous combats. Sometimes, these performances were tied to religious holidays, linking the duel to ideas of morality or divine order. A staged fight between a knight dressed as St. George and another as the dragon was less about violence and more about reminding people that good must triumph over evil. But the form was unmistakably that of the duel. Two figures facing off, a crowd watching, suspense building until one fell. Even noble courts embraced these ritual combats. Kings and lords, eager to entertain guests, staged mock duels as part of banquets and ceremonies. Armor would be dulled, weapons blunted, and rules carefully designed to prevent serious harm. Yet the gestures remained the same. Challenges issued, blows exchanged, one fighter submitting, while the other was crowned victor. The entertainment lay not only in the clash, but in the ritual that surrounded it. The speeches, the heraldry, the symbolism. These performances reminded everyone present that combat, even when stripped of blood, remained at the heart of their culture. Tournaments, of course, were the grandest expression of this shift. While they were far more dangerous than modern reenactments, tournaments transformed combat into organized theater. Jousts, melees, and one-on-one contests were all conducted under rules that blended law, ritual, and entertainment. Knights dressed in extravagant armor, adorned with crests and colors, often fought not to settle disputes, but to display their skill before ladies, nobles, and monarchs. The element of real risk remained. Men were killed or maimed often enough, but tournaments turned combat into a stage where honor could be won without the stigma of courtroom dueling. Theatricality was everything. Fighters would enter to the sound of trumpets, sometimes reciting speeches or dedicating their performance to a lady. The crowd, just as in real duels, played its part, cheering, booing, laughing. It was theater masquerading as combat, but for many, it was more satisfying than the brutal uncertainties of true judicial duels. Even children were drawn into the ritual, playing at mock duels with wooden swords, imitating the spectacle they saw in squares and castles. From the youngest age, people learned that combat was not only violence, it was performance, ritual, identity. Curiously, these staged duels also carried subtle political weight. By organizing mock combats, rulers reminded their subjects of the power of arms while keeping control over the violence. It was safer to channel the appetite for blood into ritualized play than to let it erupt in real feuds and vendettas. The duel, as theater, thus became a tool of governance, reinforcing hierarchy, celebrating loyalty, and distracting the masses. The line between justice, entertainment, and propaganda blurred completely. But staged duels did not always stay harmless. There are records of mock combats spiraling into real violence when tempers flared. A blunted blade could still break bones. A careless strike could still pierce armor. Some performers, carried away by pride or the roar of the crowd, forgot the limits and struck as though the fight were real. Audiences, meanwhile, sometimes demanded more drama than safety allowed, pressuring fighters to escalate until the blood spilled anyway. In this sense, the staged duel revealed a truth medieval society could never escape. The line between theater and reality was razor thin. The church's stance on these rituals was predictably conflicted. Priests condemned duels as sinful when tied to judicial trials, but many tolerated or even blessed staged combats tied to festivals or moral allegories. A duel performed to symbolize the triumph of good over evil could be justified as teaching, even if it borrowed its imagery from condemned practices. Here again, we see the hypocrisy that haunted medieval combat. Violence was unacceptable until it was dressed as ritual, and then it became holy theater. The legacy of these staged duels is profound. They trained audiences to see combat not just as survival, but as drama, with roles, symbols, and expectations. They prepared the ground for the later fascination with fencing exhibitions, staged duels in Renaissance courts, and eventually the dueling culture of gentlemen with pistols. Once combat became theater, it was only natural for it to evolve into controlled performances for entertainment rather than desperate struggles for justice. And yet, even as duels turned into ritual and spectacle, whispers of their darker, bloodier past never disappeared. The staged fight reminded spectators of the real thing, of the times when death, not applause, was the final outcome. And in that tension, between performance and reality, between theater and truth, we see why duels refused to die. They had become too embedded in the cultural imagination, too useful as both entertainment and metaphor, which leads us to another transformation. How duels, already ritualized and theatrical, began their slow decline as legal ordeals, even as they lived on in other forms of society. By the late Middle Ages, the judicial duel, the bloody ordeal meant to let God decide guilt, was already on the path to extinction. What had once been defended as divine justice began to look more like barbaric chaos, incompatible with the growing sophistication of courts, laws, and politics. The spectacle of men hacking at each other to prove truth was losing credibility, replaced by judges with pens instead of swords. And yet, the duel did not disappear entirely. It transformed, shedding its role as courtroom ordeal while clinging stubbornly to life as a cultural ritual, a symbolic combat that adapted to new times. One of the main reasons for this decline was the rise of centralized authority. Kings and monarchs, eager to strengthen their power, began to see duels as threats to order. A feud between two nobles could escalate into private war, and judicial duels undermined the growing monopoly of justice held by the crown. If truth was to be decided by combat, what role was left for judges, lawyers, or the king himself? The duel, once a cornerstone of feudal justice, became a challenge to royal authority, and rulers were not about to let steel outweigh their word. The church, too, intensified its opposition. For centuries, clerics had grumbled about duels being sinful, but by the 13th and 14th centuries, papal decrees more openly condemned them. The idea that God's will could be revealed through violence was declared blasphemous, a mockery of divine justice. Priests refused to bless combats, and in some regions, combatants who died in judicial duels were denied burial in consecrated ground. The stigma grew sharper. To fight was not only risky, but also spiritually dangerous. This moral pressure added to the legal bans spreading across Europe. And yet, the duel lingered stubbornly in some corners. In the Germanic world, trial by combat persisted into the 16th century, long after it had vanished elsewhere. Manuals of arms from the period even contain elaborate instructions for fighting duels in the lists, complete with strange rules, such as men fighting in pits armed with clubs, or women allowed to duel men while armed with stones and cloth sacks. These odd survivals were less about justice and more about tradition clinging to life, stubborn remnants of a system everyone else was trying to bury. The transformation became clear when duels shifted from the courtroom to the tournament field. Judicial duels, tied to guilt and innocence, declined, while ritualized combats and tournaments flourished. Here, knights still fought one-on-one, still displayed their skill, but the purpose was no longer to prove truth, it was to display courage, gain prestige, and entertain the crowd. Combat remained, but the meaning shifted. Honor, not justice, became the new currency. The duel, stripped of its judicial teeth, survived as performance. This transition is fascinating because it shows how societies rarely abandon traditions outright. Instead, they adapt them. The duel as law became unsustainable, but the duel as symbol thrived. Even as rulers outlawed trial by combat, they sponsored jousts and encouraged tournaments. The form lived on, hollowed of its old meaning but filled with new ones. In this sense, the decline of judicial dueling was not death but metamorphosis. Combat reborn as spectacle, sport, and ritual. One curious example of this symbolic survival comes from England. The last officially sanctioned trial by combat there took place in 1446, but the idea lingered in law for centuries. So much so that in 1818, yes, the 19th century, a man accused of murder attempted to demand trial by combat, citing ancient precedent. The court was forced to admit that technically the law still allowed it, though the case was quickly dismissed. This bizarre episode reveals how deeply dueling was etched into cultural memory long after it had lost practical legitimacy. The decline of judicial dueling also coincided with the rise of new forms of symbolic combat. Fencing schools began to flourish in Renaissance Europe, teaching swordplay not as divine ordeal, but as art and science. Manuals by masters like Fiore de Liberi and Joachim Meyer transformed combat into discipline, systematized with diagrams and principles. The duel had left the mud of the lists and entered the polished halls of training and performance. Truth was no longer sought through blood, but skill was displayed through controlled practice. The duel's body had died, but its spirit was alive in new forms. At the same time, the idea of dueling migrated into politics and personal honor. As judicial duels waned, private duels, fought outside the framework of law, rose in prominence. These were no longer about proving innocence before God, but about defending reputation before men. The battlefield shifted from the lists of law to secluded fields at dawn, where swords or pistols settled questions of insult. Here we see the bridge between medieval and modern. The duel transformed from legal ritual to personal affair, still violent, still deadly, but no longer pretending to reveal divine will. This transition raises an important question. Why did people cling to the form of the duel even after its legal death? Perhaps because the duel satisfied something deeper than justice. It provided closure, spectacle, and the illusion of control in a chaotic world. Even when kings and priests denounced it, ordinary people still felt that the clash of steel revealed something essential: courage, loyalty, or fate. And so, the duel could never truly vanish. It simply changed costumes, from ordeal to sport, from trial to ritual, from law to private vengeance. But with this transformation came a new danger. Once the duel left the hands of kings and courts, it became harder to regulate. Private duels could erupt anywhere, fought over slights, insults, or jealousy. They no longer carried the weight of divine judgment, but still claimed the aura of honor. And, as they spread through Renaissance and early modern Europe, they laid the groundwork for a new culture of violence, one where pride mattered more than law and where words could still summon blood. When judicial duels finally began to wither under the pressure of kings, courts, and clerics, the tradition did not die. It simply slipped out of the law's grasp and into the shadows of private honor. In the Renaissance and early modern world, men no longer needed divine sanction to fight. All they needed was an insult. A careless word, a mocking gesture, even a perceived glance could be enough to demand satisfaction. And satisfaction meant steel. The duel was reborn not as trial by combat, but as personal ritual, where honor was valued above life, and reputation above the law. This new breed of dueling was deeply tied to the culture of honor that flourished among nobles. Reputation was fragile, constantly under threat from gossip, slander, or public slight. A noble who tolerated an insult risked being seen as weak, and weakness could ruin political alliances, marriages, and even one's safety. Thus, when words failed, swords, or later pistols, spoke. The logic was brutal, but simple. Better to risk death than to live under the shadow of shame. This mindset created a society where the duel was no longer about justice or truth, but about defending the delicate fiction of dignity. Unlike judicial duels, these private combats were illegal almost everywhere. Monarchs condemned them, laws forbade them, and clerics denounced them as sin. Yet they flourished. Why? Because the law could not reach into the private world of personal honor. A king might punish treason, but he could not heal the sting of a whispered insult at a banquet. A priest might thunder against violence from the pulpit, but he could not erase the smirk of a rival courtier. In that gap between public law and private pride, the duel thrived like a weed, impossible to uproot. The rituals of private dueling became elaborate. Fencing schools multiplied across Europe, training gentlemen in the art of the rapier, a weapon designed less for war than for the duel. Manuals explained not only thrusts and parries, but also the etiquette of the challenge, how to issue it, how to respond, what seconds should do, and what words should be spoken. Honor demanded structure, and structure gave legitimacy. Two men meeting at dawn with rapiers in hand might be breaking the king's law, but they followed a different law, the law of reputation. And in their circles, that law mattered more. The passion for honor created absurd extremes. In France, a nobleman could demand a duel for something as trivial as being brushed against in a hallway. In Spain, manuals warned duelists against drawing blood over matters too small to be worthy of God's attention, but men ignored such cautions. In Italy, dueling became so common in the 16th century that entire streets in cities like Rome and Florence were whispered to be cursed with the ghosts of slain courtiers. The obsession spread like contagion until it seemed that no insult was too minor, no risk too great to defend pride. One infamous example of this madness was the reign of King Henri IV of France, when dueling became epidemic. Between 1589 and 1610, hundreds of nobles killed one another in Paris alone, leaving the king exasperated. He issued edict after edict outlawing duels, but even his threats of execution for offenders failed to stop them. So entrenched was the belief in honor that nobles preferred to risk the king's wrath than endure the shame of silence. It was not law but culture that ruled their swords. The spread of pistols in the 17th and 18th centuries only deepened the ritual. Now duels could be fought at distances, with shots exchanged in eerie silence at dawn. The shift from sword to pistol did not weaken the culture of honor, it intensified it. Swords required training, but pistols democratized the duel. A man who could not fence could still fire a shot, meaning the ritual expanded beyond nobles to reach other classes. Dueling spread like wildfire, becoming both more accessible and more deadly. And yet, for all the blood spilled, it was still less about killing the rival than about demonstrating the willingness to risk death for reputation. The fascination with these duels lay not only in the violence, but in the theater surrounding them. Challenges were delivered with stiff ceremony, often in writing, full of elaborate phrases that masked fury in the language of dignity. Seconds carefully arranged the rules, pacing out distances, loading weapons, and ensuring fairness, or sometimes subtly tilting things in their friends' favor. Every movement from the bow before combat to the salute after was steeped in performance. And the crowd of witnesses, though smaller than in medieval lists, still carried the duel's memory into the world, where the story of who stood bravely and who faltered would ripple through society. But beneath the ritual was the same contradiction that haunted medieval duels. These combats claimed to be about honor, yet they were often driven by arrogance, vanity, and insecurity. Men who might have lived long, useful lives died in ditches at dawn because they could not endure the sting of a joke. The duel of honor turned pride into addiction, trapping entire classes of society in a cycle where blood was cheaper than reputation. And while the nobility embraced this madness most fervently, the idea trickled down, infecting soldiers, poets, even politicians. To be seen as dishonored was worse than to be dead. Ironically, this obsession with private duels created the very instability monarchs had feared. Nobles killed one another in numbers that rivaled small wars, weakening families and draining kingdoms of talent. Courts became arenas not of politics, but of whispers and vendettas. Kings who tried to suppress duels often discovered that they could not govern honor, only law, and honor proved stronger. The duel's legal death had not killed it. It had simply driven it underground, where it became even more volatile. And yet, the duel's survival in this private form reveals something profound about human nature. We crave justice, but we also crave recognition, respect, and validation. When institutions fail to provide those, we create rituals, bloody, dangerous, irrational rituals, to enforce them ourselves. The private duel was not just a medieval relic. It was the ancestor of every moment when pride outweighs reason, when reputation matters more than survival. But as these private duels spread, they also began to evolve into new cultural forms, rituals of performance, duels of wit, contests of art and music, that carried the same hunger for recognition without always demanding blood. And in this strange evolution, we begin to see how the duel would eventually leave the field entirely, living on not in the clash of weapons, but in the competition of words, ideas, and status. The rapier, thin and elegant, had once been the king of duels. In the 16th century, gentlemen across Europe trained endlessly in fencing schools, memorizing thrusts and parries that could turn an insult into a deadly ballet. Swordsmanship was not just survival, it was culture, refinement, proof of noble breeding. But by the 17th century, the duel began to change. The blade, for all its artistry, gave way to a cruder, colder instrument, the pistol. The duel of words became a duel of powder and lead, where the dance of steel was replaced by silence at dawn and the terrifying stillness of a trigger about to be pulled. Why did this transformation occur? Partly because pistols made things simpler. Not every gentleman could master fencing, but anyone could learn to point and fire. The weapon democratized the duel, spreading it beyond trained swordsmen to politicians, poets, and even clergymen. The pistol required no finesse, only courage or recklessness to face an opponent across the field. And unlike swords, pistols gave duels an aura of finality. A wound from a rapier might scar or cripple. A shot from a pistol could kill outright. In a society obsessed with honor, the pistol raised the stakes to their absolute limit. The rituals of pistol duels were chilling in their precision. Two men, often accompanied by their seconds, would meet at a secluded spot, fields, forests, riversides. Distances were carefully measured, often 10 or 20 paces. Pistols were loaded, sometimes by the seconds, to ensure fairness. At the signal, both men turned, raised their weapons, and fired. The silence between the command and the shot was unbearable, a pause filled with fear, pride, and the knowledge that a life, or two, might end in seconds. Even the misfire of a weapon carried tension. Was it fate, or cheating, or simply bad luck? In every case, the duel was theater, but theater with real bullets. One of the most striking things about the shift from sword to pistol is how it changed the image of the duelist. With rapiers, the duel had been an art form, celebrated in manuals, depicted in engravings, practiced in fencing schools. With pistols, the duel became stripped down, grim and brutally efficient. There was no room for flourish, no elaborate choreography of parries and ripostes. A pistol duel was about nerve, about standing still while death stared back at you from across the field. If the sword duel was opera, the pistol duel was tragedy, compressed into a single note. History is littered with infamous examples. In 1804, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr faced each other on the banks of the Hudson River. Both men were accomplished politicians, not soldiers, yet they followed the code of dueling to the letter. Hamilton fired into the air, perhaps trying to preserve his honor without killing his opponent, but Burr aimed true. The shot struck Hamilton, who died the next day. The event shocked America, but also cemented the pistol duel as a deadly force shaping politics. In Europe, similar stories unfolded. Nobles, generals, and writers dying not on battlefields, but in lonely fields, at sunrise, their reputations written in gunpowder. There were also moments of absurdity. Pistols of the 17th and 18th centuries were notoriously unreliable. Misfires, hangfires, or inaccurate barrels meant that sometimes neither duelist was harmed, leading to awkward standoffs where honor was satisfied but no blood spilled. In some cases, both men fired wide intentionally, using the duel not to kill but to demonstrate willingness. This curious compromise, where courage mattered more than death, shows how symbolic the ritual remained. Sometimes it was not about killing at all, but about proving that one was willing to die. Still, the pistol duel was far deadlier overall than the sword. A rapier duel might leave scars. A pistol duel often left widows. This danger only increased their allure. To risk life itself for pride was the ultimate statement of honor, yet it also alarmed rulers. Kings, presidents, and parliaments issued law after law banning duels, but enforcement was weak. The ritual was too entrenched in culture, too wrapped in the psychology of masculinity and status, to be easily removed. It was illegal, yes, but so was cowardice in the eyes of society. The transition to pistols also changed the role of seconds. With swords, seconds often served as potential replacements or mediators. With pistols, their job became even more technical. They measured paces, checked weapons, ensured fair loading, and tried, often unsuccessfully, to reconcile opponents before shots were fired. The presence of seconds turned duels into carefully orchestrated ceremonies, emphasizing that this was not murder, but ritual, not crime, but custom. Ironically, these rituals often made the violence more palatable, even as bodies piled up. And yet, there is something undeniably modern about the pistol duel. In its stark simplicity, two men, two weapons, one shot, it foreshadows the way our culture frames conflict even today. It is the prototype of the decisive showdown, the idea that truth, pride, or justice can be reduced to a single dramatic moment. Westerns, films, and literature still echo this imagery. Two figures facing each other, silence stretching before the inevitable crack of a gun. The pistol duel may be long gone, but its shadow lingers in our imagination. But the rise of pistols also pushed society into deeper contradictions. If the duel was about honor, why did so many men intentionally miss? If it was about proving courage, why did some manipulate the rules to tilt the odds? And if it was about dignity, why did it leave so much grief, wasted talent, and needless death in its wake? These questions plagued the culture of dueling and would eventually lead to its decline. Yet before that decline came, the pistol duel would reach its peak, shaping politics, literature, and the very definition of masculinity. And that is where the story leads next, into the 18th and 19th centuries, when dueling became both epidemic and theatrical, when entire societies wrestled with the paradox of condemning duels publicly while admiring duelists privately, and when the pistol duel became less a matter of honor than a public scandal capable of shaking governments and destroying lives. By the 18th and 19th centuries, dueling was no longer a relic of feudal law, but a phenomenon of epidemic proportions, woven into the fabric of society with all the contradictions of an age that claimed to be enlightened. It was a paradox. Governments outlawed it, churches condemned it, newspapers denounced it. And yet men of power, poets, generals, and even kings themselves were still meeting in secluded fields at dawn, pistols in hand, ready to risk everything over an insult. What had once been a grim ordeal of God's judgment had become both scandal and spectacle, a ritual as celebrated as it was condemned. The scale of the practice during these centuries is staggering. In France alone, thousands of duels took place in the late 18th century, with Paris often described as a city where the air was thick with powder at dawn. Between 1789 and 1830, dueling killed more French officers than the Napoleonic Wars themselves, a statistic that should make anyone pause. It was not the battlefield that claimed their lives, but pride, wounded in salons, cafes, and political chambers. To be slighted was to be challenged, and to refuse a challenge was to be ruined. Honor had become a social addiction, and the duel its dangerous drug. The theater of these duels fascinated the public. Newspapers frequently reported on them, sometimes in scandalized tones, sometimes with thinly veiled admiration. A politician killed at dawn could become a martyr for his cause. A poet who bled for his reputation might see his verses soar in popularity. The duel, though illegal, thrived on publicity. Stories of near escapes, miraculous survivals, or gallant deaths were retold endlessly, fueling the very culture that laws sought to suppress. It was as though every pistol shot echoed not only through the dueling ground, but through the salons, coffee houses, and editorial pages of the era. One of the most famous duels of this period occurred in 1830, when the French Prime Minister, the Duke of Wellington's counterpart, fought a duel with a fellow politician. Both men missed, intentionally or not, but the sheer absurdity of two leaders of state risking the stability of government for pride shocked Europe. And yet, such episodes were not rare. In the United States, the Hamilton-Burr duel had already demonstrated how dueling could intersect with politics, killing one of the nation's founding fathers and forever staining the reputation of his killer. Honor, in this age, could topple governments as easily as bullets toppled men. But dueling was not confined to politicians. Writers and artists, too, fell prey to its allure. The Russian poet Alexander Pushkin, one of the greatest literary voices of his time, was killed in 1837 in a duel sparked by jealousy and insult. His death, tragic and senseless, only magnified his legend. Years later, another Russian giant, Mikhail Lermontov, met the same fate. It seemed as if genius itself was bound to be measured not only in words, but in willingness to face a pistol at dawn. And the irony was brutal. Men who could have reshaped culture for decades died in seconds, sacrificed to an unforgiving code of pride. There were also those who fought duels, not for politics or literature, but for absurd trivialities. Accounts survive of duels sparked by arguments over card games, over who owned a dog, even over the correct pronunciation of a word. These stories, while darkly comic, reveal the fragility of ego in a society where honor was as delicate as glass. It was less about the insult itself than about the fear of appearing weak. Better to risk a bullet than to endure a whisper of cowardice. In this way, dueling became less a matter of justice and more compulsive performance, a social expectation that consumed countless lives. The rise of dueling scandals also revealed the hypocrisy of the age. Publicly, governments cracked down on duels, issuing laws, fines, and punishments. Yet when nobles, generals, or influential politicians were involved, punishments were often light or non-existent. Society condemned the practice in principle, but applauded it in practice, admiring the courage of duelists while pretending to despise their recklessness. It was a performance played on two stages, the duel itself and the public reaction, each feeding the other in a cycle of scandal and admiration. Perhaps the most chilling element of this dueling epidemic was its ritualized inevitability. Men knew the law forbade it, knew the church damned it, knew their families might suffer, and yet they still walked to the field. The ritual had a gravitational pull. The measuring of paces, the presence of seconds, the solemn exchange of words, all of it framed the duel not as a crime, but as a sacred rite. To refuse was to betray not only oneself, but one's class, one's peers, one's very identity. And so, the dawn fields filled with smoke, over and over again, across decades and continents. But the epidemic could not last forever. The sheer waste of life began to erode public tolerance. Families who lost sons, wives who lost husbands, and nations who lost leaders began to question whether honor was worth so much blood. Newspapers that once reported duels with fascination turned critical, portraying duelists as vain and foolish rather than noble and brave. The Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason, made the duel look increasingly irrational, a barbaric remnant in an age that prided itself on progress. And yet, even as reason fought against ritual, dueling remained stubbornly embedded in culture. It was more than violence. It was identity, performance, theater, and myth. To kill it required not just laws, but a transformation in how society defined honor itself. And that transformation was slow, uneven, and deeply contested. Which brings us to the next chapter: how the 19th century's duelists, once admired, began to be ridiculed, and how the duel shifted from noble ritual to embarrassing anachronism. By the mid to late 19th century, the duel had begun to lose its aura of nobility. What had once been seen as the ultimate test of courage and honor was increasingly viewed as ridiculous, a dangerous relic clung to by men too vain or too stubborn to adapt to modernity. The same societies that once celebrated the dawn field and the crack of pistols now laughed at the absurdity of men risking their lives over trifles. In an age of industrial revolutions, scientific progress, and parliamentary debates, dueling began to look less like a rite of honor and more like a costume drama in which the actors refused to notice that the audience was no longer applauding. The newspapers, once complicit in glamorizing duels, were among the first to sharpen their tone. Reports that had previously described the bravery of duelists now dripped with sarcasm, portraying them as pompous fools who could not endure the sting of a joke. Satirical magazines published caricatures of politicians marching to the field with oversized pistols, or poets fainting dramatically at the mere suggestion of a challenge. Public opinion was turning, and mockery became one of the duel's sharpest opponents. After all, it is hard to sustain a ritual built on pride when society starts laughing at you. Literature, too, joined the assault. Writers who once glorified duels and romantic tales began to treat them as absurdities. Mark Twain, with his characteristic wit, mocked the American obsession with honor, suggesting that duels were less about bravery and more about childish tantrums played with deadly toys. In Europe, satirical plays and novels ridiculed the ritual, presenting duelists as buffoons whose egos outweighed their common sense. Even opera, which had once staged duels as climactic moments of passion, sometimes shifted to parody, portraying combat as farce rather than tragedy. Culture was turning its back on the duel, reframing it as a joke in poor taste. The ridicule was not unfounded. By the late 19th century, duels often erupted over increasingly petty causes: disputes over seating at banquets, rival claims to trivial titles, even arguments about fashion. One notorious duel in Germany reportedly began because one officer criticized another's mustache. In France, two men once fought with pistols over a disagreement about the correct spelling of a word. Such stories became fodder for comedy, undermining the gravity the duel once carried. If honor could be risked over a misplaced letter or a curl of hair, then honor itself began to look absurd. And yet, some duelists still clung to the old rituals with a kind of tragic dignity. In 1897, the French mathematician Évariste de Cournot, by then an elderly man, was challenged to a duel and accepted, insisting that his honor demanded it, even though society had largely moved on. Cases like his were treated less with admiration than with bewilderment. To modern eyes, the duelist was no longer a noble figure, but a stubborn anachronism, someone who had mistaken the stage curtain for the battlefield. The shift in perception was not purely cultural, it was also practical. Advances in medicine, law, and politics offered new ways to settle disputes without bloodshed. Courts could handle slander cases, newspapers could correct insults, and political debates provided a safer stage for rivalries. At the same time, industrialized warfare, with its mass slaughter, made private duels look trivial by comparison. When thousands died in trenches or on battlefields, how could anyone take seriously two men shooting at each other over wounded pride? Modernity dwarfed the duel, robbing it of its gravitas. Still, the duel did not vanish overnight. In some regions, especially in military circles, it lingered stubbornly, defended by those who believed that ridicule was worse than death. In the Austro-Hungarian Empire, for instance, officers were expected to duel if their honor was questioned, even into the 20th century. But even here, society's laughter was catching up. Cartoons mocked stiff military men strutting with sabers, and editorials derided the waste of life caused by duels of vanity. The pressure of ridicule, combined with legal enforcement, gradually cornered the practice until it survived only in the margins. It is fascinating to consider how ridicule succeeded where law and religion had failed. Kings had outlawed duels, popes had condemned them, parliaments had fined them, but duelists continued. What finally broke the ritual was mockery. Society stopped admiring and started laughing. And when the duel ceased to be a source of prestige and became a source of embarrassment, its power crumbled. Pride, after all, cannot survive ridicule. And yet, even as the duel was dying, its spirit did not vanish. The language of honor, the imagery of the showdown at dawn, the idea of risking everything for reputation, all of this lived on, not in real pistols and swords, but in metaphor, literature, film, and culture. The duel retreated from reality, but remained alive in imagination, where it still thrives today. Which brings us to the next step: how the duel, stripped of its social legitimacy, was reborn in art, cinema, and the collective imagination, no longer as ritual, but as legend. When the duel finally disappeared from everyday life, it refused to die in imagination. What centuries of laws and condemnations could not erase, cinema and modern culture resurrected. The duel became one of the most enduring images of human conflict. stripped of its legal or ritual trappings and distilled into pure drama. In the 20th century, the duel no longer belonged to nobles on horseback or gentlemen with pistols. It belonged to screens, stages, and the collective consciousness. There it transformed from a relic into a myth, endlessly retold, reshaped, and reimagined. Cinema embraced the duel almost from its birth. Silent films often staged sword fights as climaxes, full of exaggerated gestures and theatrical thrusts. The duel provided filmmakers with the perfect narrative device: 2 characters, 1 stage, 1 winner. It was visual, immediate, and loaded with tension. When sound arrived, the click of swords or the echo of a pistol shot became cinematic punctuation marks, ending acts with visceral power. Hollywood, Europe, and Japan all discovered that audiences were hypnotized by the intimacy of 2 opponents locked in a struggle that could only end one way. Think of Akira Kurosawa's samurai epics. His films distilled the duel into a philosophical meditation, a moment where the entire weight of a man's honor and fate hung in the arc of a single strike. In Seven Samurai and Yojimbo, duels are not just fights. They are existential moments, where courage, cunning, and destiny meet in seconds. These films influenced not only Japanese cinema, but also Western directors, who borrowed the form and transplanted it into deserts, cities, and outer space. The duel became a global language. Nowhere was that language more iconic than in the Western. From Sergio Leone's spaghetti westerns to John Ford's dusty classics, the gunfight at high noon became the ultimate showdown, echoing centuries of dueling tradition. 2 men, a deserted street, the sun blazing overhead. Silence, then the sudden crack of gunfire. The Western duel was less about bullets than about tension, the unbearable pause before violence, the close-up of eyes squinting, the twitch of a finger on a trigger. These films transformed the pistol duel into a ritual of cinematic time, a dance of suspense that audiences never tired of watching. Even science fiction borrowed the myth. Star Wars replaced rapiers with lightsabers, but the duel remained the same: intimate, symbolic, loaded with moral weight. Luke Skywalker facing Darth Vader is less a battle of skill than a test of identity, honor, and destiny. Audiences around the world immediately recognized the form, even though the weapons glowed and hummed. It was the same ritual humans had been telling for centuries, now cloaked in futuristic robes. The duel had escaped history and entered eternity. But cinema did more than romanticize duels. It also interrogated them. Films like Ridley Scott's The Duelists, 1977, stripped away the glamour to show how duels could become obsessive, destructive cycles of pride. Based on a true Napoleonic story, it followed 2 officers whose lives are consumed by a series of duels spanning decades, exposing the futility beneath the ritual. Here, the duel is both absurd and tragic, a reminder that the myth comes with costs. Cinema, unlike medieval chroniclers, could show both sides, the grandeur of the duel and the emptiness it concealed. Beyond film, modern culture absorbed the duel into countless forms. Video games build entire mechanics around one-on-one combat, from fighting games like Street Fighter to sprawling adventures where climactic boss battles echo the ritual of 2 warriors facing off. Novels, comics, and television endlessly recycled the trope, whether in courtroom dramas reframed as verbal duels, rap battles staged as lyrical duels, or even cooking competitions where chefs face off in symbolic combat. The duel survived not as a legal practice, but as a narrative skeleton, adaptable to any medium. What fascinates is how modern audiences still respond to duels with primal intensity. Despite knowing it is staged, the format grips us, perhaps because it reduces chaos into clarity. A war is messy, a battle between 2 is simple, a world of politics and complexity is overwhelming. 2 figures facing each other is manageable. The duel offers catharsis in miniature, boiling vast conflicts down to a single decisive encounter. It satisfies a psychological hunger for resolution, even if only in fiction. And yet, modern depictions of duels also reflect our ambivalence. We cheer the tension, but we also question the logic. Why must pride demand blood? Why must disputes end with violence? Films, books, and games often wrestle with these contradictions, sometimes romanticizing duels, sometimes ridiculing them, sometimes both at once. The duel, even in fiction, cannot escape its paradoxical roots. Noble and foolish, dramatic and absurd, meaningful and meaningless. What this shows is that the duel, though stripped of its legal and social legitimacy, has become immortal as symbol. It no longer determines truth or honor, but it continues to embody the drama of human conflict, the collision of egos, the test of courage. In cinema and culture, the duel is not about death, but about meaning. The meanings we attach to struggle, identity, and pride. It is myth made flesh again and again on screen and stage. But if the duel has found eternal life in culture, it has also seeped into the language of everyday life. We talk of dueling politicians, dueling ideologies, dueling brands, even dueling musicians. The form has become metaphor, so ingrained in our vocabulary that we scarcely notice it. And from that metaphor, we arrive at one last transformation. How the duel, once about swords and pistols, became a way of describing any conflict where two forces face each other, real or symbolic. By the time the duel had faded from fields and pistols were no longer raised at dawn, the ritual had already found a new battlefield. Language. The duel, once a literal clash of bodies, transformed into metaphor. It began to describe not only fights of steel, but any contest of wills, ideas, or pride. In this way, the duel never truly disappeared. It seeped into politics, into business, into art, even into our daily conversations. And in many respects, it became more powerful as a symbol than it had ever been as a bloody reality. In politics, for instance, debates are often framed as duels. Two candidates stand across from each other, exchanging blows, not with blades, but with words. Each thrust is an argument, each parry a rebuttal, and the audience, like the medieval crowd, decides who leaves with honor intact. Television debates today are staged almost theatrically, with lights, podiums, and rules, echoing the ritualized structure of old dueling grounds. When journalists write about dueling speeches or dueling agendas, they are tapping into a cultural memory centuries old, where honor and victory are measured not in blood, but in perception. The metaphor extends to law as well. Courtrooms are arenas where lawyers duel with logic, precedent, and rhetoric. A trial is, in essence, two sides locked in combat before an audience, striving not to land wounds but to sway judgment. The duel's ritual survives here in the choreography of cross-examinations and closing arguments, in the carefully measured pace of questioning, in the ceremonial respect between opponents who are, in fact, trying to destroy each other's credibility. It is combat refined into civility, yet still carrying the dramatic tension of its violent ancestor. Even in business, the duel persists. Rival companies are often described as dueling for dominance, whether it be Coca-Cola versus Pepsi, Apple versus Microsoft, or more recently, streaming platforms battling for viewers. Advertisements mimic duels in miniature. One brand throws a challenge, the other counters with a witty response. The crowd of consumers watches and decides who emerges victorious. Markets in this framing become dueling grounds, where reputation and loyalty hang in the balance just as honor once did on the field. The duel as metaphor thrives in art and culture too. Rap battles, with their verbal assaults and clever counters, are duels in every sense except for the weapons. Each line is a strike, each comeback a parry, each silence an opening. Audiences cheer for blows that land clean and boo when a fighter falters. It is the duel reborn in rhyme, carried forward by rhythm instead of steel. And just as medieval duelists fought not only for survival but for reputation, modern performers duel for status, respect, and immortality in memory. Even sports, though team-based, often distill themselves into duels. A tennis match between Federer and Nadal, a boxing fight between Ali and Frazier, or a penalty kick between striker and goalkeeper, these moments crystallize conflict into one-on-one drama. Spectators hold their breath just as medieval crowds once did, waiting for the decisive blow. Sports commentators almost instinctively reach for the language of combat. He struck back. He parried. He delivered the final blow. The duel is hidden in plain sight, reborn in the games we watch and play. Curiously, the duel also permeates our daily conversations. We speak of dueling schedules, dueling priorities, or dueling versions of events. Two siblings arguing over chores might be said to duel over who is right. Couples disagreeing in a cafe may be described as locked in a duel of words. The metaphor has become so natural that we barely notice it, yet every time we use it, we keep alive the centuries-old association of conflict as something staged, personal, and dramatic. What makes the metaphor so enduring is its clarity. A duel reduces chaos into focus. Two sides, one contest, a winner and a loser. In a world of complexity, the duel offers simplicity. It strips conflict down to its essence, making it more understandable, more watchable, and, ironically, more entertaining. That is why headlines so often prefer dueling to arguing. It is not just about accuracy, it is about drama. A duel sounds like something worth watching, but the metaphor carries shadows of its past, too. When we frame disagreements as duels, we risk glorifying conflict, treating every dispute as a zero-sum game. Just as medieval duelists believed that one man's honor had to be destroyed for another's to survive, we sometimes fall into the same trap, assuming that compromise is weakness. The duel as metaphor is powerful, but it is also dangerous. It reminds us how much of our culture still craves the clarity of winners and losers, even in spaces where cooperation might serve us better. And yet, the metaphor's endurance proves that the duel, though banished from law and condemned by religion, still grips our imagination. It no longer determines guilt or innocence with swords, but it still shapes how we talk, how we think, how we dramatize conflict. The duel has moved from the field into the mind, from ritual to symbol, from blood to words, and this symbolic life ensures that it remains immortal. But there is still one more layer to explore. How the duel, after all its transformations, judicial ordeal, private ritual, pistol showdown, cultural metaphor, ultimately became a mirror for human nature itself. For in the end, the story of the duel is not just about combat, but about the eternal human need to turn conflict into meaning, violence into ritual, and pride into performance. At its core, the duel has always been more than swords, pistols, or the rituals that surrounded it. Across centuries and continents, beneath all the spectacle and symbolism, the duel was a mirror, reflecting back the deepest elements of human nature: pride, fear, the craving for respect, the terror of humiliation, the desire to turn chaos into ritual. All of these found expression in the act of two people facing one another with everything at stake. That is why the duel persisted long after it made sense, long after law, religion, and reason had declared it obsolete. The duel was not simply about combat, it was about what combat revealed. Consider pride, that oldest of human flaws. Pride is what made a knight risk his life when accused of dishonor, what compelled a poet like Pushkin to walk into the snow knowing he might never return, what drove politicians and generals to risk governments and armies over a word or a glance. In many ways, the duel distilled pride into its purest form, the willingness to risk everything rather than accept shame. One might laugh at the absurdity of men dying over mustaches or the spelling of a word, but behind those absurdities lies something we all recognize: the fear of being diminished, of being seen as less in the eyes of others. The duel was pride dramatized, pride armed. Yet it was not only pride, it was also ritual. Humans are creatures who cannot endure chaos for long. We wrap even our violence in rules to make it bearable. The duel was proof of this impulse. No matter how bloody or irrational, it followed patterns, measured paces, chosen weapons, formal challenges, witnesses. By addressing violence in ceremony, societies transformed it from random slaughter into something that felt meaningful, even sacred. The duel turned raw conflict into a liturgy of pride, a script where every movement carried weight. And in that transformation, we see our universal need to tame disorder with ritual, even when the ritual itself is deadly. The duel also reflected our obsession with performance. It was never only about the two men in the field. It was about the audience, whether present in person or later in rumor and story. A duel was a play staged for witnesses, a theater of honor where reputations were forged or destroyed. The moment of silence before the shots, the bows, the seconds pacing out distances, all of it was designed not just to settle conflict, but to create a memory, a story others would retell. In this way, the duel echoed something we still live with today: our hunger to be seen, remembered, and judged by others. Fear, too, played its role. Beneath the bravado, every duelist carried the knowledge that death was real, that the ritual could not shield them from pain or oblivion. And yet, the willingness to face that fear was part of the point. To stand unmoving as a pistol was raised, to draw steel against a man equally determined, was to demonstrate not just skill, but the mastery of terror. The duel was as much about conquering fear as it was about conquering the opponent. And this is why, even today, the image of the duel grips us. It embodies the moment when human beings step into the abyss, choosing pride over survival, meaning over safety. What makes the duel such a powerful mirror is how universal its themes are. Though few of us today would ever dream of fighting with swords at dawn, we recognize the impulses that drove duelists. Who has not felt pride sting like a blade? Who has not rehearsed arguments in their head as if they were strikes in an unseen fight? Who has not wanted, in some corner of their heart, to prove themselves in a decisive contest that would silence all doubt? The duel speaks to that longing for clarity, for finality, for proof that we matter. But the duel also exposes the folly of that longing. For all its rituals and meanings, it left behind a trail of wasted lives and broken families. Politicians who could have shaped nations died in seconds. Artists whose voices could have enriched the world were silenced by pride. The duel reflected both the nobility and the stupidity of human beings, the brilliance of our capacity to create meaning and the tragedy of our inability to let go of ego. It was, in a sense, the human condition in miniature. Fragile dignity defended with absurd intensity, ritual disguising chaos, performance masking fear. This is why the duel continues to fascinate us even after its death. In every duel, we glimpse ourselves, not with weapons perhaps, but with words, choices, and rivalries. We may not draw pistols at dawn, but we still risk relationships, careers, and futures to defend pride. We still build rituals around conflict, from courtroom procedures to sporting contests, transforming competition into meaning, and we still crave the drama of the decisive showdown, whether in politics, art, or our own private lives. The duel lingers because it tells us something uncomfortable and true, that humans will always turn conflict into ritual, and ritual into identity. And so, in the end, the duel is not just history. It is psychology, culture, theater, and myth, carried forward in every metaphor and every story where two sides face each other and only one prevails. It is a mirror, cracked, but still reflecting, showing us who we were and who we still are. And perhaps that is why it refuses to vanish. For as long as humans feel pride, fear humiliation, crave meaning, and hunger for recognition, the duel whether with swords, pistols, or words, will remain with us, not as law but as legend, not as ritual but as symbol. But what remains to be asked is this. If the duel was a mirror of human nature in the past, what mirrors of conflict do we create today? Where does pride still demand its stage? And how, in our own rituals of honor and humiliation, do we continue to echo the duel without ever realizing it? Even though pistols and swords have long since been put away, the duel never truly left us. It lingers, reshaped, in the way modern society structures conflict, spectacle, and even entertainment. In the 21st century, we may not walk into dawn-lit fields to risk our lives over pride, but we still arrange stages, follow rituals, and wait breathlessly for one side to emerge victorious. The duel has simply migrated out of the mud and blood of past centuries and into the arenas of politics, culture, and media. What survives is not the violence itself, but the structure of the showdown, the irresistible pull of two forces facing each other with no room for retreat. Take politics, for example. Election debates are framed almost instinctively as duels. Two candidates, placed on opposite podiums, exchange blows in front of an audience whose reactions are as decisive as any referee. Journalists amplify this imagery, writing of dueling speeches or dueling visions, reducing the complexity of governance to a binary contest that audiences can cheer as though watching a fight. And like the duels of old, these spectacles are not only about substance, but about perception. Who stood firm, who faltered, who carried themselves with the posture of victory. Honor has become reputation, pistols have become sound bites, but the ritual remains hauntingly familiar. The same holds true in the courtroom. Trials are battles of logic, where lawyers duel with arguments instead of blades. Cross-examinations are thrusts, objections are parries, and closing statements are the final lunge. Juries and judges play the role of spectators, waiting to see which side emerges with honor intact. The careful rituals of dress, language, and ceremony that structure the legal system are echoes of dueling formality, designed to transform conflict into a performance that carries legitimacy. When the verdict comes, it feels not unlike the outcome of a duel, decisive, final, and bound to echo beyond the room. Entertainment has carried the duel further still. Rap battles are duels in their purest modern form. Two performers face each other, trading verbal strikes with rhythm and wit, while the crowd acts as arbiter. Each line that lands is a hit, each stumble is a wound. The format is as old as the duel itself. Direct confrontation, public stakes, pride on the line, but wrapped in music and language instead of steel. Boxing matches, mixed martial arts, and even one-on-one moments in team sports preserve the same structure. Whether in a ring or an octagon, the spectacle is the same. Two enter, one leaves with honor. Even in entertainment far removed from violence, the duel persists as metaphor. Cooking shows present chefs as rivals in culinary duels. Talent competitions frame performers as opponents, each trying to outshine the other on stage. Video games are saturated with the duel format, from fighting titles that pit two characters against one another to boss battles that reduce sprawling storylines into a single decisive confrontation. These echoes reveal just how deeply ingrained the logic of the duel has become. Whenever we want tension, drama, or catharsis, we instinctively create a duel. Social media has added another twist. Online debates, Twitter spats, YouTube callouts. These are duels played out not in private fields, but in the global square. Two influencers, trading insults in front of millions, are not far removed from nobles meeting in a clearing, while crowds whispered and waited for news. The immediacy of the digital age amplifies the duel's old dynamics, the importance of witnesses, the ritualized exchange of blows, and the way reputation is forged or shattered in the eyes of an audience. Where once the duel demanded pistols, now it requires hashtags. But the stakes, status, pride, identity, remain strikingly the same. The echoes also appear in language itself. We speak casually of dueling narratives in journalism, of dueling theories in science, of dueling CEOs in business. The duel has become shorthand for rivalry, for the compression of conflict into a two-sided contest. This linguistic survival shows how natural the metaphor has become, how deeply it shapes the way we see the world. When confronted with complexity, we prefer to reduce it to a duel. Two sides, one winner, no middle ground. It is easier to watch, easier to understand, and infinitely more dramatic. But the modern duel carries the same contradictions as the old. Just as men once died over trivial insults, today's reputational duels can spiral into ruin. Careers end over social media clashes. Political reputations are shattered in debates staged as showdowns, and yet society still craves these confrontations, still gathers to watch, still tells the story afterward of who stood tall and who faltered. We may laugh at the absurdity of past duelists, but our own rituals show that we have not moved far from their world. We still need the duel, if not for justice, then for meaning. This persistence forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. The duel was never about weapons, not really. It was always about us, our pride, our fear, our hunger for clarity. That is why it thrives today in politics, law, sports, art, an online spectacle. And perhaps it will never vanish, only change its clothing, adapting to each new age that craves drama. Yet there remains one final step in this story, to look not at the duel as history, metaphor, or entertainment, but as legacy. To ask how this centuries-old ritual still shapes the way we imagine justice, honor, and identity, and what it reveals about the enduring human need to make conflict meaningful. The duel may no longer send men into dawn fields with pistols or into muddy lists with swords, but its legacy endures, written into the very way we think about justice, identity, and conflict. Stripped of its blood, the duel remains as a cultural skeleton, reminding us of how societies, ancient, medieval, and modern, seek to make violence meaningful, to transform chaos into ritual, and to turn pride into performance. To understand the duel's legacy is to understand not only how it shaped history, but how it still whispers in the way we live and argue today. One of the clearest lessons the duel leaves behind is the tension between justice and spectacle. Medieval combat was justified as a way for God to reveal truth. Yet everyone knew skill, strength, or sheer luck could decide the outcome. Later duels claimed to defend honor, yet they often masked arrogance and insecurity. In both cases, truth and justice were less important than appearances. That lesson has not faded. Modern society still struggles with this tension. Are we searching for justice, or are we staging performances that look like justice? A courtroom, a political debate, even a viral argument online. Each carries echoes of the duel's double nature, part pursuit of truth, part spectacle for the crowd. The duel also teaches us about identity. For centuries, to refuse a duel was to risk being branded a coward, unworthy of respect. Men tied their very sense of self to their willingness to risk life for pride. This seems absurd to modern eyes. Why die over a word? Yet the psychology endures. We still build identities around confrontation, defending reputations online, staking careers on bold public stands, refusing to back down even when reason might suggest compromise. The duel shows us how deeply humans fear humiliation, and how often we would rather embrace destruction than accept loss of face. Curiously, the duel's legacy is not entirely negative. For all its violence, it forced combat into ritualized frameworks. Unlike random feuds or vendettas, duels demanded structure, seconds, rules, witnesses. By codifying violence, societies made it more containable, even more predictable. That impulse survives in our institutions, legal procedures, parliamentary rules, even sports. We may no longer fight to the death, but we still crave rituals that give conflict form and legitimacy. In that sense, the duel bequeathed us a template. Conflict, yes, but conflict with boundaries. There's also a moral legacy. The duel reminds us of the dangers of absolute pride, of the folly of equating dignity with domination. Generations of politicians, poets, and nobles wasted their lives over trivial insults, and their stories now serve as cautionary tales. When we read of Pushkin bleeding in the snow or Hamilton falling by the Hudson, we are not inspired to imitate them. We are warned. Their fates remind us that justice and identity built only on pride can destroy more than they protect. The duel survives not just as myth, but as warning carved into cultural memory. And yet, there is an undeniable allure in the duel's clarity. Its legacy lingers in the way we long for decisive resolution. A duel promised an ending, one winner, one loser, no ambiguity. In our own messy world, where conflicts drag on and truths are rarely absolute, that clarity is seductive. It explains why stories, films, and even everyday arguments often mimic the duel's structure. Two sides, one showdown, one victor. The duel's promise of resolution, however flawed, still shapes how we frame conflict. Perhaps the greatest legacy of the duel is its ability to reveal the human need for meaning and struggle. To fight without reason is brutality. To fight with ritual is identity. Whether in medieval fields, Parisian cafes, or digital platforms, people transform conflict into narrative, into theater, into performance that gives their lives a sense of gravity. The duel taught us, in its brutal simplicity, that conflict is never just about who survives. It is about what the survival means. That lesson remains with us, quietly guiding how we interpret disputes of every kind. But legacy also means transformation. The duel has left us not only stories of blood and folly, but also metaphors and structures that continue to shape our imagination. It has slipped into our language, into our art, into our institutions, persisting not as law, but as legend, not as justice, but as symbol. And in that transformation lies one last lesson, that even when rituals fade, their shadows linger, shaping the way we think, act, and dream. And so, as we reflect on the duel's legacy, we find ourselves looking not backward but forward, asking what comes next. If the duel was once the ultimate stage for pride and identity, what are its modern heirs? Where does our hunger for ritualized conflict find expression now, and how might those expressions shape the societies yet to come? Though the duel of blades and pistols has long vanished from dawnlit fields, its heirs surround us every day. Modern society has not abandoned the duel. It has reinvented it, dressing it in new clothes, arming it with different tools, and staging it on safer, though no less dramatic, grounds. The essence is unchanged. Two figures face one another, the world watches, and reputation hangs in the balance. In sports arenas, on television stages, in political chambers, and even on digital platforms, we find the duel alive and thriving, not in blood, but in spectacle. One of the clearest descendants of the duel is competitive sport. Strip away the rules, uniforms, and referees, and what remains is the ancient structure. Two adversaries locked in contest until one emerges victorious. A tennis final between Federer and Nadal, a boxing match between Ali and Frazier, or a penalty shootout with a lone striker against a goalkeeper. All of these are duels at heart. The crowd, like medieval spectators, gasps at every strike, every miss, every hesitation. The roar of a stadium is not so different from the shouts that once rose around the lists. It is society affirming that conflict, when ritualized, still has the power to enthrall. Beyond physical contests, modern entertainment has adopted the duel in more symbolic forms. Rap battles are the most obvious example, carrying the raw structure of the duel into the realm of words. Two artists face each other, exchanging strikes of rhythm and rhyme, their pride and identity on the line, while a crowd judges the outcome. A devastating punchline lands like a thrust. A clever comeback is a parry. The ritual is the same. Spectacle, skill, reputation, and the intoxicating risk of humiliation. This is why rap battles electrify audiences. They tap into the same ancient tension that once filled fields with steel. Televised competitions also follow the duel's template. Consider cooking shows where chefs face off under impossible time limits, their plates judged as though they were the wounds of battle. Or talent contests where two singers square off in battle rounds, their voices colliding while the audience and judges decide who remains standing. Even reality television, with its carefully orchestrated rivalries, thrives on duel-like moments. Two contestants, one prize, and the crowd leaning in to witness victory or defeat. The duel's bones are there, hidden beneath bright lights and edited drama. Politics, too, remains a fertile ground for dueling airs. Election debates, staged with podiums and cameras, are modern jousts of rhetoric. Two candidates glare across at one another, firing verbal shots, blocking attacks, and hoping to deliver a decisive blow. The audience, whether in a hall or watching from living rooms, plays the role of arbiter, deciding whose honor survives. Campaign managers become the modern seconds, arranging terms, preparing their champions, and spinning the outcome afterward. In many ways, political debates are less about policy than about performance. The duel's old truth that perception outweighs substance lives on. Even the digital world is not immune. Social media has become a dueling ground unlike any in history. Influencers call each other out in public spats. Twitter threads escalate into open confrontations, and YouTubers schedule live debates watched by millions. Each side rallies their followers like seconds and witnesses, while the world comments in real time. Hashtags serve as weapons, memes as reposts, and virality as the ultimate victory. What was once confined to a field at dawn is now staged on screens that never sleep, with reputations built or destroyed in the glare of a global audience. Curiously, the duel's heirs also appear in science and academia. Rival theories are described as dueling hypotheses, scholars spar in public conferences, and journals publish rebuttals framed as intellectual blows. While the weapons are data and logic, the structure is unchanged. One argument faces another, each seeking to prevail in the eyes of a watching community. Even here, honor, academic rather than martial, is at stake. Reputation remains the prize, and humiliation remains the risk. The duel has simply shifted from the sword's edge to the edge of the podium. The endurance of these modern airs reveals something about human psychology. We crave clarity, the neatness of two sides facing each other until one prevails. In a messy, complex world, the duel offers a narrative that feels complete. Setup, confrontation, resolution. It satisfies the same hunger that once drew peasants and nobles alike to the lists, the same craving for stories with sharp edges and final outcomes. That is why duel-like contests thrive in so many arenas, because they reduce chaos into theater and theater into meaning. Yet these airs also remind us of the duel's contradictions. Just as duels of old could spiral into needless bloodshed, modern duels can spiral into needless ruin. Online battles can destroy reputations overnight, political showdowns can weaken nations. Even harmless competitions can turn toxic when pride overwhelms purpose. The duel's shadow lingers, warning us that ritualized conflict, though seductive, can consume more than it creates. Still, the persistence of dueling airs proves that the ritual cannot die. It adapts, evolves, and resurfaces wherever humans need conflict to be more than chaos. From stadiums to studios, from parliaments to platforms, we continue to stage our duels, craving their drama even when we deny their dangers. And perhaps this persistence hints at something deeper still, that the duel, in all its forms, is not only about pride or performance, but about the timeless human need to transform struggle into meaning. And that leads us to the final horizon. If the duel has left us heirs in sport, art, politics, and digital life, what might the future hold? How will technology, culture, and our evolving sense of honor create new forms of dueling yet to come? The duel, once fought with swords and muddy lists or pistols at dawn, now faces its most radical transformation yet. Not into metaphor, not into sport, but into virtuality. As technology accelerates, the idea of two individuals locked in direct confrontation has been reborn in digital arenas, where combat is measured not in blood but in code, where reputations rise and fall in seconds, and where millions of unseen spectators gather behind screens instead of castle walls. The future of the duel, it seems, is not bound to fields or courtyards, but to the boundless spaces of technology. Consider the rise of esports. Professional players now stand as gladiators of the digital age, battling one-on-one in games that simulate war, strategy, or pure reflex. To watch two champions face each other in a League of Legends final, a Street Fighter tournament, or Counter-Strike match is to witness a duel every bit as ritualized as those of the past. There are rules, referees, and immense audiences, sometimes filling stadiums, sometimes streaming online by the millions. The duel has slipped seamlessly into the digital arena, where the stakes are pride, prize money, and immortality in the annals of gaming history. The sword has become the controller, the pistol, the keyboard. Virtual reality pushes this transformation even further. With VR technology, combatants can now enter shared spaces where every movement of the body is translated into action. Imagine two figures standing in living rooms half a world apart, yet facing each other in the same simulated arena, parrying with digital blades or firing virtual weapons. The intensity is real, even if the wounds are not. What was once a ritual confined to elites can now be experienced by anyone with a headset. For the first time in history, dueling could become not a matter of law or tradition, but a mass experience, accessible, customizable, and endlessly replayable. But the future duel is not confined to entertainment. Technology has created new battlegrounds where honor and reputation are defended with keystrokes rather than weapons. Hackers duel across cyberspace, racing to breach defenses or repel intrusions, their reputations rising or falling within tight-knit communities that watch closely. Competitive programming contests, too, often carry the structure of a duel. Two coders, one problem, time ticking down, each trying to deliver the decisive blow of logic before the other. These digital duels may lack the spectacle of swordplay, but they are no less intense, no less tied to the pride and identity of those involved. Artificial intelligence introduces yet another frontier. Already, AI agents compete against each other in simulated environments, from chessboards to complex strategy games. These are duels beyond human capacity, fought at speeds and scales we cannot comprehend, yet staged for human audiences to marvel at. The famous victory of IBM's Deep Blue over Garry Kasparov in 1997 was, in essence, a duel. Man versus machine, pride versus progress, the future staring down the past. In years to come, we may see duels staged not between humans, but between artificial champions, with humanity watching as spectators to conflicts that transcend our own limitations. And yet, as the duel migrates into these new spaces, its old paradoxes follow it. Just as pistols once democratized the duel, technology now does the same. Anyone can challenge another online, whether in a game, a debate, or a clash of reputations on social media. But just as before, the risk is not evenly shared. The wounds of virtual duels are reputational, psychological, sometimes even financial. Careers can be ruined, identities shattered, friendships broken, all over conflicts that, like the duels of old, often spring from pride, ego, or a single careless word. Curiously, the digital duel also resurrects the role of the crowd. In medieval fields, peasants gathered to watch knights clash. In salons and cafes, nobles whispered about pistol shots at dawn. Today, millions tune in live to watch digital duels, their reactions captured in real time through chat, memes, and commentary. The duel is once again as much about audience as about combatants. Honor and victory are not decided solely by who wins, but by how the performance is received by those who watch. Just as in the past, perception remains as decisive as outcome. Where, then, is this evolution leading us? Perhaps to a future where dueling no longer threatens lives, but still carries the weight of ritual, reputation, and risk. Perhaps to arenas we cannot yet imagine, where honor is measured in data, influence, or even virtual assets. The duel will not vanish because it is not tied to weapons, but to psychology. Wherever humans, or their digital successors, crave resolution, spectacle, and the sharp clarity of two forces in direct confrontation, the duel will return, adapted to the tools of the age. And so, as we look at the future of dueling, we see not an end, but a horizon. From muddy fields to glowing screens, from pistols to pixels, the duel endures because it is less about violence than about meaning. And perhaps the next stage of this story lies not in what weapons are wielded, but in how we, as audiences, continue to gather, to watch, to judge, and to remember. The The duel should have disappeared centuries ago. The logic is absurd, after all. Two people endangering their lives, or their reputations, or their futures, simply to settle an insult, or to prove who carries more pride. And yet, here we are, centuries after the last formal pistol shot rang out at dawn, still arranging our conflicts into the shape of a duel. We may not call them that anymore, but the structure remains. Two sides, one stage, an audience leaning forward, desperate for resolution. The duel has achieved a kind of immortality, not because it was noble, but because it was human. Why does it endure? At its core, the duel distills conflict into its simplest form. In a world that overwhelms us with complexity, ambiguity, and endless gray areas, the duel promises clarity. It is binary, victory or defeat, honor or shame. That starkness is irresistible, not only to those who fight, but also to those who watch. Our brains crave stories with clean lines and sharp edges, and the duel provides exactly that. The medieval knight squaring off in the lists, the rapper stepping into the battle circle, the politician facing their opponent under hot debate lights, all of them inherit the duel's clean narrative arc. We may have moved on from swords and pistols, but we have not moved on from the need for stories like these. Another reason the duel never dies lies in pride. Humans have always feared humiliation more than death. For a medieval nobleman, being branded a coward was worse than being killed in a duel. For a modern influencer, being mocked publicly may feel just as unbearable. Pride turns confrontation into necessity, and necessity demands ritual. The duel gave form to that pride centuries ago, and the shape it carved has proven impossible to erase. Even now, we build our identities around confrontation, defining ourselves by the battles we chose to fight, or to avoid. The immortality of the duel also rests on its theatricality. Conflict on its own is chaotic, frightening, and uncontrolled. The duel takes that chaos and choreographs it into something audiences can understand. The rules may be arbitrary, but they provide structure. Seconds stood by to measure distance, referees now watch over matches, moderators preside over debates. Each one is a descendant of the duel's ritual scaffolding, proving that humans cannot resist turning conflict into performance. We do not just want to fight, we want to watch, narrate, and remember. And then there is the allure of risk. A duel, in whatever form it takes, is thrilling precisely because the stakes are high. Whether it is a sword's edge, a championship title, or a reputation on social media, the outcome matters, sometimes disproportionately. That disproportion is what gives the duel its bite. The higher the risk, the sharper the drama, and the more indelible the story becomes. History does not remember casual agreements. It remembers Hamilton falling by the Hudson, or Ali and Frazier trading blows under blinding lights, or two digital champions battling in a game streamed by millions. The duel immortalizes not only itself, but those who dare to step into it. Yet immortality is not without irony. The duel, once meant to resolve conflict, often multiplies it. A death sparked vendettas. A lost debate sparks endless online retaliation. A ruined reputation leads to bitter feuds that outlive the original insult. This paradox, that the duel fails at the very task it sets out to achieve, should have doomed it to extinction. And yet, perhaps that very failure is why it endures. Conflict is never fully resolved, pride is never fully satisfied, and so the duel is constantly reborn, reinvented for each new generation. It lives because we cannot truly kill it, because its fuel, our pride, our need for clarity, our hunger for spectacle, never burns out. The duel's immortality also reveals something unsettling about human memory. We glamorize duels long after we condemn them. Writers turn them into poetry, filmmakers into climactic scenes, audiences into admirers of long-dead recklessness. We know better, yet we keep romanticizing the drama. This romantic lens ensures that the duel is never buried completely. It hides in our culture, waiting to reappear in metaphors, in rituals and spectacles that look suspiciously like its old form. We shake our heads at its brutality, but secretly we cannot resist its allure. So when we ask why the duel has never truly left us, the answer is simple, because it is not only history, but reflection. It reveals what we value, what we fear, and how we make meaning out of struggle. It is immortal not because of swords or pistols, but because it mirrors us too clearly to fade. And that immortality demands one last question. If we cannot leave the duel behind, what shape will it take next? When duels faded from real life, they quickly found refuge in the imagination. Literature, theater, and later cinema resurrected them, polishing away some of the gore while preserving the raw electricity of two figures standing opposite, weapons in hand, pride on the line. If anything, the duel became more immortal in art than it ever was in practice. Writers, playwrights, and filmmakers discovered that the duel was the perfect narrative device. Simple, dramatic, and endlessly symbolic. Through culture, the duel has been reborn in 1,000 ways, often more glamorous than the muddy, clumsy, and disease-ridden encounters that history actually records. Take literature. Alexandre Dumas, for example, made the duel almost synonymous with adventure. In The Three Musketeers, duels are constant, playful even. as Athos, Porthos, Aramis, and D'Artagnan settle disputes with swords as casually as others would with words. These encounters are not just about survival, they are about wit, bravado, and flair. Readers did not imagine men bleeding out in gutters, but heroes flashing blades under golden light. Dumas romanticized the duel so thoroughly that generations of readers came to see it not as barbarity, but as the ultimate expression of nobility and courage. That illusion lingers still. Shakespeare, centuries earlier, had already grasped the duel's theatrical power. In Romeo and Juliet, the duel between Tybalt and Mercutio, and later Tybalt and Romeo, becomes the pivot on which love transforms into tragedy. The fight is not just a clash of steel, but a stage on which fate itself reveals its hand. Shakespeare understood that a duel compresses tension into a single moment, a moment that can change the course of lives, families, and entire stories. And because it is staged with ritual and public witness, it resonates not only with the characters, but with the audience. We are drawn in as if we, too, must decide who was right, who was wrong, who deserved to fall. Cinema has only magnified this fascination. Think of classic westerns, where dusty streets serve as modern dueling grounds. Two men stand still, hands twitching above holsters, the crowd silent as the clock ticks toward the inevitable. The gunslinger duel became an American myth, echoing the pistols at dawn rituals of Europe, but dressed in cowboy hats and frontier dust. Audiences never tired of it because the format was familiar. Two men, one standoff, one victor. Whether it was Gary Cooper in High Noon or Clint Eastwood squinting across a barren street, the duel carried the same emotional weight it had centuries earlier. But cinema has also twisted the duel into new shapes. In Star Wars, the lightsaber duel is more than combat. It is philosophy, morality, and family drama condensed into flashing beams of light. Vader versus Luke, Obi-Wan versus Anakin. These are not battles about skill alone, but about identity, destiny, and betrayal. The duel becomes spectacle, yes, but also metaphor for the deepest conflicts humans face. The same could be said of countless other films, from martial arts classics where duels prove honor, to spy thrillers where duels are waged with wits as much as weapons. No matter the genre, the duel sneaks in because it is too efficient a storytelling tool to resist. Curiously, culture often softens the brutality of duels while amplifying their elegance. Few films show the infections, the botched shots, or the sheer stupidity of real duels. Instead, they give us symmetry, perfect draws, decisive strikes, noble deaths. It is art's way of polishing reality into legend. In truth, most historical duels were messy affairs, often ending in mutual injury, missed shots, or lawsuits. But audiences crave the clarity of victory and defeat. So stories give us what reality rarely did, resolution. And it is not only high art. Popular culture delights in parodying the duel as much as glorifying it. Comedies stage absurd sword fights where clumsy characters trip over scabbards, reminding us that behind every romanticized duel lurked real human awkwardness. Cartoons exaggerate the standoff, stretching the silence before the draw into endless seconds. Even in humor, the duel works because its structure is instantly recognizable. Two opponents, one outcome. The formula is universal, and even when mocked, it retains its pull. The duel's hold on culture speaks to something deeper than entertainment. It reflects our hunger for decisive conflict, for stories where questions are settled in one sharp climax rather than dragged through endless ambiguity. A duel is the ultimate shortcut for narrative closure, which is why it persists in novels, plays, and films centuries after its legal abolition. When writers or filmmakers want to compress everything, honor, betrayal, destiny, pride, into a single scene, they call on the duel, confident that audiences will understand instinctively what is at stake. Yet this cultural immortality also feeds back into reality. Because we grow up seeing duels in books and films, we inherit the sense that confrontation should be elegant, decisive, and even noble. That echo shapes how we perceive modern conflicts, from debates to competitions. Culture doesn't just preserve the duel, it ensures its structure continues to influence how we imagine struggle in our own lives. And that raises a final unsettling thought. If the duel thrives so strongly in culture, what does that mean for the future? Will new media, virtual reality, immersive storytelling, artificial intelligence, continue to recycle its structure, crafting ever more vivid simulations of two figures locked in decisive confrontation? Or will culture one day finally move beyond it, leaving the duel behind as an artifact of human obsession with clarity, pride, and spectacle? We might think of duels as something locked in history books, but the truth is, we still live by their logic every single day. The duel has slipped from the fields and courtyards of the past into the language we use, the way we tell stories, and even how we frame our personal struggles. It has become a metaphor so embedded in everyday life that we barely notice it anymore, even as we keep reenacting its structure in countless small ways. This is why the duel has never really disappeared. It has been transformed into a lens through which we interpret conflict, pride, and resolution. Think of how often we describe situations as showdowns. A heated argument between two coworkers over a project deadline is not framed as a simple disagreement, but as a duel of wills. A tense negotiation between two business leaders becomes a battle of strategies. Oh. Even trivial moments, like choosing who gets the last slice of pizza, can be joked about as a duel. The language betrays us. We cannot resist casting conflict into the old mold of two sides locked in confrontation, one destined to win. The duel is no longer about weapons, but about words, choices, and perceptions. Our politics are soaked in dual metaphors. Every election debate is described as a duel of ideas. When candidates clash on live television, it is rarely reported as two people discussing policies. Instead, it is framed as a fight, a contest, a duel where blows are traded and the victor is crowned by public opinion. Journalists amplify this with headlines like Biden versus Trump, the duel of visions, or the great debate showdown. The duel serves as the perfect shorthand to make politics more gripping, reducing complex issues into the dramatic clarity of two figures locked in combat. Sports thrive on the metaphor even more obviously. Tennis is not just a game of serves and volleys, it is a duel across the net. Boxers are locked in a duel of endurance. Even chess, a game of thought and strategy, is described as a duel of minds, each player thrusting and parrying with moves on the board. Fans love these metaphors because they heighten the drama. Watching a basketball final is exciting enough, but when framed as a duel between two star players, it takes on an almost mythic quality. Suddenly, the contest feels like destiny itself is being decided. But the duel metaphor goes deeper than headlines or sports commentary. It shapes how we understand our personal conflicts. A couple arguing late at night may unconsciously slip into the duel structure. Two voices, alternating strikes, each unwilling to retreat. A student facing an exam often describes it as a duel with the test. Even illness is framed in these terms. We say people are fighting cancer, as though locked in a duel with an invisible opponent. These metaphors matter because they shape how we experience life. When we cast struggles as duels, we give them drama, clarity, and meaning, even when that clarity may not exist in reality. The duel metaphor even extends into how we talk about art and culture. Writers speak of dueling narratives in literature. Scientists describe dueling theories in journals. Musicians engage in duels of interpretation over who plays a passage best. In each case, the duel provides a neat structure for conflict, turning messy debates into something we can follow like a story. It simplifies complexity, and that simplicity makes it irresistible. But it also risks oversimplifying, reducing nuanced conversations into binary victories and defeats. There is something almost comical about how far this metaphor reaches. Advertisers lean on it constantly. Brand A versus Brand B, who wins? Reality TV thrives on duel-like edits, cutting footage to emphasize rivalries. Even cooking shows frame challenges as culinary duels, with chefs glaring across the kitchen as though armed with more than spatulas and knives. It is as if we cannot imagine drama without slipping into the duel's ancient script. And perhaps this is the real insight. The duel has endured not only because it was a ritual of violence, but because it was always a ritual of meaning. It provides us with a way to interpret conflict that feels satisfying, even when the stakes are small. We keep resurrecting it because it reassures us that every struggle has a beginning, middle, and end, and that one side will emerge victorious. This is comforting, even when life rarely delivers such clean endings. But this metaphorical endurance raises new questions. If we are still unconsciously framing everything as a duel, from politics to personal disagreements, what does that mean for how we approach real problems? Do we risk reducing everything to binary clashes when cooperation might serve us better? Do we miss nuance by forcing every conflict into the mold of a duel? And if we cannot stop telling our stories this way, what does that say about our deeper need for confrontation, clarity, and spectacle? From the very beginning, the duel was never without its critics. Even when noblemen glorified it as the ultimate test of honor, there were voices in the background calling it what it really was: legalized murder, foolish vanity, and a waste of human life. What makes the duel fascinating is not only how long it lasted, but how persistently people tried to ban it, shame it, or expose its absurdity. For centuries, kings, priests, philosophers, and ordinary citizens railed against the ritual, yet still it endured, like a stubborn weed that thrives no matter how often it is cut down. The church was among the earliest and loudest opponents. Medieval clergy denounced trial by combat as blasphemous, insisting that God should not be summoned into petty disputes through bloodshed. Popes issued decrees, councils condemned the practice, priests warned their flocks that no duel could reveal divine judgment, and yet men continued to step into the lists, confident that God, or skill, would prove them right. One wonders how many sermons were ignored in favor of sharpened steel. The tension between sacred morality and worldly honor became one of the defining contradictions of the medieval duel. Monarchs, too, tried repeatedly to crush dueling, often out of self-interest. Kings saw how duels undermined their authority, siphoning justice away from royal courts into private meadows. Louis of France famously declared war on the duel, banning it under threat of death and executing high-ranking nobles who dared defy him. Yet, even under his iron rule, dueling persisted in secret, hidden in gardens and quiet streets. Honor proved more intoxicating than loyalty to crown. The spectacle of nobles risking royal wrath just to defend their pride shows how stubbornly ingrained the ritual had become. Philosophers and writers added their voices. Voltaire mocked the duel as idiocy and refined clothing. Samuel Johnson, the English moralist, dismissed it as a practice that sacrificed reason at the altar of vanity. Others pointed out its hypocrisy. The duel claimed to be about honor, but in truth it rewarded arrogance, cruelty, and deception. To these critics, the duel was not noble, it was barbarism with etiquette, savagery hiding behind silk gloves, and yet their wit and logic rarely carried the same weight as the pounding of hearts when two men faced each other at dawn. Even ordinary citizens mocked the practice. Satirical pamphlets circulated, caricaturing duelists as vain peacocks strutting toward pointless death. In London, coffeehouses buzzed with ridicule whenever another gentleman was carried home bleeding after a quarrel over a word. The absurdity was obvious to many. How could life itself be wagered on something as trivial as who had spoken louder, or who had stepped on whose shadow? Yet absurdity has never been enough to stop human beings from indulging in rituals that feed pride. Curiously, some of the fiercest critics were former duelists themselves. Men who had survived encounters often confessed the terror and regret hidden beneath their bravado. They described the shaking hands, the hollow victories, the endless nightmares of killing or maiming another human being for nothing more than a gesture. These confessions stripped away the romance, revealing dueling as less a noble rite than a trauma wrapped in ceremony. But shame rarely outweighed the intoxicating lure of proving oneself before an audience. The legal world also pressed against the duel. Courts insisted that disputes belonged to judges, not blades. Laws criminalized participation, dueling was declared murder, survivors were arrested or exiled, and yet enforcement was notoriously uneven. A famous nobleman might be quietly pardoned, while a commoner would swing at the gallows. This inconsistency fueled resentment and highlighted one of the duel's most glaring flaws. It claimed to be about justice, but in practice it was often about privilege. Critics pointed to this hypocrisy as proof that dueling was nothing more than theater for the elite. Despite all these attacks, the duel clung on. In fact, the criticism sometimes only sharpened its allure. The more authorities condemned it, the more rebellious young men sought it out as a badge of defiance. The more moralists mocked it, the more duelists convinced themselves they were a part of an ancient, sacred tradition misunderstood by lesser minds. The duel seemed to feed on its opposition, thriving because it was forbidden, because it was dangerous, because it promised immortality in memory even when condemned in law. This dynamic, the clash between criticism and persistence, makes the duel's history a constant paradox. It survived precisely because it was indefensible. To attack it with logic or morality was to misunderstand its true power. It lived not in reason, but in pride, fear, and the intoxicating clarity of ritualized conflict. The duel was irrational, and perhaps that was its greatest strength. And so the long line of critics, from priests to kings to philosophers, never managed to uproot it entirely. They could ban it, shame it, and mock it. But the duel's roots ran deeper than law or reason. And this raises the larger, haunting question. If even centuries of opposition could not kill the duel, what does that tell us about the endurance of human folly, and about the rituals we still cling to today despite knowing better? By the 19th century, the duel had become a ghost of its former self, a ritual both condemned and secretly adored. Governments across Europe and the Americas were issuing bans, laws, and decrees against it. Public opinion, once dazzled by the glamour of aristocratic bloodletting, began to sour, influenced by the Enlightenment's worship of reason and the Industrial Age's hunger for progress. And yet, even as the duel was declared officially dead, it refused to stay buried. It retreated into the shadows, clinging stubbornly to the corners of society where pride still outweighed law. France was perhaps the most stubborn battlefield for this twilight era. Despite royal bans, despite Napoleon himself trying to rein in the custom, Paris remained the dueling capital of Europe well into the 1800s. Newspapers gleefully reported on gentlemen meeting with pistols or sabers, often over trivial disputes. A mocking phrase in a cafe, a raised eyebrow at the opera. One famous story tells of a duel fought over the proper way to prepare an omelet. The absurdity only heightened the public's fascination. People claimed to condemn duels, yet devoured every report, turning them into a kind of morbid gossip. It was as if society wanted the duel to vanish, but secretly enjoyed its melodrama too much to let it go. In Germany, the student duel carried the ritual into a strange afterlife. University clubs, called Burschenschaften, encouraged young men to fight with sharp blades, not to kill, but to scar. These academic duels left participants with distinctive facial wounds, marks of pride called Schmiss. A scar across the cheek was not shame, but proof of courage, a badge of honor that often advanced careers. Employers supposedly preferred candidates with dueling scars, seeing them as men of discipline and bravery. It was dueling stripped of its fatality, transformed into a ritual of masculine initiation. Yet it carried the same echoes: confrontation, witnesses, honor defined by risk. In the United States, dueling clung longest to the South, where honor culture remained powerful. The infamous clash between Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr in 1804 seemed to mark the peak of American dueling, but it was far from the last. Well into the mid-19th century, Southern gentlemen defended their reputations with pistols at dawn, even as Northern newspapers mocked the practice as backward and barbaric. The duel thrived where law was weak and pride was strong. And, while courts officially condemned it, juries often looked the other way, reluctant to punish men who had simply defended their honor. But the duel's decline was not only a matter of law and politics, it was also cultural. The rise of newspapers made dueling both more public and more ridiculous. Every bloody outcome became fodder for satire. Pamphlets mocked duelists as pompous buffoons. Writers like Mark Twain lampooned the ritual, exposing its contradictions with biting humor. The more society laughed at duels, the harder it was for men to cloak them in nobility. Ridicule proved as deadly as legislation. Still, the duel survived in shadows, reinvented as clandestine ritual. Gentlemen who could not openly challenge one another found ways to disguise their confrontations. Fencing lessons became duels in disguise. Quiet hunting trips concealed pistol matches. The very illegality of the practice gave it a romantic edge. Duelists now seemed rebels against authority, figures of defiance rather than guardians of tradition. For some, the duel was more exciting once forbidden, proof that danger is most tempting when it is outlawed. Even as formal dueling faded, its cultural aftershocks rippled on. Honor killings in various societies carried the same logic. Feuds disguised as accidents echoed its structure. Even the Western gunfight, though never a formal duel in the European sense, drew directly from its imagery: two men facing each other, the crowd watching, silence before the strike. The duel may have been declared dead, but its ghost haunted every ritualized confrontation of the modern world. And this is what makes the duel's end so fascinating. It never truly ended. It was buried by law, mocked by writers, and replaced by courts and contracts. Yet it found ways to survive in scars, in secret duels, in cultural myths, and in every story that cast conflict as a showdown. The duel's official death only made its shadow longer. Which brings us to the final question in this long journey. If the duel still lingers in shadows and metaphors even after centuries of prohibition, what does that reveal about us? Perhaps that some rituals cannot be killed, only transformed. And perhaps that the duel's true battlefield was never in the meadow or the street, but in the human heart, where pride and fear of humiliation still clash endlessly. The duel begins and ends, not in history books, but in the human condition itself. From the muddy fields of medieval Europe to the digital arenas of our own century, it has been more than a ritual of violence. It has been a mirror reflecting pride, fear, courage, vanity, and our unshakable need to make conflict meaningful. To study the duel is not only to study swords and pistols, but to study ourselves, because the duel has always been about the strange human refusal to let words be only words, to let insult be forgotten, to let disputes dissolve into compromise. We seek resolution with drama, with spectacle, with a sharp line dividing winner from loser. And that hunger has followed us across the centuries. The duel's shadow stretches long because it embodies clarity in a world that is often murky. Life is complex, justice is slow, truth is uncertain. But in a duel, whether with blades, ballots, rhymes, or reputations, everything sharpens into focus. There are no half measures, no compromises, no shades of gray. Two people face each other and one will emerge with honor, or at least the illusion of it. This illusion has proven irresistible, even when history has shown us how shallow and destructive it can be. That is why the duel refuses to die, because we cannot resist the story it tells us about ourselves. Even today, when no one legally stands at 20 paces with pistols at dawn, we invent new duels every day. They live in politics, where elections are framed as showdowns for the nation's soul. They live in sports, where rivalries are boiled down to two names, two faces, one trophy. They live in the arts, where critics write of dueling visions, and in science, where theories are pitted against each other as if in combat. They live online, in the endless cycle of call-outs, debates, and viral clashes that mimic the drama of old fields and courtyards. The duel has left blood behind, but not its skeleton, which we continue to animate with fresh flesh in every age. And yet, there is irony in this immortality. The duel was supposed to resolve disputes, but it rarely did. It often created more feuds, more wounds, more stories that demanded vengeance. In this way, the duel is a parable of human nature. We fight not to end conflict, but to feed it, to give it new form, to wrap it in ritual, so that it feels less like chaos and more like destiny. The duel's shadow reminds us that humanity does not always seek peace. Sometimes we seek theater. And if the theater requires pain, humiliation, or even death, we will still fill the seats to watch. The conclusion is not simply that duels were foolish. That would be too easy, too dismissive. The deeper truth is that duels reveal our longing for dignity, for recognition, for the validation that comes from being seen and judged by others. Strip away the swords and pistols, and you are left with this. The duel was never about killing, it was about proving. And isn't that still what drives us? We duel every day with words, with choices, with images we post online, each one a strike thrown in the hope that others will see us as strong, clever, worthy. So the duel survives, because it is stitched into the fabric of identity itself. It is not an accident of history, but a symptom of being human. We crave rituals that give structure to chaos. We hunger for clarity in conflict, and we fear humiliation more than defeat. These forces ensured the duel's survival for centuries, and they ensure its shadow still falls over us now. And if you're still here, you're clearly as captivated by these stories as we are. Subscribe and activate the bell so you never miss the next chapter in this journey through humanity's most dramatic rituals. But perhaps the duel's greatest lesson lies not in its persistence, but in its warning. Every duel, past or present, whispers the same truth. Pride can be fatal, and the hunger for clarity can blind us to complexity. The duel shows us both our brilliance and our folly, both our courage and our recklessness. To remember the duel is to remember how easily we mistake performance for justice, how often we sacrifice substance for spectacle, how quick we are to risk everything for reputation. And so, the duel ends where it began, with us. It lingers not in laws or traditions, but in the choices we make every day about how to handle conflict, pride, and honor. We may never again see swords clash in dawn light, but we will always feel the duel's echo when we argue, when we compete, when we stand before others and refuse to step back. The duel, in truth, never belonged to history. It belonged to humanity. And as long as we crave drama in our conflicts, as long as we seek meaning in our struggles, the duel will walk beside us, a shadow we cannot escape, a reminder of both our need for clarity and our endless entanglement with pride.